recording. Let me know when I do a little clap.
Okay. So essentially, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1, go, and on go we all do a good loud clap, and this way I can sync up the audio tracks later. Are you ready, Fan?
Hold on, let me check my. Actually, maybe Jeremy's got. Let me check my input volume for Windows.
I mean, you sound fine to me.
I thought you
No,
meant
it's
maybe
Audacity is quite low.
Oh,
maybe
okay.
Jeremy's got a point. Maybe spaghetti is pasta.
No, you're fucking weird. No, my volume is 100%. Okay,
Yeah,
Audacity
it's
is just
just-
quiet by nature.
Windows is fucking garbage when it comes to audio. This is no surprise to anyone.
There's a reason everyone uses Mac
Mhm.
for. That was actually what I was taught in college, was to use a Mac for any video game music related thing.
Oh yeah, no, any creative process really, you should probably do a Mac.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go. I really hope that was actually synced up.
I feel like someone didn't clap them.
No, okay.
I-
Also, my Discord was not muted, and Lucial just happened to DM me right after we did the fucking sync. So that would be in the recording. So we're gonna do that again.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
so we're gonna say this on go.
we
Yeah,
clap
on go.
on,
Just to be
the
clear.
word go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. That is so weirdly delayed, but you know what? It's probably fine. I'll figure it out. Okay.
We can try one last time.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
We're gonna sync all three claps.
Yeah, that's it. The point is that the claps are there, so I know. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. All right. So I guess I'm just gonna roll right into it. So welcome everyone to the Pokemon Legends Arceus. Arceus, as now is the official pronunciation. Spoilercast.
Wait,
So.
what? Really?
Well, yeah, because otherwise it'd be called an arse phone, and they're not gonna have that happen, so it's an arc phone.
Okay, I misheard you because I knew it was Arceus because there's a whole thing about the lead translator or something in the UK made sure that in the anime they called it Arceus because he didn't want the word arse to be said in Pokemon.
Yes, so there's been varying reports depending on which localization you listen to Pokemon. I think in official English they've said both versions, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, this game, just because of certain things, it is definitely Arceus. Even though I'm definitely going to say Arceus throughout the whole thing, because to me that rolls off the tongue better, but it's fine.
I like Arceus better.
Yeah, well, fuck it, who cares? So, in case you're wondering, and I have a little thing written here, Pokemon Legends Arceus is the newest mainline game in the Pokemon franchise, bringing sweeping changes to every aspect of the game. Especially the battle system,
agree.
which was changed in a way that illiterate people are upset about because they can no longer Unga their way through boss fights.
They said that on the wiki.
They did, yeah. It's
Bunga
on
bunga.
it's the official. It's the official statement about the battle changes. Is illiterate people are no longer allowed to Unga. So, okay. I figured the best way to start this off is we each give like a brief 1 or 2 sentence review, quote unquote. Just like our general thoughts about the game. No number score or anything. I want to avoid those if I can.
Because that's always a terrible way to review your games.
It's true, yeah. Never, ever do number scores. They're really bad.
Remember, Metacritic is actually bad.
Yep.
Breath of the Wild isn't a perfect game.
Also, I'm just going to go ahead and really quickly make sure I turn on my streamer mode again so that in case people DM me, it doesn't pop up. Okay. So I guess I'll go first since I'm technically the host.
Yeah, do it.
Legends Arceus is the best Pokemon game they've ever made. It barely beat out Sun and Moon for me as my all-time favorite. Sun and Moon is still stronger in the story department, but the gameplay improvements of Arceus fucking shoot it to first place for me. Easily. Let's go, that's right. Fan, you're next. You're left on the screen.
Fun gameplay. Story could do a bit more. Could definitely look better. Definitely recommend if you play RuneScape.
Okay. Jeremy?
It's fun. I like it. It's not as good as Sun and Moon for me, but it's close. They're different. I think they're both number 1 for me. for very different reasons.
That's valid, yeah.
Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I played it for 64 hours in the span of 5 days, and I beat it.
They didn't fix Reggie Gigas.
We'll get to that. Also, yeah, I guess I should mention I have 90 hours in the game currently.
I've got like 30.
Really? That's it?
Look, I got to the grinding point and I was like, okay.
There is no
Oh, you
grind.
didn't?
I'll
You
play-
didn't get to the true ending?
I watched it. I just couldn't. After I was reaching a
Hey,
point where I
man.
was like, I'm just not having
Get
fun
out. Get
catching
out,
all these
leave.
Pokemon.
Weak. Weak shit.
There is
Um,
grinding. Don't say there's not grinding.
So
Watching a
are we?
Paris do a move 40 times is grinding.
You don't have to do
Oh.
any of those to complete the decks.
It's still there. I want to
Well-
know what the reward is.
I just
What?
want to ask: are we doing it like from the start and like doing like chapter, like talking about each like chapter?
Yeah,
and course?
so I was planning on
So,
we're
like,
just gonna go
people
through the
who haven't
game.
beat the game can like listen to the
Exactly,
first,
yes.
like yeah, okay.
We're gonna go through the game basically chronologically and talk about things as they come up.
So yeah,
More
let's not
In-depth, yeah, more in-depth discussions about maybe specific mechanics or systems we can talk about if they happen to pop up at any point, or maybe save it for after the plot stuff. Yeah, so essentially, like the thrust of this game is that the main character, either Ray or Akari, or actually I guess it'd be Dawn or Lucas technically, is the player character. God plucks you and is just like, you're going back in time. And then he throws you back in time and gives you a phone.
Welcome to our Spoilercast of In Another World with My Smartphone.
God, it really is exactly what happens. So yeah, Arceus just fucking throws you back in time with no explanation, gives you a cool phone that says seek all Pokemon, and then you land on a beach with apparently no memory, though that is not established until like the fourth part of the game.
I mean, no memory. Like your character still knows about like Pokemon and how to catch them. I kind of, in my head, they're like your character's like the same from the OG Pearl and Diamond and Platinum.
I mean, yeah, we don't know is the thing, but we'll
Yeah,
get
'cause, like,
we'll
they-
get to that.
Just the general like idea of like your character shows up and they're like the only person who can catch 3 wild Pogies, which
Yeah.
of these are a Bidoof, a Starly, and a Shinx. No one else has done that before.
No one else has
Like,
ever
like-
captured 3 Pokemon in a single outing.
How pathetic is this country?
I mean, everyone, like, you go to the village and everyone is fucking terrified of Pokemon. They're all so super scared because Pokemon are these monsters and dangerous creatures that could kill you in an instant, which, to be fair, is true.
They are called pocket monsters.
Yes, their fears are justified. But
I just
essentially,
love
yeah.
this. You've got this group called the Survey Corps who are meant to study Pokemon, and they can barely catch 1 Pokemon each.
It's really bad.
how
Everyone's
fucking
really pathetic.
pathetic.
Yeah. Well, it's the Survey Corps, which is part of the Team Galaxy, is what the overall organization is called.
No, it's the Galaxy team.
Sorry, the Galaxy Team. I was doing the modern naming scheme of Team something. My bad.
They had to avoid copyright issues.
Yeah, I heard Ilk is pretty bad with it.
They go after anyone that even like mentions like the word pocket. Can't use it. Ilka come after your ass. Yeah, you get picked up by Professor Lavington, who's just like, "Oh shit, hi. Do you have anywhere to go?" And you're just like, "Oh no." And he's like, "Well,
No, no,
He
let's
shows
be
you his
real.
3 sons.
When he meets you, he's like, "Oh, you fell out the space-time rift. Everyone falls out the space-time rift. Everyone's done it. You're not special. Come on." The
They
game
also make
acts so
sure-
casually about that fucking hole in the sky. That is the first thing I saw about this game. I was like, damn, everyone's just kind of accepted that is there, huh?
I mean, we learned that it's been there for a while at this point.
I love that they never showed it in trailers.
Yeah, no, there was no space time rift in the trailer. Like, the fact that it's an isekai is the first thing you find out, and we didn't know that until we played the game. I mean, I knew because I got spoiled on it, because people can't keep their fucking mouth shut on Twitter, but... Yeah, so, like, literally the first thing that happens is Arceus is like, alright, you're getting isekai'd, and then drags you into the past.
I choose you.
It does like a cool effect where like the stars around Arceus start spinning and it makes circles and it's really pretty.
Oh, yeah, it looks really good.
I
then-
see you, child. My name is Steve Jobs. Give me your phone.
And then he gives you a cool phone case.
That looks really
And-
uncomfortable to carry around. And it just
Yeah,
has a
it's
single
terrible.
text message in the inbox that says, look at all them aminals.
And then you do. And then you beat
I
the
just
game
love
and
it.
you're done.
You've got this massively advanced piece of technology, and everyone's just kind of like,
They're like, oh, that's weird. Anyway,
if you went back in time with a phone, they'd be beating you to death with rocks.
To be fair, when you enter Jubilee for the first time, everyone's like, "Wow, you're wearing stupid clothes."
it's really funny. Everyone just is like, what the fuck are
What the
you
fuck
wearing?
are you wearing?
It's so good.
And then
But
they
yeah.
send you.
Well,
that's
Laventon,
great.
Laventon picks you up and is just like, oh, my 3 sons ran away. Go chuck balls at them to capture them. And you're like, oh yeah, I could do that. That's like baby shit. So you do it, and he's like, oh my god.
The chosen one.
I can't believe you caught 3 Pokemon in the span of 5 minutes. You're some kind of master.
It's so funny.
And then,
Like
yeah.
they really ramped up the whole like everyone's so scared of Pokemon that no one can catch any Pokemon. They really leaned into that shit.
Yeah, no, everyone is
Maybe a
terrified
bit too
of Pokemon.
hard.
Everyone's terrified of Pokemon. We learn later why some of them might be a bit non-trustworthy of Pokemon from past events.
They do want to make sure that you know that the world is a cold
They'll
and
kill
cruel
you.
place.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, so the fucking
So much that,
Laventon,
like, they'll kill you.
yeah, Laventon like brings you to the Survey Corps because he's like, you can probably get a job here and then you won't, not have a home and die out in the cold. And Silene, who is of course, I guess we could talk about the ancestry stuff. Like Silene, who is obviously Cyrus's ancestor, that was like up front in all the trailers and stuff, says, not a direct quote, but close enough, pull your weight or we'll kick you out and you'll die.
Yeah, I like that she makes sure to specify that you're 15 or so like you're not really a kid anymore, you're a teenager, and it's okay to make you work.
Yes, she does specifically state you're old enough to pull your weight. Or earn your keep, I
Before
think
child
is what she
labor
says.
laws. Yeah, own your keep.
So yeah, you get to earn your keep by joining the Survey Corps, but you have to take a test, which is catching 3 Pokemon again. And you meet your rival character, who is either Ray or Akari, the ancestor of Dawn or Lucas, who is pathetic. Just fucking pathetic. There is a more pathetic character later, but Ray and Akari really established that no one knows what the fuck they're doing in the Survey Corps. Oh my god, they're all so pathetic.
I also like that every cutscene in the intro where like you meet new people and you're like new to the town, your character looks miserable. They're always sad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my god, they did the sad face so many times. I was just like, okay, guys, you're playing this a bit thick.
I mean, when everyone's just like, "What are you wearing? Die! We'll kill
but
you!
the thing
Get
is-
out!"
The thing is, the face would be there for like a few seconds, and then it'd go back to the normal face.
Mm-hmm.
So it was constantly like, oh, I'm better now.
Anytime that anyone says anything to
Oh.
you, you just get real sad about it.
I think the character in that first segment should have permanently had like a kind of like expression on, like not so straight face, because then it did like every time she got a bit sadder, it was just like, are you like actually sad? Are you pretending, or like look your part? Stay sad. Stay sad.
I mean, I'd probably
Okay.
feel sad too if I was teleported to a world without toilets and like showers.
That's
Your first thought is, God, I have to shit so bad right now.
Probably.
that's one of those things they conveniently don't talk about.
Just like every Pokemon game.
Yeah, I mean,
All
well,
the
There is no
houses
toilets in a
don't have-
Pokemon game.
oh yeah, that's true. There's never any bathrooms. We're
The
getting off
houses in
track.
Pokemon, yeah, they usually contain one table and one TV, and that's it.
Maybe a couch if you're lucky.
Yeah,
In
That
Gen 8, they added
sandcastle
rooms.
Pokemon had to come somewhere.
if you're part of the top 1%.
But yeah, so Silene gives you a test. Ray and or Akari. I'm gonna say Ray because I think all three of us played as Akari anyway. So or
Yeah.
Dawn technically. So Ray leads you out into the Obsidian Fieldlands, which is the first area of the game. Very simple field forest area, basic bullshit. But you catch a you catch a Bidoof, and then a Starly, because they're teaching you that some Pokemon are chill and will walk right up to you and don't mind. Some Pokemon are scared and will run away if they see you. And some Pokemon are out for blood. It is on fucking sight. Sorry, I shouldn't say some. Most Pokemon are out for blood.
That was the one thing I noticed in that game immediately, was just how many Pokemon that had me going, really?
Like the first one wasn't too bad, but the later zones, just like everything wants you dead. Everything's
When a
shit.
Budew tried to kill me,
No, but
that was when I started pulling problems with some of these developers and just being like, okay, no, that thing has too much confidence.
Bidoof and Roselia are actually only semi-aggressive. They will only begin attacking if you start a battle nearby them. Otherwise, they're shit.
Catching them and you fail.
Yeah.
If they see you fight someone else, they're just like, come on, boys, let's go then.
We're doing this.
That's still too... Like, Budew is a child. I could punt that fucker. He could go over the moon. Kick him.
Babies want power.
That fucker would be in orbit by the time I'm done. Yeah, he's just like, yeah.
I think the worst one early game was Paris.
Yes. Oh my god. There's so fucking many of them.
God, there's so many of them.
But so yeah,
Paris has a view distance.
Yeah, no, it's kind of ridiculous how far away some of the Pokemon can like hear. Well, it's mostly hearing. Because, like, once you get Weirdeer, it's just like, you better get used to never, ever, ever not having that eye icon in the top of the thing. If you're dashing on Weirdeer, forget it. Everything from a million miles away is just like, all right, it's time. Let's go.
Just wait until we get to the weather trio segment of this podcast, and I lose my shit at the idea of Landorus.
Okay, well, in 2 hours when we talk about the worst quests in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you catch the 3 Pokemon, and it's just giving you basic tutorial stuff, like how catching stuff works. Basically, like, you don't have to battle anything if you're trying to catch an aggressive Pokemon and they see you, you have to battle it in order to catch it. Otherwise, it's too focused on you and you can't throw the Pokeball unless you're distracting it with a battle. Otherwise, you can chuck Pokeballs at anything that doesn't see you.
Unless you run up to it.
Yeah.
And just start pummeling the fucker with dirt.
I just want to say that I really enjoy the Pokeball stuff, because usually catching Pokemon, it's always RNG. Like, you throw the ball and you either get it or you don't. I like not having to spend like 3 minutes getting a Pokemon to low HP before catching them and then doing the RNG. I'd rather just get to the RNG as soon as possible, which this game lets me do. And
catch rates in general are way, way fucking higher in this game than they are.
Yeah,
they're basically let's go catch rates.
Yeah, because of the back catch, where like if you throw a ball at a Pokemon's back, you get like a higher chance of capturing them.
And it makes an incredibly satisfying visual and sound effect.
Yeah, also I played the whole game only using normal Pokeballs, and I never had an issue like catching anything. I caught all the legendaries with them. Yeah, I think there's only one Pokemon that you have to use a light feather ball on, but other than that, like I only use Pokeballs.
There's a couple that are too well. There's one obviously for story reasons you use a different ball, and then there's a couple of the ones that fly on the overworld in the air. I think you can't get with anything aside from the feather ball line because they're too far away.
Yeah, just evolve those.
Yeah,
I mean there's a few that you can catch that like they're closer to the ground in some areas. Like I remember some Staraptor is flying around, but later on you see some just hanging on the ground.
Oh, yeah, the Obsidian Fielder Staraptor, I think, is close enough to where you could get it with a normal ball if you time it right. Yeah, so, you go back, you join the Survey Corps by doing the incredible feat of catching 3 Pokemon. And from there, you learn, or no, I think it's that night is when the lightning strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So overnight, I should mention because there you do get like the opening, the cutscene, which are not pre-rendered because your outfits show up in them.
And I think
Yeah.
they're well animated.
They're
There's a few of
incredibly
them
well
where I was like,
animated.
wow, this looks actually like pretty good.
I thought they were pre-rendered at first because they're so well animated. I
It's just
don't
like
know.
because the rest of the game has stock animations.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah,
And
like
this
it's
part where
all
like, fully custom.
yeah, custom animations, custom camera angles. I think they probably take place in like an instanced area because they also have a higher resolution and run better than in engine.
Yeah,
So I
know
think
that
they deload certain things to make everything look a bit better because the game does not run at 720p most of the time, especially in town. Oh my god, that it, super low res when you're in town. Holy shit.
Game Freak is still working on the optimization stuff. They're getting there.
I mean that like
I
it's the Switch.
I never noticed that. I know that the game was clearer looking than Xenoblade DE,
Oh yes.
which does get pretty blurry at times. But that game also has like good
Much-
graphics.
Yeah, that
Ze-
is high resolution.
Xenoblade
textures.
has a lot going on their screens usually.
Mhm. But yeah, like if you're in town, because like I played this game primarily through my capture card, so I had mine was being upscaled to 1080p on my monitor. I was originally playing on my TV, which would upscale it all the way to 4K. Don't do that. This game looks like fucking trash on a 4K TV. Because something about the upscaling, specifically when you're in town, because I think it renders at probably like 540 when you're in town, it does not look good. The upscaling, something's wrong with it. There's a haloing effect on a ton of stuff. The colors get a bit messed up. Like Shinx's ears, the internal yellow part has like a white ring around it. It's very bizarre. It just like the upscaling doesn't work properly.
I don't know what my TV is, but I never noticed some areas looking different in terms of resolution. I thought it was pretty consistent all around, but it's probably my TV's really old. I got it when I was like maybe in 2009.
Yeah, no, that is not a 4K TV. It's 1080p.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
In
just like
2009, maybe 1080.
because like just on my monitor, like essentially when you're in town, like things in the distance are much jaggier and like general character models aren't quite like there are some small differences in like the way things are rendered when you're in town when you're talking to people that just like kind of tip me off that they lower the rendering resolution in town, which makes sense given how much is in Jubilife after a certain point.
Yeah.
There's a lot in there. So it's totally understandable. I'm not knocking the game for it. I'm just saying it's very noticeable. God, I'm already like halfway through my water.
Have we talked about Volo?
Yeah, that's right. Volo greets you on your way out and you get your first trainer battle.
It's
Yeah,
like I'm gonna fight you.
Volo's Cynthia's ancestor. He's a boy. People were upset because Cynthia's the hot mom, and Cynthia's not a hot mom in this game.
She
But
is, though.
he sends out a don't shut up. He sends out a Togepi, and you kick his ass, and he's just like he claps for you, and he's like oh, I'm such a good boy.
He sends out a
excited for you.
Togepi. He sends out a Togepi, and then you spend the rest of the game trying to figure out where he found the fucker.
Oh, also that's when you figure out that the battle system is different because you can run around while the battle happens.
And it's great.
So, like if you want, you can like jump in front of an attack for your Pokemon. They still take damage, but you fall on your ass. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. You don't like, yeah, right. So outside of battle, Pokemon will attack you, like shoot moves at you. Like they show the Shinx, like when you're doing it and it gets aggressive. Like if you let it run up to you, it'll try to Thunder Wave you, which will paralyze you, or it'll try
Yeah,
to like
that is
Thunder
the
Shock
only-
you and stuff.
Affect your trainer too, which
yeah.
is pretty funny.
And like you have health, and you can black the fuck out and like lose items and stuff, which is like a major portion of this game.
Yeah. Also, like when all your Pokemon faint, you don't lose. You can still keep running around, but if
Yeah,
your
you can just run
character
off.
Yeah.
faints, like that's when you game over, I guess, technically. So.
I'm very glad they did that because I was worried at first. They were just gonna do where your character whited out again. Like, no, the Pokemon are now legally able to kill me. Give them the chance to do so.
Which Which they should, because I mean, like, have you seen a scyther? Just like in theory, that thing's terrifying. It's
It
a
is.
giant mantis with scythe arms. So like, you should be afraid of approaching them.
And it only gets worse when it evolves, because then it gets a fucking axe made of obsidian.
Yeah, and he's called Cleaver, so
Cleavor, which is the fucking best. God, I love the fucking. But yeah, so yeah, on your, I think it's before you even go out for the first time, right? That Volo is just like fight me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
get your starter, you choose your starter from the 3 that you caught, which is obviously Rowlet, Oshawott, and Cyndaquil. There is no correct choice, because they're all very good.
I think we all picked a different one because I was Cyndaquil.
I picked
think-
Rowlet.
Yeah,
so
we all
was-
picked a different one. Yeah, and I picked Oshawott, so we all had a unique experience in that case, which is nice.
Yeah.
So one of the first things that happens after you win the battle against Volo is your Pokemon will level up and it'll learn a new move. And then a text box pops up that is the most important text box that has ever been in Pokemon ever. That tells you that as your Pokemon learns new moves, you can freely swap them out whenever you want. At any time.
Oh.
Which
yeah,
is the
that thing
greatest
better
thing.
be. And I don't care. Like, I know Legend is supposed to be like a different game than mainline Pokemon. Even if they don't bring back like you throw your ball at Pokemon and it's open world and shit, like that's a thing I want in normal mainline Pokemon game, just being able to swap moves as I please.
Actually, okay, so this was something I saw. Apparently in Japan, they were actually referring to Legends as a mainline game.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's a mainline game. It is.
I meant mainline game as in like they are gonna keep making more classic Pokemon games, like classic in quotes with like PvP in mind,
Ugh.
because there's people who play Pokemon for PvP. I
Well,
don't
they
know a lot of
can, but the
them,
thing
they
is-
exist.
Move swapping isn't going to affect PvP in whatsoever.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
this-
because like I feel like they're torn between thinking that the Pokemon like fans are like two different camps, where like some people want the exact same old mechanics all the time versus people who want new shit. So like it feels like they call Legends a
Well,
mainline game, but they're gonna have like Legends 1 gen and 1 gen be like the normal thing, you know?
Well, I guess this leads to one point I was going to bring up, because this is probably the best time to bring up, which is the one fear I have for this game and Legend as a whole, which is that it's going to get Game Freaked. Because Game Freak, as a company and as a developer, has a trend of introducing or changing things for the better in a game they make, and then the next game comes along, and they get rid of all of it. One of the examples of Sword and Shield being the online system from the 3DS. I mean, the 3DS one was so incredibly simple. You saw a friend there, you tapped on your friend. You could do trade, you could do battle, you could do anything.
Yeah, the
What do you mean?
And
I
then
PSX.
when we
love
were
the
playing Sword and
Festival
Shield,
Plaza.
the amount of times that we were getting angry at Sword and Shield because of the friend code shit and how all that worked. As well as, you know, without even bringing up stuff like Mega Evolution, Z moves, Dynamaxing and whatnot. Like, Game Freak likes to do something. I mean, the biggest example, which I saw a complaint for Legends that people have for, is following Pokemon.
That's I never understood like that being a main
Well, it's-
point that people want to keep. I never
Here's the
had
thing,
that. On.
I
think it's
like it
annoying.
because I like the idea of having a Pokemon attachment. I like being able to have my Pokemon around, and I like the idea of them having little idle things that they can do.
But they're always in the way,
But the thing, I don't. They can. Well, here's the problem. They can fix that, but they don't keep a lot of these. Because look at following. Following wasn't in Sun and Moon, then it was in Let's Go, and then it was not in base Sword and Shield, but then it got reintroduced in the DLC. Then it's not in Arceus. They don't.
But it's
They aren't
it's
frequent.
nothing.
They aren't frequent. Jeremy, can you shut up when I'm talking?
Like
They
it's
aren't
not a
frequent.
negative.
You're doing it to get shut up. They aren't frequent to keeping a feature and then improving on it. Look at Mega Evolution, for example. They had that in X and Y, then they added more in ORAS, but they didn't change the base core of the feature, and then they fizzled it out. They could have, like worked on the flaws of the system, and that's kind of what I'm worried about with Arceus. Is they've done stuff like being able to swap out your moves, the new battle system, and I'm scared that they're going to take that stuff, and instead of building upon it and going like, right, this can fit into the mainline game, because like swapping your moves out, that could fit into the mainline games very well. But I'm scared they might just go, nah.
I mean, it's gonna be hard to tell because we know that Gen 9 was being worked on at the same time as this game.
Mm.
So I feel like the good changes aren't gonna be in Gen 9, but might be in Gen 10 or whatever remake comes out after. I don't know. But
So
they're definitely. I think that people shouldn't expect the good shit from Legends to be in the next game because they were being worked on at the same time. So
as far as the things like moves being more like equips than that kind of stuff, as far as that feature getting game freaked, I don't think that'll happen in this case because most of the time when it happens, it's the quote unquote defining feature of the generation.
yeah.
That's why Z moves disappeared. That's why Mega Evolutions disappeared. That's why they tried to get rid of Fashion, but people raised so much hell about that they brought it back.
I think the best example is that changing moves on the fly is more similar to unbreakable TMs or HMs getting removed. They're like actual quality of life changes and not like gameplay mechanic.
They kept the being able to access the box from anywhere
Yeah.
when they remade Diamond and Pearl. Like core like quality of life system changes generally tend to remain.
Except for
Thankfully.
BDSP with unbreakable TMs for some reason.
We're not going to talk about what fucking whoever. Was it the Pokemon? I think it was the Pokemon company that specifically was like, no, you're not allowed to do anything. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Ilka like snuck a couple quality of life improvements in there, but they were fucking bound by chain.
Was it they just gave you 999 TMs or something? I can't remember. Or
No,
was
they
that
give
wrong?
They give you
3
multiple,
TMs
yeah.
per gym, yeah.
They give you like multiple each time they give them to you.
But
So
it
it's
still
not-
makes me like not want to use them.
Yeah, it's like it's not an actual problem because you're not likely to use TMs that many times, but it's still like potentially an issue that they could have just solved.
Yeah, because like giving 3 TMs like instead of 1 feels like a bandage over a wound that was healed but reopened for no reason.
Anyway, that's
Yeah.
not the game we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I feel like those quality of life changes might not be in Gen 9 because like I said they're being worked on at the same time, but Gen 10 pretty sure it's gonna be in.
Yeah, it'll definitely like I feel like it's such a long requested and wanted change that there's no way it won't become the standard going forward. But whether or not it's in the very next game, who fucking knows? I guess we'll find out in 3 weeks when Pokemon Day comes around and they inevitably
excited.
announce Gen 9 and I cry because it's too soon and I don't want
People
Gen 9
are gonna
this
be
year.
so mad.
I'm gonna be so mad when they announce
So-
Gen 9.
I actually wonder about that as well. Because obviously Legends was January to not compete with BDSP. I'm not going to say give Game Freak more time. It was 2 months.
Yeah, no.
That's not enough for most things.
And it was
But-
it was different teams anyway, so.
But it would also mean that there was less time between Game Freak's most recent project, which is Arceus, and then Gen 9, depending on what team size. Because I don't think Game Freak is that big of a company, is it?
No, they have like
No.
I don't
400
think they have that
employees or
many
something.
developers.
No, they have like 160 employees. I think they're really small.
Yeah, like I mean that's not small, but for what
Yeah.
Game
But
Freak
for
makes,
something of this
yeah,
scope, yeah.
that's ridiculous.
Which is what makes me wonder, because usually I think most of the employees work on the mainline Pokemon games. Aside from that time where they made a brand new IP and then that flunked. But I imagine that Arceus has held a lot of their working force right now, more than probably Gen 9 would have had. So I feel like I wonder if they'd even have enough to announce Gen 9 right now, let alone the amount of time needed to make it. Because I think if they made Gen 9 starting immediately from the end of Arceus' development, I think it would have the potential to be worse than Sword and Shield, which would be doing the opposite of what happens on a new system where Pokemon gets better as they go, because it would just be too constricted on Game Freak. So I think at most we might see an Arceus DLC maybe.
I mean, that's what I'd like.
I would
I just
like Arceus DLC to be the slot for this November, and then because I can't for the life of me find corroborating sources about this, but apparently and allegedly, Gen 9 has been at least in development since before Arceus's conception. Allegedly.
yeah, and that's from the leaker who got most of the Arceus leaks, right? Right?
Almost all of them, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I also think it's entirely possible that Gen 9 was being conceptualized, and then that evolved into Arceus. Because, that's not uncommon for a game to start as one thing and then develop into this entirely new project. Because they might have been coming up with, what we do for Gen 9's defining stuff. And they might have come up with like a list of mechanics and stuff, and they went, oh, what if we turn this into an entirely new thing? Arceus. Because Arceus is definitely an experimental Pokemon game for Game Freak.
Absolutely.
There's so much different in this game that I can imagine they would be hesitant to say, this is Gen 9. This is the next like Pokemon generation thing. So they probably wanted to just instead go, we're going to pick a dex that we already have, introduce like a few more Pokemon to test the waters, release it under a new name, which in this case Legends, and then see what happens from there. That's kind of what I think might have happened. So yeah, they might have been developing Gen 9, but then it just became so different that they went, we're going to turn this into a new thing. That's kind of like my concept of that.
I really hope so, because that would probably mean that Gen 9 is going to be a game that's closer in this direction, which good. I'm of the opinion that this is the direction the franchise as a whole should be heading, because it's better.
Yeah, like I think the best thing would be that Legends, in quotes, like Legends games, if they make more of them, shouldn't be this gameplay style, but just the idea of like it takes place in the past. And keep that gameplay for mainline games too.
Yeah,
But
I also do. Seeing them develop this, would be great.
I feel like we're wandering off to what?
Wait, yeah, this is like end of Spoilercast discussion
Last night, when Lotta said to me, "Oh, well, I'm going to try and drum up like a list of topics and stuff, and sort of an order to go through," I said, "Don't do that, because you've got 3 people together who will each go on their own tangents and talk about stuff that they are interested in. So any sort of like organization we attempt to have, we're gonna go off the rails." And I feel like we just proved that.
I'm taking the toy train now and I'm putting it on the rails. Let's talk about the Pokédex, because when you jump in the field, you realize that the Pokédex is completely different.
Oh yeah, it is.
They basically, and usually in Pokemon, you see a Pokemon in the wild, they pop up in your Pokédex, but you don't have any info on them. Then you catch them once and you get everything about them, and that's like you clear the Pokédex. Good job. But in this game, you see a Pokemon, and you have like a million little checkboxes of like different objectives you can do with them, which is like catch from 1 to usually 25, fight 1 to 25, and each like you get a checkbox for like 1 caught, 3 caught, 5 caught, 8 caught. Same with defeating. There's checkboxes for like defeating them with certain moves, seeing them do certain moves, feeding them food. There's like all Pokemon have different objectives to fill out on them, and once you fill 10 checkboxes, it can be any objective. Once you get 10 of them, you complete their Pokédex entry,
and you get all the information about them.
Yeah, so the neat thing that's probably one of my favorite things about this game is that you have freedom in how you approach playing the game, because I entered this game not wanting to play the RPG part of it, which I think like has never been my favorite part of Pokemon. I don't really care about battling at all. I like exploring the new regions and like seeing new Pokemon and seeing new people and like getting the story and stuff. So just being able to like run around and like catch 25 of the same Pokemon and maybe like fighting a few of them and filling up their Pokedex like that was really nice, because you're not like limited to a single thing. You can approach completing this thing as like any way you really want.
You could go for pure efficiency, which is generally what I did. Because in each dex, there's 3 or 4 categories that will have like a little double red arrow at the left of them, and those count for 2, like research points, is I think what they're clarified as.
Yeah.
And in total, you have to get 10 research points to complete the entry, which unlocks the description of the Pokemon, height, weight, favorite foods, all that kind of stuff. And so like catching them is always a double category. So like if you catch one, it's instantly 2 research points. Usually seeing them do a specific move is a double category. And if there's a defeat them with a specific move type, one of their weaknesses, usually that'll be a double category. And if it's a baby, if it's evolving is always a double category. If it's a baby Pokemon, feeding them food is always a double category. So like Happiny, Bonsly, Mime Jr., they all have the times you fed them, because you can throw berries to like distract them, and if they're eating, they're easier to catch.
Yeah, and there's also if some berries have different effects on if you feed them. I think the Pignat berry makes it so if you feed the Pokemon that berry and you catch them, you get more EXP from it.
Yes, they brought over the berry effects from Pokemon Go. The Pinap berry gives you more candy in Go, but it gives you more experience in this. The Raspberry makes them easier to catch. Nanab berries make them more docile, and their movements become less erratic. Stuff like that. They become like dulled or something. I'm not really sure how it works in this game because I never fucking used them, because why would you when the Raz and Pinap berry exist?
So
I
feel like the Pokedex really feels like what would have been the most like restrictive and limiting, like the thing that would have made the game less like free feeling was actually handled really, really well, and it was like really surprising. Not feeling like I was doing chores because I still had options on how to approach everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that was very cool. I appreciate.
And thankfully, for any reasonable human being, you only have to get... You don't even have to complete any of the Pokedex entries. You only have to capture one in order to basically see everything in the game.
Yeah. So, not really a spoiler, but like for to get the true, in quotes, final fight in the game, you just need to catch one of every Pokemon, or at least like have them in your possession. So like if you evolve a Pokemon, it counts like a catch. Very easy to do. I didn't struggle at all to do that.
The only ones that become a pain in the ass are the 3 or 4 that are locked behind the rifts, because as it turns out, if you talk to the professor in post game, he just gives you the other 2 starters, which I wish I knew, but I didn't. Yeah, he just gives them to you. I only found out after I was going to hit, because I had completed every Pokedex entry, as in gotten 10 research points on every single Pokemon, and I was going to him to get the shiny charm and do like the final big wrap up. Oh, it's a celebration. And he's like, oh, do you want to take the other 2 starters with you? And I was like, excuse me? And then he gave me them, and then I talked to him again, and I was like, oh, you just gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
So yeah, fun fact. Talk to the professor during postgame. He'll give you the starters.
I guess we could also specify that this game is like completely single player. Like if you don't need to trade to get trade evos, they have a link cable item.
Which is the best thing I've ever done.
So good. All evolution items can just be bought.
Yeah, there's no version exclusives because it's only one version. Yeah, it's awesome. I've always wanted a single player Pokemon game like that where you just get everything in your one game.
That is what excited me the most, was the fact that this game is one version.
Yes.
Because I've been the biggest critic of the 2-version Pokemon for the longest time. So seeing that this was just one game, I was like, Holy shit.
It's also
Maybe
crazy
it's
that
finally happening.
they just announced, well, last night, that the game sold 6.5 million in its first week or so.
Which is
Yeah.
absurd for a Pokemon game.
That's 0.5 million more than Sword and Shield and BDSP did, and both of those had two versions, and Legend has one.
Mm-hmm.
So people couldn't double dip like some people do for real or like old Pokemon games. So this game is doing really, really well, and I hope that the Pokemon company sees that. I hope they notice that people want more of this game.
Especially considering all the reviews are like stellar and glowing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the toy train and put it back on the tracks. After you beat Volo in the main story, and then you explore like it's even like a fourth of the first area before like you get your first star on your rank, because there's a
Yeah, the
rank in
ranking.
this game. Your character gets
Takes
a rank based
no
on
fucking
how
time at all.
good you progress in the Pokedex. And once you get your first star, you get access to a little bridge that crosses a river, and you meet a character named Mai, who is based on Marley from, I think, Gen 4 Battle Frontier.
Yes, Gen 4 Battle Frontier.
Mhm.
She was one of the partner characters.
Yeah.
She was
You
also
fight
in.
her-
She was like one of the first characters they revealed in the trailers.
Yeah. Very good design. You fight her Munchlax, and she's like, "Oh, follow me. I'm gonna show you what an alpha Pokemon is."
Hold on. We shouldn't skip over the fact that the Mai fight is a fucking wake up call.
Yeah, the Munchlax hits pretty hard.
Yeah. So here's the thing about. We can briefly talk about the battle system. We'll get into the nitty gritty later, and me calling people illiterate idiots. So battles no longer are you and the other person take your turn at the same time and you do one thing.
Mhm.
They explain the way the battle system works very poorly in game. They do it the opposite way they should, but I'll talk about that again later because it's a bit more technical. But essentially, every action like takes a certain amount of time, and you have action speed and stuff like that. So you can get 2 turns in a row if you're doing specific things. And because of that, she has a Munchlax, which is very slow, so it usually only gets 1 turn. But it hits pretty fucking hard, to the point where even if you're the same level or even over-leveled, it can really mess you up, and because it's a Munchlax, it's got pretty decent defenses and HP. So
It has rollout, right?
yes, it has rollout, which is the biggest, like, oh god, why? I'm sure for Rowlet pickers, that was a fucking nightmare. But yeah, like,
Even
it
Cyndaquil,
established.
because Fire's weak against rock.
Oh yeah, true. It establishes immediately that trainer battles are not going to be a fucking joke. They will fucking fold you if you do not learn how the game works and learn how it works fast. Even if you're over leveled, if you don't use the mechanics, you will get fucking rinsed.
Yeah, like I think by the end of Area 1, because I spent a lot of time playing that game, just like exploring, because that's what I like. I like playing very slow paced. I think it was rank 6, so that means I was really over leveled, and most fights, like story fights I had to do, the Pogies would hit me for like half my HP on like my over leveled Pokemon.
Because there's
was
a lot
kinda-
more, like a lot more goes into stuff like that than just level. Because there's the EVs, there's the action speeds, and a whole bunch of other stuff I'll talk about later. But yeah, those matter way more than just your level.
But yeah, like I want to specify that it's true that the game doesn't really do a good job in quotes at explaining the like new agile and strong styles, but most people I've seen complain about the game not giving good tutorials for that like these things. Also complain about the game having too many tutorials in the first 2 hours. It's like you can't complain about having too many tutorials and then complain when you skip them and go like, oh, but I didn't get a good tutorial for that. Like you just skipped everything. Just like I also feel like you're an adult, right? I see when I play a video game. When I play a video game as an adult, a children's video game like Pokemon, I see an option on my screen and I click it, and I look at the thing happen, and now I know that the thing can happen, right? Like it's not hard. I don't need the game to tell me like, oh, this does that. Like even if the game doesn't tell me, I'm like I'm past 25. I know that I can use press a button and see the thing happen. So people who complain about the battle system not being like being too complex, even though it's like the most basic still an RPG can be, learn how to read. That's
Yeah,
my,
we'll get more into the I think people are illiterate part later. But yeah, so you meet Mai. She brings you up to be like, hey, there's an alpha Pokemon running around the my what are they even called? Like, what are the Warden's areas called? It's just
I think it's just the arenas.
yeah, the arena. Okay, but yeah,
That's
so
probably the arena.
Weirdier's area just has an
they all have unique area names. It's not like a common name for all of them.
yes, right, because one of them's like it's the Grand Tree Arena, the Moonview Arena. Yeah, I don't think Weirdier. It has Deer Track Heights, I guess is what it's called.
Yeah,
It's like
the whole mountain.
yeah. But yeah, so she's like, oh yeah, there's a fucking alpha Pokemon. You want to take care of that for us? So you do. You fight an alpha Cricketune, which is the best because it's just a Cricketune, but it's really big.
They really
was
make
so-
sure that you know about the meme where he goes delilily whoop. There's like 3 NPCs that say it.
Yeah.
That
Oh yeah.
was a really funny fight for me because by this point I had about 5 hours in the game. I think. I was kind of Breath of the Wilding it at first, where I was doing the game first before the story. So when I had beaten 2 other alpha Pokemon before Cricketune, and I was like, Jesus Christ, it's an alpha Pokemon, so it's going to be really strong. But I walked up to that thing, and it was level 13.
Yeah.
I was just kind of like, wow, I've got a team of like level 25s right now. I just one hit that thing.
Yes.
It didn't stand a chance.
Shockingly enough, the alpha Pokemon are far less dangerous than trainer battles are.
Yeah.
I fought the Cricketune you fight during that alpha fight. I caught it, and that's the only alpha fight I did in my whole playthrough.
Yeah, I caught all the alphas without fighting them after that.
No, I mean like I never approached alphas. I just kinda
Really?
went around. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about like tough fights. I just want to explore. So like they served as like a way for me to like take detours when I explored instead of walking straight in line. So that's how I appreciated them. But yeah, when I walked around the first area and I saw level 40 Rapidash, I was like, yeah, I'm good.
A level 40 very large Rapidash that if you get too close, it will immediately fire a Hyper Beam at you. And it's amazing.
One criticism, the alpha music, I get why it plays when you're near one. I do not like. I think the music in this game slaps. Probably one of the best Pokemon soundtracks in years. First criticism: the music doesn't play often enough, and when it plays, there's always a Pokemon targeting you, so it plays like the target music, or you're near an alpha, so like the other theme plays, and it covers the big slappies.
That was one of my gripes, was that there were weird times where the music just wouldn't play, because I don't think it plays at night.
Night has a
Night
specific
has,
theme.
No, it does play at night. But during the day, the music would pop up every now and then. But the problem is you are so rapidly being attacked by something, or near an alpha, or something else, that you so rarely get to hear the music.
Yeah, it's
because it doesn't kick in immediately after you stop getting attacked or something.
Yeah, from what I understand, the way the music works in this game is that every area, there's 5 areas, have their own. They have 2 different themes. One of them plays in the first, like, if you divide the maps in half. One of the themes plays in the first half, the other plays in the second half. All those areas have like 2 unique themes like that, but the thing that I don't like is that at night they all share the one theme. That there's one theme that plays when midnight hits, and it's like a creepy theme, and then there's one that plays around like not like I said midnight. Like when night starts, it plays like a creepy theme, and then like in the middle of the night, it's another theme, and then you get a little jingle that plays when daytime happens. But yeah, there's no like unique night themes for all the areas, which was kind of a bummer because yeah, the music in this game is amazing.
A few themes in particular, like most of the music in this game are like medleys or renditions of Gen 4 music. I think even some Gen 5 and 6 stuff made it in too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a Cool Marine City remix in there. But
I will.
hmm?
I was gonna say I will also mention this game does sound great, which is that it got rid of the fucking victory music at the end of battles.
Oh my god, yes.
But when you do a battle and you win, rather than just fading out the music or cutting it off or replacing it with something else, it instead plays a tune that is intended to be like the end of the battle. It's meant to fit that particular theme that is playing in that battle. And it's meant to be just like a few second ending to the song that can be played at any point in the song. That was probably the best change to battle music they have ever made, because it made what the currently seamless transition between leaving a battle and the overworld even more seamless. Because it was like that tune would play, and once that tune finished, which was after a few seconds, you were back in the overworld.
Yeah.
It was so much better than if they had tried to bring back that victory theme. It's the same with XP. It no longer stops you when a Pokemon levels up to say like, oh well, this Pokemon got this leveled up and these are the stats now, or this Pokemon got this XP. It's like a pop up on the side that's just like, oh, these Pokemon just gained this XP. This one leveled up. This one can evolve.
This
Yeah,
one learned a new
And
move.
that
This one
happens
mastered
in the
move.
background.
Yep.
I think that they did a really good job at making everything faster. Like I feel like getting into battle, out of battle, the battles themselves, the animations are very snappy and quick. So it just doesn't feel as much of a slog as older Pokemon games.
Yeah.
My
It,
only gripe with that, when it comes to battle speed, is that I think it should zoom in on the Pokemon and let them play their entry animation to the battle for the first time you encounter that Pokemon, and then never do it again.
you don't like seeing a
Because
little Shinx roar at you?
upon my 25th Bidoof,
Oh,
I
but
was
I
just kind of
like
like,
Bidoof.
I've seen you.
I love him because
Do it over there. I don't mind them doing the animation. The animation isn't the problem. It's just, let me be picking the move while they're doing it. Like, I don't want to keep being like, oh, I've got to wait a couple seconds. They've got to scream at me.
Yeah.
Also, I really love how in this game, during the fight, while you're idling, the Pokemon will scream at each other.
Oh yeah.
And when a Pokemon beats another Pokemon, it does a victory scream,
I think
which is really nice.
my favorite thing was when I added a Shaman to my party, and whenever it like defeated something, it did a little squeaky noise, trying to look threatening. Was really cute.
Yeah, just like the general streamlining of a lot of that stuff. Like, it's like the majority of the time when you're finishing a battle, you select the move you know is going to kill, and then you just start running in whatever direction you're planning on heading, because the battle will end. Your character won't even turn around. They'll just like point their arm backward to retrieve your Pokemon, and you'll just keep going.
Oh, we should also say that you can run from any battle like pretty much, and like there's no like, oh, you couldn't run because your speed stat's too low. You just run. You can press the run button to like run away, or you can just like physically move your character, like away.
You know what I would have liked with that? Is if they, in the future games, do something where when you try to run, have it so the Pokemon does try and attack you as you're running.
That'd be annoying.
So like as you're running away, the Pokemon's just like, no, get back here.
I guess depending on what Pokemon it is, yeah, but I think I feel like the aggressive Pokemon are already pretty annoying sometimes, so having them like force you to stay in battle would.
I'm not saying force you, but like they'll throw attack at you like normal,
Mm.
and if they hit you, it would obviously stun you, as per normal,
Mm-hmm.
rather than just if you run away, they just kind of like, Fuck it.
I think if you use the run option while you're fighting something, it'll attack you instead. Like if you're still staying close and you press the B button to like run from the battle and you recall your
Yeah.
Pokemon, I think they continue attacking you. But if you just book it, usually like I think the idea is that the other Pokemon is focused on fighting yours. So they
Yeah.
don't notice you running and you just run and then you quickly recall your Pokemon and you're like, nope, I'm out of here. Fuck this.
I
Oh.
also I should mention at the battle system. At first, I didn't realize how turns worked fully. And in the first battle against Volo, when I saw that Togepi start walking towards my Pokemon, I thought, shit. Is this like Final Fantasy VII where it's like a timer?
It's fucking ATB. Oh god.
I was like, oh god, I have to like quickly select my move.
It is really funny that sometimes the opposing Pokemon will just slowly start walking toward yours threateningly. It's like, what are you doing, bro?
I had a couple upsets where they'd turn around, like turn their back to my Pokemon to start walking away.
Yes.
And it's like, because it's clear they're meant to be standing in a specific spot,
Yeah.
but it just makes it funny, especially with the fact that you can push the Pokemon. And it won't just slide them along the ground. They'll actually like turn around and walk in the direction that you are pushing them,
Also,
which is a weird feature. But I like it.
I think we never talked about that, but when you're on the field, like you have two options in terms of throwing balls. You can throw empty Pokeballs to catch stuff like instantly, or the way you enter battle isn't that you like touch the wild Pogi and you start the battle. You have to physically throw your own Pokemon at them to initiate a battle, which
near them, yeah.
feels very good.
Yes, it's much better.
It's also the game's really good at because the way you gather items in this game is that you physically throw your Pokemon at like berry trees and ores and stuff, and they attack the tree and like make the berries fall or like break the rocks for you. The game is really good at focusing on gathering stuff over initiating battles, which I appreciate because often I'll be like running just around and like gathering stuff, and there's gonna be like a little Baneri next to a tree, and I don't want to attack the Baneri. I want to gather berries, and the game like knows that I want to do that, so they never start battles when I don't want to, which is a very good.
It feels like the hitbox, I guess, for initiating Pokemon battles is far more constrained to the model of the Pokemon than the gathering AoE is. I feel like
I think
you
it's
can hit
just, like,
much further away from a tree than you can.
Yeah, I think it's just also programmed to prioritize
Yeah.
gathering once over like it's always going to prioritize gathering over fighting because gathering is really quick anyways.
It was. I also noticed because you can get the Pokemon to be summoned to mine something just by throwing the Pokemon near it, as long as it's in range. But when it comes to wild battles, it's a lot more closer. But if you target the Pokemon, then that range gets bigger. So I think the game will prioritize gathering unless a Pokemon is actively hunting you right now. If a Pokemon is hunting you, or if you are targeting it, then that range for the Pokemon itself will get bigger, and the game will prioritize the Pokemon over the gathering spot. That was kind of my experience for it, because there were a couple
It never
times where I
happened to
throw a
me.
Pokemon and to gather something, and then it'd initiate a battle because that Pokemon specifically was hunting me at that moment.
Huh. I never had that happen to me. Weird.
Yeah, me neither.
I only had it like
I
twice.
said, I've never had it happen to me, so like I just assumed that they always prioritize gathering over fighting.
Toy train back on the track.
Yeah. So after you beat your first alpha, I mean, it's your first in story. You can fight any alphas before that. So,
Santa Claus shows up.
Yeah, you meet a funny deer, and you realize that the trailers didn't lie. They really did give Stantler a new Evo, which it deserved because Stantler was kind of just up there. It existed. No one cared, but now he grows a beard. And he becomes a psychic type, and it's kind of cool looking. I don't hate it.
Yeah. It's good. And also they very quickly give you your first ride Pokemon, which is Weirdeer, and your main method of transportation until like the end of the game. Which is great because like at first like you've got this huge open area to explore and you're so excited and you're running around, but there is a small amount of stamina, so like you can't sprint forever. And they give you Weirdeer at the exact moment where it'd probably be getting a little frustrating moving at the speed you are. So they're just like, here's Weirdeer. You have an infinite
Yeah.
sprint now. Things can notice you from a million miles away now, but that's fine because you're moving so fast they can't catch you anyway. You're good.
Also, deer is good because you get it once you're like in the mountain area of that map,
Mhm.
and you quickly learn that your character cannot climb up little hills for shit.
No, yeah.
But the deer has a jump button, so you can kind of cheese your way over like walls and stuff if you find a little like ledge you can stand on.
You can choose it
But it also kind of just runs over hills that your character would like stop and like kind of slow down trying to climb.
Mhm.
It just feels really really good to use.
So Weirdeer is a noble, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Because that was one thing I didn't twig until later on in the game.
There's 10 nobles, 5 of them are frenzied, and 5 of
Yeah,
them are
that was the
earmuffs.
thing that didn't fully process in my mind at first. I was like, oh, well, I guess these are like the lesser nobles, and then you've got the big boy nobles.
Nah,
And
it's
then
just that
eventually I was like,
Yeah.
huh, it was just 5 random ones get picked.
they got
Because
picked by
I guess
God.
we'll talk about it when I got the time. But there was a point where I was just like, is it random?
Oh,
And we'll talk about that when we get to it.
so I
Uh,
want to ask you both, how did you enter Eterna Forest, or it's like Heartwood, the Heartwood? How did you enter it at first? Because I had a very different path from everyone.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, I remember what you told me you wound up doing.
yeah,
I
because
think
there's
I went
a
in around the back.
the main I guess quote path, like the intended path, is going through the little bedoofed barrel. Is it a dam?
Yeah,
Like
it's a
a
dam.
Yeah.
yeah. That's like the main because it's directly next to your where you fought Cricketune and got your deer. But I kind of went exploring off on my own, and I found like but I went over. I think it's called like the Warren Bridge. It's like a little
Yes.
like rock
Yeah,
formation
the Warren
that
Bridge.
goes over like a river. Everything there was really high level, but I still like fucked around there for a bit, and then I found a big rock that I could break, which led to a cave called the Orberg Tunnel or something.
I think it's literally just called Orberg Tunnel.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
it's
was
all
like,
about tunnel.
whoa, just like when I was a kid. So I was exploring, and I fought Machops there. I also found a Happini. It was really cool. There was like blue gems that are used to craft different Pokeballs later on, but I didn't know, so I thought it was like, wow, this is such a big secret. And then I left the cave, like there's another exit at the back, uh, and I was greeted by the Eterna Forest music, and I was like, that I think that's like the biggest moment for me playing that game was like when I realized this game was like special, was hearing that music play, and when I like came out of like what felt like a secret area, it was very awesome.
I do feel like the Eterna the Heartwood theme, which is just a remix of the Eterna Forest theme. It's the most instantly recognizable because it right away it's just the Eterna Forest theme with
Yeah,
some
because
extra instrumentation.
yeah, like it starts off and you hear like the piano notes that usually play at the start of Eterna Forest, and you're like, wait, it's like this is the place from the video game I played years ago. But it starts playing a different theme on like
Mhm.
a flute, and it's really good. And you're like, oh, so like it's being reminiscent, but it's not this like it's not Eterna Forest. And like 3 minutes in, it swaps you the actual theme, and you realize that they actually made a 6 minute long remake or remix of Eterna Forest just like for like this little area of the map, and it's awesome.
Like literally 1/5 of the first area of 5 areas, and they gave it an entirely unique 6-minute theme.
It's wild. And also I think that visually that place might be the best looking one. I think that it being very wooded Because this game doesn't have great draw distance.
No, it does not.
When you look in the distance, it's just like everything looks very flat and like muddy, because trees don't spawn in the distance. But when you're surrounded by trees and like a very pretty dense quantity of trees, this game actually looks really good. I think that the leaves on the trees, like they're all different colored. There's like bluish trees. There's yellow, orange, red. Like just like all those colors with the music and the lighting, looks really nice, and it really set the mood for like that specific area. And it also showed that when people got the game early and were like going, oh, look at how ugly this game is. This game's gonna be bad. They really cherry picked very bad looking spots just to like try to convince people that this game wasn't gonna be special.
Yeah, Heartwood rules. It's a very, very nice area.
But yeah, you go to Heartwood and you
Meet Clay's ancestor, Leon.
A little cowboy guy, and he's like, "Oh, my favorite Pokemon, Kleavor, has been hit by lightning and is going mental." And
I need to point out before, because like we came to Obsidian Fieldland specifically to quell Kleavor's frenzy. They mention that, and they use this word, Kleavor has mauled multiple members of the Survey Corps.
This game really wants you to know that the Pokemon in the wild actually like kill people in the wild.
Yeah, they fuck people up, and Kleavor especially likely has actually killed a few people. They just don't want to use the words.
Yeah, because the game like very often tells you they say the line Pokemon are terrifying creatures.
Yes.
And at first they say it a few times, and you're like, they're just little animals. They're just cute little colorful animals. I'm not afraid of them. I've seen them all the time. And then they keep mentioning that like people die, and you're like, oh.
Hell, even fucking Ray is like, yeah, I almost died earlier today because I got jumped by a bunch of shanks who paralyzed me and nearly killed me. Like, that's one of the first things he says to you, and he's like, I can't battle for shit. Can you teach me how to battle? And then you teach him how to battle. Yeah, so you get that whole thing. And Leon, so like at the very beginning especially, nobody fucking trusts you because you came out of nowhere and fell from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And the lightning also came from the rifts. So people are like not super keen to trust you, understandably. And so Leon is like, how do we know that this is not a good thing? Like, how do we know that this divine power that was granted to Kleavor is not what Almighty Sinnoh, because that's what they call the god of the, that's what they call, well, it's what they call Dialga and Palkia, but they think they're talking about Arceus, but they're not talking about Arceus, but it's a whole thing. But they call the god Sinnoh.
Yeah.
Have we met Adaman and Irida at this point, or do we not meet them until afterward?
Yeah, because Irida shows up when you meet
right, yeah.
Leon, so we should specify that in this world there are two clans. There's the Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan. The Diamond Clan is led by a man called Adaman, and the Pearl Clan is led by a woman named Irida. And they hate each other because the Diamond Clan thinks that Almighty Sinnoh controls time, and the Pearl Clan thinks that Almighty Sinnoh controls space. And they've been at war with each other for many years.
Well, not war. There was a war, like an actual war between them that led to some stuff.
Conflict. They've been in conflict for many years.
Tension.
Because they both praise the same god, but they both have a different idea of what the god is.
What was that? What were you gonna say?
That's funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching RT gameplay this game.
Yeah.
And he got to the third noble, and he made a comment that kind of made me realize something. He went, "Man, these clans are supposedly constantly on like the brink of like fighting each other over this god. There are apparently like lots of arguments, lots of conflict. But man, you don't see it much."
I think
like,
it's
they're
because
constantly helping each other. They're like a lot of the members are just constantly being nice to each other. The only time you see them really argue is when like during Adamant's and Irida's like its interactions, and even then it's not really arguing apart from that first it's more like bickering.
I think it's mostly because the Galaxy team kind of serves as like a middle ground for both of them to like cooperate. Like
It
they're
serves as a
like the
middle ground,
arbiters.
but even outside of when the Galaxy team is intervening and it's them interacting with each other normally, like say in the case of the second noble, those two interacting, you know, their respective wardens. Like the Galaxy team wasn't there with us. They just kind of had a conversation. They didn't agree, but it wasn't like the older one running around the building like, ah, you fucking. They weren't.
So
I mean, yeah, it's very they very much like mostly just say they hate each other, but they don't
Yeah.
really show it.
So
It feels like they hate each other, but they're like, I hate you, but not really. I kind of like you. But I hate you, not really though.
I don't know where the idea that they were on the verge of conflict was coming from. The
Well,
only
it was
time
line...
the only time they mention it is during Adamant and Irida's first conversation. They mention the war that happened like at this point it was like 1,000 years ago or something. It was like a while ago the first war happened, and they mention like they don't like each other, and but like they never. I don't think they ever talk about like being on the verge of another war. I think they just
No.
like they're
they
just like this
say
is why we went to
lines.
war the first time.
They say lines that are like, it feels clear that it's like, oh well, if this thing happened, we'd kind of end up fighting again. Like they've got a couple of lines that like, they don't say they're on the brink of war, but they say some things that make it seem like it could definitely happen.
Oh, actually, no, wait. There's a line later that actually explains why Adamant and Irida specifically talk about that, but all the other wardens seem chill. Later in the game, literally, they say, I'm starting to think it's not actually our clans. I think we just don't like
Yeah.
each other.
Which is what's funny to me. Is like it's built like, you know, these clans can't agree, and then eventually it's like, maybe it's just kind of us.
Yeah, they're both just like, I think
it's
we
just
just don't
us.
like each other that much. I think we just don't
Which
get
is- which
along.
Which was funny because it felt like their conflict was supposed to be one of the bigger conflicts in the story, but then you so quickly realize it's like it's being built up that they are clans in conflict, but they're not.
Yeah,
It's just two people have this perception that they are in conflict.
it's honestly really. I think that actually happens twice where, like, there's this almost like character moment that gets implied as building up to, and then they just pull the rug out from under it at the end. Which happens in post game, but we'll get to that. But yeah, so Leon
yeah,
is just like. Leon basically says, I don't trust the fact that you're actually here to like quell the frenzy. How do I know this isn't some divine power granted? Like, how do we know it's not a good thing? Like, sure, it mauled a bunch of people, but also you shouldn't have been here anyway. It's kind of on you.
And then Irida shows up and she's like, "Shut up, kid."
Yeah, she's like, no, shut the fuck up. We like it's hurting people. We need to stop it.
I do like that about the leaders. Like there are a couple of wardens that are like, how do we know this isn't a good thing? And the leaders just show up and they go, "Are you fucking serious?" A, they're hurting people. It's like 5 seconds away from killing someone. And B, look at that thing. You tell me that thing's happy.
Yeah, they're like screaming and running around.
So yeah, after like convincing the little cowboy that you're there for like good, to do good, you figure out that the way to calm the raging Cleavor is to feed it its favorite food.
Oh, this leads
so-
to my favorite moment of the game.
Yeah, they send you back to the Pokemon lab to talk to the smartest man's alive, the professor. And after thinking about it for 2 minutes, he's like, let's put the food in little bags, and you can throw the food at the Pokemon because the Pokemon's dangerous and you can't feed it from up close, so you can feed it at range.
That had me like, because when I was watching this, I was like, okay, maybe it's like we have to wear them down and then bring them the offering. When he turned around and said, "What if we just throw it at them?" I thought, how does that make like
Well-
when I'm angry, if someone started throwing my food at me, I'd be angrier.
It's specifically the food is ground to like a dust.
It's a
So
balm,
when
and it's
you
the smell.
yeah,
The smell
yeah, the smell
specifically is what
It's
calms them down.
it's the smell, but it's also still so funny the thought of just you're getting pelted with stuff, but it's still like, oh man, I'm getting injured, but fuck me, does it smell nice?
smells like
It's
lasagna.
like
I love lasagna.
like it's one of those
it's
things where he just turns around, he's like, what if we throw it? And I just went, really?
it's so
Yeah.
fun because they're just like, okay, we need to think of a way to get this offering, this nice smelling, his favorite foods to him, but obviously you can't walk right up to it because that's dangerous. What if you just fucking chucked it at him? We
I
can
was
call,
like,
and then Ray cuts in with,
I get
we can call them Laventon balls.
what I find amazing about that suggestion about the throwing the balls is that everyone you tell it, because when I went to tell the warden the first time, I was like, he's obviously going to be like, you fucking joking me, you're just going to throw it at him. When you show them the idea and they're like, that is the best thing I've ever, you people are so smart. I'm just like, how the fuck have you survived?
I mean, to be fair, how
How
else
have
are
you
we gonna go
lived
about
this long?
this?
It's
There's
a
no
Well,
other
hundred
way.
years
that's
in the
why I thought
past.
it'd be something like, oh well, you'd wear them down and then you'd bring them the offering and they'd sniff it and they'd be like, oh, my favorite food. You know, I thought it'd be like you dodge all their attacks until they get exhausted. You bring them in with a Pokemon battle that lowers like a meter, which is basically what happens. Except to bring down the stamina, you have to pelt them with fucking sacks of smelly, which
And it's great.
I just love it when everyone was like, "You are a genius. That is the best thing I've ever heard." I just thought, Jesus Christ, there's no wonder there's no memory of these people.
So well, you go back to the tree with the bombs and you start a like an actual real time boss battle with a giant golden cleavor. And I think the boss battles in this game are all really fun.
Yeah, they're all great.
So
'Cause-
I've got an opinion about the boss battles,
mhm.
as I do about a lot of things in this world. The boss battles should be one of the things that they build on for both Legends games and any other Pokemon game they do.
Yeah, because
Absolutely.
I feel like
Because it countered a big problem I had at
you
that
just
point in
one
the
shot
game.
everything in normal Pokemon
Yeah.
games.
That's it. I was over leveled at that point. So when the battle did begin, I'd throw one move at the Pokemon would be like, "Oh no, you've knocked me down," and I just start throwing the bombs at them. But when it got to later ones, I'd get more and more over leveled, and I'd be getting stronger and stronger. But my Pokemon weren't the ones I was the one fighting. So
Yeah.
it didn't matter how leveled they were. It mattered how good I could dodge,
I think it
which
also
felt amazing.
it does a good job at making you feel like you're also fighting alongside your Pokemon during those fights.
Yes,
like
that
it's not
you're
just your
actually
Pokemon
doing
pulling all the
something.
weight. Yeah. Cool
You know-
thing also with those fights is that some people, I mean, I haven't because I like doing what the game wants me to do because I'm a sheeple, but you can do those whole fights just like fighting real time and never swapping
Oh, yeah.
to your Pokemon to
Yeah,
weaken
I did.
the bosses.
I did that for the second one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. For Kleavor, I never actually fought him. I just threw the bombs. If you
'Cause
you
you-
get good enough, you can like bring them down to the last section of their health bar before you even start the battle. At that point, it's quicker. It's literally quicker to just continue throwing the bombs.
Because usually you'd want Kleavor to run into a wall, then it'd get stunned, and you throw your Pokemon at it, and you start a fight with it. But also, what I really like is when you initiate a fight with the boss, usually they get the first hit in, and they kill your first party member.
Yeah.
Like every time they one-shot one of your party members. Great.
You know what,
Yeah,
I-
Kleavor is also the only one where you can basically control when you get to do a fight with it. All the other ones, it's pretty timed. Like, they're just like, no. You wait until they are done. Then
And
you can fight
also,
it.
when they get stunned, you can also miss out on your chance to
Yeah.
throw your Pokemon at it if you throw too many bombs while it's stunned. Like it'll get back up.
You know what those fights had me thinking of?
Hmm?
The game Spectrobes.
Oh my god.
That's what I was genuine because I was thinking to myself like how cool it would be if you went into those fights and instead of even having the option to do the Pokemon battle, the one was like, okay, you can bring in 2 of your Pokemon as like supporting characters, and you can say use the Pokemon to whittle down the Warden to get them to be tired, so you can you can throw bombs for boosted stuff. Like, I would love more Pokemon fighting outside of the RPG battles, and instead, like in that sense, where you could have them as supporting characters during those overworld fights. That'd be
And
amazing.
the fights are surprisingly really well done. Like they're fun. For their first time doing something like this, it just feels good to like throwing the bombs at the big boss feels good. Like the sound effects and like the visual effects are all really good.
Also,
yeah,
dodging
it's-
is pretty tight.
Yeah.
It works incredibly well.
There's
There were no times in those fights where I was like, "This is unfair."
dodging is very generous with its iframes.
Also, they do actually. There are several moves where if you get hit and you just mash the dodge button to try and get out of it because it's like a continuous thing, you'll get hit again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Specifically during the 5th one and the final boss.
Yeah, the final one. I managed to beat on my first time, but God, like that. I'm not gonna talk more about that fight, but holy shit.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. But yeah, like the fifth warden or noble in particular, the 5th frenzied noble, has a thing where it'll like summon icicles and shoot them downward. If you get hit by one, a second one will hit you like while you're down and you won't take damage, and then you'll get up. And if you try to just mash the dodge button to immediately dodge to get out of the third one, your iframes wear off exactly as it hits you. So you have to wait and actually dodge at the right time, or the game punishes you for trying to just mash through it. Go figure.
Also,
That one did get me.
Yep, same
a
here.
good for disabled people. A good thing about those fights is that apparently, if you get KO'd in a fight, you can restart with the same amount of health that you left the boss out at before they knocked you down. So you can just like kind of brute force through and like diminish hits like max health until it's done.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
you don't
there's
have to start over at max health every time you get KO'd. So like if you're not like if you don't have the capacity to like do quick reflex intensive fights, you're still gonna be able to beat this game pretty easily.
which
Yeah,
is
that was
very
quite
nice.
nice to see. Because it was nice to just have the option to go. Because especially if you died to your own fuck up, and it was like, do you
Yeah,
want to do this purist mode where it's like you do it all in one try, or do you want to just go, you know what? I'll continue. I don't want to extend the fight more, because that's what I appreciate. I hate those fights where it's like I die at the last minute, I have to restart the entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, having the option is just really nice for people who like you know can't do the fight or just don't feel like struggling through it.
It was a surprising thing to see, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I was really surprised. I never used the option, so I didn't actually know that's what it did.
I know because I watched a streamer struggle during the 5th boss fight, and they just ended up.
Understandable. That one's really fucking hard.
It is.
But yeah,
That's why I used it, because I died right at the end of that fight, and I was like,
Yeah,
I don't want to
no,
do it all again.
That's completely valid. If you died when there was like one hit left, it's like, yeah, no, fuck it, just continue. You basically won.
But
Oh yeah,
you,
all the nobles have like an introduction cutscene, like one of the
They're-
not
they're all
pre-rendered
so
ones, but they're so fucking cool. They all look so good. And the wrap-up cutscenes too, where it has like the slow motion shot of you throwing the bomb and it exploding the light out everywhere. They look amazing. They look
really good
super
particle effects.
Yes. Like visually, just choreography wise, they all look really, really nice. And there's a lot of them, like a significant amount. There's two for every frenzied noble, and there's multiple for other later fights, and they all look really, really nice. And it's a double-edged sword because on one hand, we finally have really good-looking cutscenes in a Pokemon game, and a lot of them. On the other hand, oh my god, does this game need fucking voice acting? Jesus Christ.
Even if the characters just did like a little grunts, because it's weird, because character on the field like does those sounds when you like get hit or throw a ball. Like your character has a voice, but that's the only voice acting there is in this game is your character grunting. No one else has like voice clips. Like I think like even if they don't want to do full voice acting for Pokemon, they could still do a Fire Emblem Awakening where the characters just say like one word and a text box shows up, so a character could just go like yes or like hello, you know, like just
That was
something.
that was the one. That is the biggest criticism I've seen. One of the biggest criticisms I've seen in this game is that a lot of people being like, this felt like the entry where they should have introduced voice acting.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
Sword and
of
Shield
all
was
of the games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but especially this one for a lot of people.
Yeah, I
where
started
had
feeling
more
it
of
with Sword and
these
Shield.
cutscenes.
Yeah, with Sword and Shield, I started feeling it because there was a lot of like cutscene, quote unquote, where they like actually change the camera angle and stuff. But in this one, I was like, oh my, it's really hitting how silent this stuff is. There's one cutscene in particular during the post-game final boss, not the final, the final boss, where in the middle of the cutscene, there's a big dialogue box of someone shouting, and it's really undercut by there not actually being dialogue. Feels kind of lame. But yeah, so you beat the first Frenzy Noble, Cleavor, and everyone's fucking filleting you for how amazing you are.
And Cleavor gives you a bug plate because we forgot to say that Weird Deer gives you a mind plate.
Yes, you're collecting the plates.
If you play Pokemon, you know that the plates are used to change Arceus's type. But yeah, the plates are kind of like your badges in this game.
Yeah, they're progression markers. You get 2 in every area. 1 for the Ride Pokemon Warden, and 1 for the Frenzied Noble.
And yeah, you beat Cleavor, and then you go back to town, and you celebrate, and you eat
Potato
mochi.
Potato mochi specifically.
Yeah, at your at Benny's Mochi.
The Wallflower is what it's called.
Wallflower restaurant with the Professor and Ray, and that happens every single time you beat the last noble Pokemon of a. Well, whenever you're done with an area, you get a little cutscene where you eat dinner with the Professor and Ray.
So I have a thing with the potato emoji scenes.
Yeah.
I find very music to be a very big thing to me in video games. Very important thing. I care a lot about how good it sounds and if it's used in the correct places to set a theme and whatnot. I got so sick of Leventon's theme in those cutscenes in particular.
All right.
Because it was so boppity and energetic in comparison to the very calm atmosphere of like those cutscenes. That I was just like, this feels like it should be playing for something else entirely.
Yeah.
Like I was sitting there like I could really use like a calm, even just the Jubilife theme would have fit those cutscenes so much better to me than just the opening to that. Because the thing was the cutscenes didn't last that long anyway, so you'd hear the opening time after time, and I was just like, oh.
Yep.
Play it when he like runs up to you, maybe. Don't play it when there's a calm moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you go to bed and you wake up and you're given another order to go to the next area.
You go speak to Commander Kamado, who we haven't talked about. He's the actual leader of. He's the leader of Galaxy Team. He's Professor Rowan.
In a kimono, and he has black hair this time.
The first time you meet him, he challenges you to a sumo match, and you can rush him, and he throws you across the room.
He's a powerful, large man.
I don't think anyone didn't rush him.
I did see one person not rush him. It doesn't matter. He always throws you. Yeah, a lot of the dialogue choices don't actually matter.
It's so nice
I didn't notice that after a
while. But yeah, so you wake up the next morning, you go talk to Kamado. Usually one of the clan leaders will be there. Usually the one whose noble is currently frenzied. For the first one, it's Irida.
The game alternates where first area the first warden is with Diamond Clan, the second one is with Pearl, and then it reverses where in the second area the first warden is with Pearl and the second is with Diamond, and then it goes back to Diamond, Pearl, Pearl, Diamond.
Yeah, it just goes back and forth. Like and so you meet the yep, you meet the second best warden in the entire game. She actually greets you when you wake up and you walk outside your house. Arezu is there.
Yeah, Arezu's my favorite design-wise. I wish she had more screen time,
It's a
but
bit of a shame.
she gives you haircut, so that's good.
Yeah.
She does. Yeah, she does get the bigger. She does get more noticeable just because of the haircut thing.
Mm.
Everyone Google Arezu Pokemon. Bet peak Pokemon design best girl.
I remember
Be
thinking,
careful where you're searching. Though.
yes, also, yeah, be careful where you're searching.
Yeah.
I do feel the need to bring it up because it is relevant to Arezu. Arezu is canonically thick as hell and caked up, according to her character concept art.
Yeah.
That's
I
funny.
feel
That is, I think she's the only piece of concept where they specified the shape of her body.
Yep. It's
which is
very
funny to
important.
me.
Look, Take is a fucking genius. We should all appreciate her work.
She's got little smug eyes. But yeah, you learned that Ursa Luna in the swamp area has been getting crazy. So you're sent there to investigate. And you enter the second area. They call it the Crimson Mirelands. I'd say like half of the map is like swamps, but most of it is like ruins and like a more like fall autumn
Yes.
foresty area.
It's like the
it's not
golden.
very much crimson.
Yeah, there's the golden fields, which is like a bunch of wheat. There's the top area, which is the shrouded ruins and cloud pool. There's this is the diamond settlement, so this is like the headquarters of Diamond Clan, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And yeah, then like the bottom portion of the map is pretty much all like swamps and bogs and stuff. Personally, my least favorite, but that's not because of the design. It's mostly
Yeah.
because half the day it's covered in mist and I hate it. And it sucks because it acts like fog did in Gen 4 because of course they had to include that again. They just can't let defog die.
So you go there and you're told to go to the is it Solaceon?
Solaceon is how I usually
Yeah,
say it.
Solaceon ruins, which is a place from the Gen 4 games if you've played them, where you find the unknown. You go there and you meet a little old lady who later on I learned was the ancestor to Amina from Pokemon Sun and Moon, the artist girl.
Yep,
It's
could
like
not.
an old version of her.
Yeah, I was really surprised when I found that out too. 'Cause I was like, oh yeah, you know what, that makes sense. It also explains why I couldn't quite place it because she's one of the most like different looking wardens because like Arezu is almost literally just Mars, like almost to a T. But yeah, like Kabbalah's Kabbalah it's Kabbalah, right? Kabbalah.
I don't remember most of their names, so I'm just gonna call them by whatever they're based on. She's like, oh, they stole a piece of this text on this ancient wall. The thief sisters. They're the misfortune sisters, right?
Yes, the misfortune sisters.
And she's depressed about that because they dare desecrate the ruins. So you're tasked with getting the shard of that wall back to this old lady, and
even though she's not the
as
one who
you
tells
leave-
you that, Volo shows up
Yeah.
and is like, hey, fight me.
Yeah, you just get a little cutscene with this old lady where she's depressed, and you turn around and Volo's there, and he's like, "Hey, let's fight," and you do. Like, it's just there's no explanation why he's there or why like you're instantly fighting him. It just happens, and you fight him.
Volo
and this
is
time he has a Gibble.
Yeah, he has a Gibble now, so it's very clearly he's building Cynthia's team. So Volo's a bit interesting because he's part of the Ginkgo Commerce Guild, which are like just a guild of merchants. Technically a fourth faction, technically.
Yeah.
And he is with them, but very often throughout the story, it is kind of alluded to that he doesn't really work with them ever at all, and just kind of does his own thing.
He just kind of fucks off and does whatever.
You have actual merchant in Jubilife that show up, and one of them is Volkner's.
Yeah.
It's Volkner, right? Volkner's the descendant, and another character who I assume is just a default NPC because there's another one with the same model that shows up in a side quest.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they're both merchants in that same guild, and they never talk about Volo at all.
Yeah, and anytime Volo talks about his work with the Ginkgo Guild, he specifically says they, like the Ginkgo Guild, not we. So there's a lot of small things that Volo says and in the way he acts that actually are pretty good foreshadowing. I was just like,
Yeah.
oh shit, okay, I get it. This is nice. This is
And
good.
and I think that's also after that fight where he notices that you have plates on you and he gets really excited.
Yes, he immediately talks about how much of a fan he is of ruins and myths. He's a big fan of myths and the myths of the Hisui region,
Yeah.
and he loves studying that kind of stuff. So he's
Kind
big
of
on
like
that.
Cynthia, because
Yes.
Cynthia did the same thing in the OG game. She just like showed up randomly and she was like, "Hey, I love old shit. Show me old shit."
So yeah, that's just
Um,
planting the seeds for later.
so then you leave the ruins and you cross a river and there's a little campsite and you get attacked by the Misfortune Sisters, who are based on Candace, the Ice Gym leader. Uh, it's Saturn. Saturn is the
Yeah,
blue-haired.
Jupiter got relegated to a generic NPC.
Yeah, Saturn, who usually is a boy, is a girl in this game, and then the
Bertha.
main Bertha and Agatha.
Yeah, Bertha and or Agatha, because they're sisters.
Yeah, the third sister is Bertha and Agatha's ancestor, because they're apparently sisters in the actual like modern Pokemon timeline.
And their names are Coin, Clover, and
Charm.
Charm. Thank you. Yes, Coin, Clover, and Charm.
So here is where my gripes begin
Uh huh.
with one thing in the story. So I kind of realized Game Freak don't like doing out of body cutscenes where stuff will be explained to the player, but the character itself won't know. Because I don't believe that happens at all in the game.
No, there's never a Pokemon game where you get a cutscene where your character isn't in it. I think
so
the intro to Sun and Moon is the only instance I can recall where this happens.
So it kind of led to one thing my problem with being, which was that the sisters would kind of appear and do something, and then their thing would happen. And the entire time, I was in my head picturing the Gengar squad from Mystery Dungeon.
Yeah.
Where whenever something would happen in the story, in the background, it would then show like them separately, like, you know, we're looking interested in this, or like give some kind of foreshadowing of what they're up to and what their goals are and things like that, and set them up. Whereas these sisters, it never felt like they got much foreshadowing in the way of what they're doing, what their ultimate goals are. They very much were just kind of a we're here to fuck up.
You could
your
take them
day.
out of the game and nothing would change. They're a very nothing addition to. I guess they just wanted like, oh, we need a villain team and like let's just have those.
They move plot along because they do get stuff going for like the third warden and stuff. But it also does feel like they could easily be replaced in the essence of the story. I feel like I would have loved to have seen more. I would have loved to have seen a separate plot point in the game outside of the warden stuff, where it's like they keep getting in the way, and then the two groups get together and they're like, look, we need to do something about this bandit group who keeps fucking everything up.
They're really
we need to confront them. And then we go in, we like figure out all their problems. We have like that character moment. Because I feel like giving them like a subplot would have been a really good addition to the game and would have made them stand out so much more.
All they really have is that one of them what used to be in the Pearl Clan, one of them used to be in the Diamond Clan, and the other one used to be with the Galaxy Team. And like that's pretty. And they all left because for various reasons. Usually it's because they were overworked and they just didn't like being in those like clans or team. And that's pretty much all you get. Like you know that they're struggling to stay alive in the wild. Like they say like, oh, we spend every day fighting for our lives because Pokemon want to kill us. But that's kind of all they really do.
So, they felt like they felt like an obligation villain team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because
I'll expand on my gripes of the story later on because there is an opinion I have about the story, but just like they are kind of one of my bigger ones of just
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen more
They're the
because they
weakest
were a
link.
neat concept.
this game kind of has a sword and shield thing of like they don't really have a villain. It's just like a strange, powerful presence that makes Pokemon evil or like fucked up. Because Sword and Shield had like the Pokemon are Dynamaxing randomly, and this game has the Lord Pokemon are getting zapped.
This game handles it much better by having
yeah, for sure.
a constant like we're trying to figure out why this is happening.
Yeah.
Instead of Sword and Shield, where it's just like at the end, it's like okay, we're solving this now.
This game's story takes a massive doo-doo dump on top of Sword and Shield story. Like this game's story is actually like interesting.
Good. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, you beat the sisters, and they're like, "Oh, you beat us! Like, take the
fucking rock.
Shard of the take the rock back."
We thought it was treasure. It's not. Who cares?
So you bring it back at the old lady, and she's like, "Wow, you did this for a stranger. You did this for me." And she puts the rock back in the wall, and it's the unknown text that's in the OG games that says like, "All lives touch other lives to create
something
alive and new," or something. Yeah. And she's like, "Oh, this is the meaning of friendship."
She's like, "Oh, how relevant to literally what just happened."
And she's like, I will now take you to Ursaluna, who's my Lord Pokemon that I am the warden of, and I will let you calmate." And she takes you to a little sludge mountain. I think. And
we are currently under the impression that Ursaluna is the frenzied noble.
Yeah.
And then we fight it, and it's just an Ursaluna that's particularly pissed off.
Also, Ursaring got a new evolution, and it looks funny. It's
really good.
It's a big bear covered in mud.
Yeah, Ursaluna is a really, really good new evolution. I like it a lot. Basically, every single noble is a new Hisuian form. Every single one of them. And then there's a couple left over that I could use later. The first one, the first two were the new Stantler evolution and the new Scyther evolution, and this one is a new evolution for Ursaring called Ursaluna. And you fight it. You just do a normal fight against it.
Yeah, and after you beat it, it's like you learned that it wasn't glowing gold and it wasn't frenzied. It was just annoyed because another Pokemon was actually frenzied, and it made the bear stressed.
Yeah, no. There is a mysterious powder on Ursaluna that comes from Lilligant, who is the noble that Arezu looks over. And so
I just need to stress this. I believe when Arezu explains it, she goes, Ursaluna got enraged when he smelled her perfume. I believe that is what she refers to it as.
Yes, Ursaluna attempts to help Lilligant, and Lilligant in her frenzied state hits Ursaluna with like the powder perfume it uses, and it bothers Ursaluna so much it gets really pissed off and mad because it doesn't like the smell or something.
I just love the implication of Ursaluna walked up to her, gave her a quick sniff, and was like,
yeah. So there's this thing that maybe Arezu intentionally did this because she suddenly disappears and nobody knows where she is, and that's kind of sus. So you use Ursaluna, who's the new ride Pokemon. It's essentially the item finder, and it's the best item finder they've ever fucking done because it's
so good to use.
It's so good. Essentially, like, you just ride it around like normal. It's not as fast as Weirder, obviously, but as you get close to hidden items, it'll have like a little pulse thing that starts as green, but will turn like yellow and then orange and then red. And as you get closer, it pulses faster, and Ursaluna moves faster.
He goes so fast.
Yeah, he goes faster than Weirder, I think, when you're at max speed.
Yeah.
But yeah, essentially they're just like, Ursaluna's really good at tracking. Here's something that Arezu was using. Here's her scent. Go use Ursaluna to track her down. So
she was last seen eating potato mochi, so you gave Ursaluna potato mochi, and you're like, smell this.
Yeah. And then you go back to the Crimson Mirelands, and she's out in the middle of a field because she twisted her ankle because she fucked up and got attacked. And she explains what happened with Lilligant, and she was embarrassed because her noble was frenzied, and she didn't want to, like, get kicked out for being incompetent. And then Kabbalah shows up, and she's just like, all right, I get it. You fucked up. That's fine. This child over here taught me that maybe I shouldn't be such a fucking stick in the mud. Let's go help Lilligant. And so you do.
Adamant also shows up and says, like, the same thing, pretty much.
Adamant's just like, what is wrong with you, you fucking idiot? Why didn't you say anything?
We also gotta remember that Arezu twisting her ankle and falling in the wild probably would have led her to die based on what every other NPC says about Pokemon wanting you dead.
She absolutely would have died had we not shown up. So you go to the Shrouded Ruins, or not the Shrouded Ruins. You go to the Brava Arena.
Yeah.
Which when I saw the name Brava Arena, I was like, oh fuck, Breviary, like this early? And then it turns out it's called the Brava Arena because in this game, the Hisuian version of Lilligant is a grass fighting type and is based off a ballerina. So it's Brava as the, like, acclaim Bravo type of thing.
I thought Brava because of Vibrava, so I thought maybe a new Flygon, but...
Oh, okay. But yeah, so it's that, like, you get the cutscene with Lilligant where she shows up and she does a little dance and then promptly tries to kick you in the face. And Lilligant...
She looks very cool.
Yes, I love Hisuian Lilligant a lot. Like, I like it more than normal Lilligant, which is really hard because Lilligant's my favorite Pokemon of all time. And so you start the Lilligant boss fight, which is in a much smaller arena, and the difficulty spike instantly goes up because it's just like, oh yeah, Lilligant's going to do a lot of AoEs and jump at you, and it's going to do this thing where, I shouldn't say it because Lilligants are all female. She will do a little dance and a bunch of music notes will fly out of her. And I didn't notice this until watching someone else do this fight. But
yeah,
the color of the notes and the amount of notes denote what pattern she's about to do. So yellow notes denote she's about to do the jump, which has a giant AoE that you need to dodge with pretty tight timing or else you get hit by it. And blue notes indicate that she's going to do a spin that has like a wave AoE you need to dodge over. And yeah, so basically you just do a bunch of those. And then eventually she gets tired, and by that point she's down to like a quarter of the bar anyway, so I just kept throwing it at her and beat her that way. I didn't even fight her.
Yep. Most boss fights are going to be like, wait for the Pokemon to do its patterns, and then... Yeah. I mean, I say wait, you can still attack them while they're attacking.
Yeah,
but
you're absolutely meant to.
Dodging is going to be harder, because there's like a delay between you throwing a bomb and you dodging.
Yeah, like you can throw a bomb and just instantly throw it, but it doesn't go anywhere. If you hold the button down to throw it, you charge it up and you can throw it further, which is very important for the fifth noble. Very important. But yeah, so you beat Lilligant, you quell her frenzy, and Arezu stays behind to have a chat because she's embarrassed about how much of a fuck up she is.
Yeah.
And then you go back to town. And Arezu moves in and decides she's going to be the hair cutter because apparently that's her special talent. I think she mentions that when you first meet her.
And you get to see her just sitting outside, and she like looks at you and smiles whenever you walk around.
I think she's the only warden that moves in, right?
Yeah, yes. Ingo.
Right, Ingo also moves in. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think it's funny that.
Oh yeah.
Arezu's like, wow, I'm such a fuck up. I didn't take care of my Lord Pokemon, and then she moves and lets the old lady take care of the Lilligant instead.
Well, she specifically mentions, how am I going to do this haircutting business while also being a Lord Lilligant? I just will.
Yeah.
I'll make it work. Which is incredible.
And that's chapter 2.
Yeah. There's not real chapters.
We are 2 hours in.
I know, but we're picking up speed now that we've gotten.
I'm trying. Like I've been trying to like speed it up a bit.
Area 3, which is my personal favorite area from both a visual and story perspective, I think.
Yeah.
I think Area 3 is the strongest.
The story there is really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you go there. It's the Cobalt Coastlands, which is Sunny Shore, and the routes leading up to Sunny Shore. Also Stark Mountain. Kind of.
Yeah.
It's just the volcano and nothing else. But
which is a shame because I was hoping that Dark
Yeah.
Mountain like Island would be post like a DLC later on.
So we can only assume at some point in between this game and the modern day Sinnoh, that Stark Mountain violently erupts and destroys basically half the landmass that's there. If I'm looking at the maps correctly.
Okay, hold on. I just want to throw a theory in.
Mm-hmm.
Groudon.
They do.
Okay.
They do.
I know.
I was talking to a lot about that one night. When you visit the three lakes, like later on in the game, they mentioned that the lakes used to be volcanoes, and they
One of them.
mentioned that two of them.
Okay. Yeah. Two of them used to be volcanoes. One of them violently erupted, and the other one has seawater in it. Is what they say.
Yeah, and they specifically mentioned that it might have happened because of a certain Pokemon fighting in quotes, wink wink nudge nudge. So
Yeah.
they kind of mentioned Groudon and Kyogre. Because yeah, the one lake that has seawater in it is the one in Snow Point,
Yeah. Like very.
which is a very high up in like on
Mhm.
top of a mountain. So it doesn't make sense for it to have seawater there. But yeah, that's kind of
Yeah. Unless
the
it was
idea
part
is
of the
that, like,
ocean that got shot up
yeah.
earlier.
the idea is like the like in the actual lore that Groudon created land and Kyogre created sea.
Yeah. So you go there and you meet Iskin, who is a precious boy.
Just
Who is-
the goodest boy in this whole gosh dang game.
He's extremely nervous and isn't a direct ancestor of any one character. Well, no, he is, but it's in a different way. Everyone assumed, for not super great reasons, that he
Yeah.
was the ancestor of a Gen 5 gym leader. The
I mean,
water
it's
one.
because water type, same hair color. I know what you mean by like not great reasons,
Yeah.
but like I can see why. But
Yeah.
then people also forgot that the Black and White 2 gym leader,
It's just
the water
10.
type, is just 10 because you see that he has like around like where his swimsuit is. There's like a white line to show that he's actually white, and his feet I think are white too.
Yeah. So yeah, and Niskin is ostensibly just he's a black guy.
Yeah.
So you meet him, and he is a very, very nervous man. And you're just like, hey, I need access to Basket Legion because I need to go to Fire Spit Island because apparently so you also find out that there is no frenzied noble in Cobalt Coastlands. There's only one noble because the previous noble that used to live on Fire Spit Island is dead.
Yeah, you actually meet Iskin second because the first person you meet, you go into Cobalt Coastlands.
Oh
and
yeah, you
Irina
meet
tells
Polina
you
first.
about Polina, who was supposed to be the Pearl Clan leader, but she said no, and Irida ended up being the leader, despite Polina being much more competent.
And certified to, yeah.
Yeah, because Polina just wanted to hang out with I think you learn later on that she is depressed because her Pokemon Lord that she was supposed to watch over died. It drowned trying to save a baby, a Growlithe.
And her, if I'm not mistaken, because she dives in first and almost dies, and then the Lord.
Nope. Not just any baby Growlithe. The child.
Yeah,
The
the
baby,
Lord's
the
son.
son.
Yeah. So the
The
nobles,
smallest.
yeah, the little tiny baby itty bitty Growlithe was the baby of the previous Lord Arcanine, who died drowning after his child fell into the ocean. Polina dove into the ocean to save it and wound up almost drowning herself. So the Lord dove in, saved them both, and consequently drowned. And that is weighing heavily on her conscience, to the point where she's like, I'm not going to force this Growlithe to become the new Lord after it lost its fucking father.
Oh, also, when they were drowning and the Lord went to save them, Iskan was there too. And Iskan helped Arcanine saving them, but
Yes.
Arcanine ended up drowning.
Mhm.
And that made Palina and Iskan start dating despite being in different factions. Both of them, like Iskan is with the Diamond Clan and Palina's with Pearl. So them being together is seen as not good,
good.
among the clans. So they've been doing it secretly.
Yes. And I was
The
actually
funniest
surprised that
indication.
yeah, I was actually surprised that kind of how immediately and outwardly they state that they're together.
Yeah.
Cuz like it's like immediately They're just like, I
It's
thought,
because you're not affiliated with any clans, so.
yeah.
Your lord recently died. That's pretty sexy, if I do say so myself.
Fuck.
I mean, he did save her life, and he is a good boy. And
Yes.
also, that's where you connect the dots and you figure out that both of them are gonna have a child, and it's gonna lead to Nessa from Sword and Shield.
Yes. Nessa inherited much of like
Kalina's physique,
Polina's physique and Iskin's
color, skin color, and hair color.
yeah,
I mean,
the hair and stuff.
obviously not the swimming abilities, but
We can't beat around the bush like that's
I know, yeah. But yeah, so like it's not super obvious, but like it's like eyebrows and stuff, and Polina has a couple features that you can see in Nessa,
Yeah.
which is really.
But I still think that Polina specifically is still based on Berg from Gen 5, the bug gym leader.
Just
Because she has the
of
same hair color, same hair, like curly style, the same eyebrows.
Maybe at some
I don't
point
know, I
down the line, their bloodlines diverged.
Yeah, or she might have like had a sister or something. Or, there can be more than like Polina could have had like relatives and like
No, there's
it
only
would have
one.
split off to Berg. Yeah.
every
yeah, they-
character in this game fucked. Anyway, onto the train.
They canonically everyone in this game porked. It's
Everyone
important to
canonically
know.
fucks, yeah.
And yeah.
But yeah, so you mentioned that you need to go to Firespit Island, so Polina's like, all right, well, you're going to need Basket Legion if you want to get there, because there's a fucking ocean in the way. So go talk to Iskin. Go talk to Iskin, you meet him, he's a very good boy. And he's like, you need its favorite food, which I'll cook, but it needs to be shot by a dark pulse from a Dusclops. So I'm going to need you to go catch one of those, because I'm fucking terrified.
He's so terrified that he doesn't even want to say the Pokemon's name. So, like, just saying it, he thinks like he's gonna be cursed or some shit.
So he says Dust Blops.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah, so,
So
you get a Dusclops, capture it. You make the food. It's like a ball of meat. And then you go summon Basket Legion. And at this point, you finally get the ability to go over water, which opens up a ton of stuff in previous areas too.
Water mount feels good because when you get a double jump and a dash, and when you aim your Pokeball while you're jumping, it does the Breath of the Wild slow down aim thing that you can use to catch a swimming Pokemon. It's cool. It never works. The aiming is so fucking weird.
Yeah,
I miss all my shots with a.
There's a delay between when you let go of the button and you actually throw, so you can't be aiming at them. You have to be aiming behind them in the direction you're moving so that the delay doesn't fuck up the shot, and even then it seems inconsistent. It's not great. It's catching Pokemon on the water is a fucking nightmare.
It works fine on bigger Pokemon like Gyarados, but
Yeah.
like when you're trying to catch a Remoraid, you're better off just fucking throwing balls normally.
Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare. Just throw fish bait. And then,
also, the way the balls work on water is that when you shoot, when you throw your Pokeball, if you're aiming at the Pokemon and you see a Pokemon's body like underwater, if it touches the water at all, it'll just bounce off the water and not catch the Pokemon. You really need to touch the Pokemon with the Pokeball, which is like very hard.
Night when I was criticized by you two individuals for when it came to throwing Pokeballs at the water, I was told to aim better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's still true, just aim
What
better.
the fuck is this bullshit
Just aim
that
better.
I'm being treated to?
Well, obviously, I wanted to say my actual criticisms when we were doing the podcast instead of.
Sons of bitches.
Yeah, no, catching Pokemon on the water doesn't work super great, especially for the smaller ones. It's fine if it's like the Mantikes and the Mantines, but the second it's like
Mantine's fucking huge.
Yeah, but
They
like
fly.
yeah, but when it gets to like the Quillfish and the Basculin and the Remoraid's and the Finneons and shit, it's awful.
Yeah, and
That
you can't
fucked me
stealth.
up.
You
That
can't
fuck-
stealth using fish.
Yeah.
Pokemon see you from so far away. So it makes catching Pokemon very hard.
You can
That
use
genuinely fucked me up the
you gotta
first
use
time
the
I
smoke
saw-
bombs in the water.
The first time I saw their Mantine start flying out of the because I didn't know Mantine could fly.
It's
Yeah.
flying water.
So
Well, yeah.
so when it just started leaving the water, I was like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Yeah, it's a water flying type.
Yeah, I never used the Mantine, so I genuinely had no idea what type it was. I thought it was just water.
Mhm.
but but yeah, then you get your water mount, and if you do a little bit of exploring, like you should be doing, because that's the point of the game. You're not gonna go to the volcano where you're supposed to go, and you're gonna turn left, and you're gonna go at the other shore, the beach. You can catch a Piplup there, which is very cool, but you also see a big mountain, and when you look on the map, the mountain is called the Turnback Cave, which
Yeah,
is
no one didn't immediately try going to Turnback Cave the moment they noticed it was there.
Some people succeeded. Myself. Normally, you are not supposed to be able to get into it until you get the right Pokemon for the 4th area, which lets you scale cliffs. However, Weirdeer is very broken. So there are certain points that you can dash and jump with Weirdeer, like vertically, that will just barely get you over the lip, except the very, very last jump where you need to position yourself specifically, dash, jump, get off Weirdeer in midair, get back on instantly, and then mash the jump button, and sometimes its feet will just barely catch a piece of geometry, and he'll jump again, which will let you clear the lip. And then you can go and Turnback Cave early. There's nothing in there, so it's pointless, but there is an unknown outside of it. So that's cool.
yeah.
Oh, that's one of the... We haven't talked about any of the fucking collectibles. There's like...
We gotta finish the story first.
Yeah,
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
But yeah, basically after every single area, they're just like, hey, do you want another reason to explore?
Yeah, all you really got to know about collectible is that every single variation of unknown is in the map, and you get little hints to where they are, and you get wisps for a side quest for a Spiritomb.
Yeah.
It's obviously a Spiritomb,
Mhm.
but yeah, you have 107 wisps.
107 wisps and 28 unknowns. Each letter and then exclamation point, question mark.
They're kind of like the Koroks of this game. So,
yeah. But yeah, like every 10 wisps you get an item, and the unknowns are literally just for fun, it seems.
Just for dex completion.
Once you get all of them, they start... The unknowns show up in Celestion Ruins. That's the only thing I noticed. Like a bunch of them. You just catch them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's a big area there with Turnback Cave. There's a Alpha Empoleon sitting out front, and Piplup. It's the Piplup spawn. The first 3 areas have one of the Sinnoh starters in it. On Romanus Island, there's a guaranteed Chimchar spawn, which you can't access until you get Basculegion.
Chimchar can also spawn at Deer Track.
There's a rare spawn at Deer Track Heights where you can find a Chimchar. That one's not guaranteed. The one on Romanus Island is always there. And then in the very bottom right corner of Crimson Mirelands, there's a small little alcove with a lake in it, and Turtwig is always there.
So you have access to all the Gen 4 Pogies pretty early.
Yeah, you get access to all the starters.
But yeah, then after doing all that, you go to the volcano Stark Mountain.
Well, no, when you get Basculegion, the fucking sisters show up and steal Growlithe. Right. They steal the wrong Growlithe, but they steal Growlithe.
The Misfortune sisters show up. They steal the big Growlithe, which is not the good Lord, because they want to steal the Lord and force it to evolve into the Lord for some reason. I forgot why.
They think it'll be powerful. They want power.
Yeah, true. And they bring it to the Volcano Mountain, where they assume it'll evolve because it's fire type. So you got to go save the baby, and you swim there using your big fish, and you reach there, and you meet the sisters, and they have the little Growlithe, and then Pelina shows up with the littler Growlithe, who's the real Lord, and with the will to save his brother, evolves into a beautiful, large Hisuian Arcanine.
I should point out, you fight all 3 sisters. They each have 1 Pokemon, and you fight them right in a row. Yeah. And then after you finish the 3rd one, one of them goes, I've healed my Pokemon with potions. Just keep going. We can go all day. They try to healing item scum you. And that's when Pelina shows up with the actual Lord. It's really funny.
She's just like, we can keep going until I'm out of potions, guys. Just keep fighting.
It's really good. And then, the Growlithe shows up, and it gets all brave and angry, and it evolves, and it scares the shit out of them, and then it promptly goes frenzied, and you have to fight it.
Yeah, it immediately gets zapped by the space portal.
And you get the cutscene of it evolving is probably one of the best looking cutscenes in the game, because it looks rad as hell.
even the intro cutscene before you fight it, when it like walks in the lava.
Yeah.
I think that Frenzied Arcanine looks so fucking cool. It reminds me a lot of Solgaleo.
Yes, definitely. It has that same kind of aspect to it because they both
like
look like
the
that kind of
mane.
the sun lion type of thing. Arcanine
Yeah.
is definitely the first fight that honestly feels like, oh shit, like okay, they're getting serious now. Because
It was the fact that the arena was also a different shape
yes, it's in like this
entirely.
weird
Very small.
splayed cross shape where it's like it's a circle, but like weird like divots of it are cut out, so it's like a cross, and the ends of the cross kind of go outward at the end. It's really hard to describe, but I hope people
Yeah.
understand what I mean. And halfway through the
And
fight, Arcanine locks down the center of the arena, and you can't go into it anymore.
so you're stuck in like a fifth of the arena, which is very small, and you gotta avoid its attack while throwing bombs at it. It's like pretty challenging. Like
That
surprisingly.
that is the point where I think the game is like, you need to understand your iframes to fully
Yeah.
survive this, because I
Mhm.
don't think you can survive that part without understanding just when to time your dodges.
Oh yeah,
Because before it's like very clear. It's like, oh, I can just dodge over this. That was the one time where it was like, okay, I have to. So like there were a couple of times where I had to dodge into the move itself
mm-hmm.
to be able to avoid the damage, which was very fun.
Yeah. You get Monster Hunter rules where it's like, no, sometimes you don't want to dodge in, not out.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah, it's very cool. And then of course you win, and you quell its frenzy, and it's all like, yo, that's cool. And then the ghost of its dad is up on the top of the volcano, and it does that cool camera thing where it's like panning past Polina, and before she blocks it, it's there, and then by the time the camera pans far away enough to where her head is no longer blocking it, it's not there.
yeah, the dad was watching over them all this time as a ghost.
Spooky ghost Arcanine. And yeah.
And then they're like, "Hey, thank you for making the baby brave enough to be a lord." And you get a little moment where like the baby, who's now a big dog, has to stay behind and can't be with Polina anymore. And like that kind of ends it. It's a cute story. It's probably the cutest bit of the game.
As far as like contained area stories, it's the best one by
Yeah.
quite a bit, honestly.
Mhm.
And then we go to the fourth area, which is Mount Coronet, where we get one of the more interesting characters.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Mount Coronet wasn't the last area.
Yes, I was
Yeah,
really
that
expecting it to be
that
the
caught me
last
off
one.
guard too.
They just don't let you go to Spear Pillar. Or sorry, it's not called Spear Pillar until the end, where they reference the fact that it will eventually be called Spear Pillar.
So yeah, before heading to Mount Coronet, you're woken up by a black and white train conductor Ingo, who has a brother, but it's only him. And you learn that he, unlike other characters like other ancestors, is also just called Ingo, like the actual character from the game he's from.
Mhm.
And once you reach Mount Coronet, he just tells you that he's like you and he fell through the hole and he just woke up one day and he just doesn't remember anything.
So he is literally Ingo from Black and White. Just
Yeah.
the actual
So-
Ingo.
So that led me to another story curiosity. And I don't know if I just missed something along the line.
Hmm.
Because it's like Arceus picks you.
Yes.
So where the fuck does Ingo come from? Did Arceus have like a backup? Or did he fuck up?
I assume Ingo was just wrong place, wrong time, given what we know actually causes the rifts.
Yeah, because like Arceus picked you because the rifts were open. So other people could have fallen. Like you weren't sucked into the rift because like necessarily because you were chosen, right?
Yeah, well, Arceus chose you specifically to go back because the rifts had started
Yeah,
opening.
but the rifts were a thing before you were chosen, so like other people could have fallen into them.
Because it was like, because I, okay, this is story stuff that I'll get into later. But because I was seeing him and I thought, I couldn't fully understand, you know, because he is the only other character I think you meet that has gone through a rift.
Yes.
Can't remember, yeah. So I naturally thought, I don't think it's an accident. He would have been picked by Arceus. But then it occurred to me, I was like, there is another instance in a Pokemon game of a character, you know, getting thrown
Yeah.
through dimensions
Uh-huh.
And that's like one of my favorite
in
plot points in this game
ultra
because
wormholes.
yeah,
Yep.
because it reminded me very much of one of the coolest parts of Pokemon Sun and Moon, which is my favorite game.
Yeah, because that had the thing of, when a character went through an ultra wormhole, they lost their memories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he lost his memories. So naturally, I was like, okay, what if this? Because this part is wishful thinking on my behalf. But I'd love it if they were bringing back the ultra wormhole theories, but they were alluding to something bigger across the games.
I mean,
Like I know it's not gonna happen, but I
the
love the concept.
even in Sun and Moon, when you went into Burnett's lab and she was studying ultra wormholes, there were books, and she was specifically studying Palkia and Giratina.
Mm.
Yeah. And
And
like even in Sun and Moon, specifically Sun and Moon, not Ultra because they dropped it because fuck them. Annabelle, they call themselves. Well, she decided to, or no, Looker decided to call them Fallers. Is that what it? I think it was Looker.
Yeah, Fallers. Yeah, I
decided to
think it
call
was
them
Looker.
Fallers. She like they throughout the entirety of that post game of Sun and Moon are alluding to the fact that this is going to be a thing that gets brought up because they've there's been like this weird thing where as of X and Y, from X and Y onward, the games have been in a different universe called the Mega Universe because that's where Mega Evolution exists entirely.
Mm.
And so basically, Annabelle from Sun and Moon is the Annabelle from Emerald who has fallen into the Mega timeline, like the Mega Universe.
Yeah,
So it's like them bringing
because
it back is kind of like, okay, are they trying to get back to that? I hope so
that's
because
why
yeah,
that's the thing. It felt very weird that he was in the game because I thought if he wasn't in the game and it was just a warden, it would work the same regardless because he's not a plot point.
yeah, that's
He's
why
not like specific thing, which raised the question of like, are they hinting at possibly the return of the Ultra Wormhole? Because I can't see a reason for them to go, oh yeah, this guy also got plucked through the time space thing when it's very clearly suggested by the game that you were thrown through by Arceus.
yeah, I mean, and
my
that's like going.
my assumption is that obviously there's a lot of Gen 5 rep in this game, primarily because the Gen 5 remakes are going to be next, so they're ramping up to reference things and get hype building and all that kind of stuff. I am working under the assumption that with the Gen 5 remakes, they are going to bring because obviously they're going to bring them into the Mega Universe or the Mega Timeline, whatever you want to call it. I think the Ingo thing is going to be a plot point in that, and if it's not a plot, if it's not a major plot point, I think at least they're going to tie in the Black and White remakes into the fact that Ingo might just not be in the game, or he'll show up
Yeah.
like in a post game thing where, because we'll talk about the fact that you don't go to your main time, you don't go home in this.
Yeah, that's a thing they never like.
Yeah, they never even
Explain.
talk about it.
Yeah.
They're just like, no, you live here now. You don't get a say.
Maybe you died. Maybe Arceus
Yeah.
is just like, you were about to die, so I plucked you, and now you can live here instead. Like, who knows? Maybe
Is
you
it
were
like a-
literally isekai. Maybe you got truck cooned.
We're gonna move because this is actually the stuff I want to talk about when we sum up the story.
Okay. So yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
that-
you mean yeah? Oh, go ahead.
That's what I meant when I said that this game, way more than Sword and Shield, felt like it had a Sun and Moon's DNA in it.
Yes,
Is that
absolutely.
They just like in terms of like character writing and like presentation and story, and like specifically this where like they have characters falling through wormholes, because ultra wormholes are just space time rifts. Like they it's literally portals that lead from one world to another. Like with Guzzlord, it's like the Guzzlord's world in Sun and Moon was like um Holy City, but like in the future that was like destroyed by a bunch of Guzzlords that ate everything. So like space time were like a thing in wormholes. So like in my mind, the time rifts are just like they're the same. They're just they have different names because they're not. It's a different like time like period, and by different people discovering the thing, but it's the same exact thing to me at least.
it also makes sense that given that Ultra Necrozma is technically on the same level as Arceus as far as like if we want to get into power level stuff, so the fact that they can do basically the same thing also makes sense. But yeah, so we forgot to mention Melly, who is the biggest piece of shit in the entire game, and I love him dearly. He is such an asshole.
So, just a funny little bit of information. I do believe, because I was ahead of the game at this point, after meeting Melly, I said a lot. I found the character that you are going to like.
Yes, you were correct. At that point,
Yeah,
you had
I
not
was
gotten to
completely
Sabi yet,
correct.
though.
I got there, but I was like, Melly, I was like, this is the energy Lot
Yeah.
enjoys.
Oh yeah, total fucking gay as hell
Bastard.
and a piece of shit, a rat, just an utter rat. Yes, I was 100% on board the second he started talking, and he was just a piece of utter garbage. Fucking love him. Yeah, so he confronts you, being like, "I don't need your fucking help." Like, Lord Electrode is doing just fine. He loves it. He loves being in agonizing pain. Shut up. Get out. I'm not letting you fight him. And then he goes, when you first get to Mount Coronet, he stops you in front of Wayward Cave and says, "Fight me," and you're just like, "No." And then he
And
fucks off.
He gets pissed, and then when you enter the cave, he removed all the lanterns there, so it's dark.
Yeah.
Just out of spite.
And so Ingo was like,
Oh,
"All
we
right."
did it so the Pokemon could have a better, relaxing time.
Yeah, there are Pokemon that like the dark in there. You can't have those torches there. That makes them upset. I was doing them a favor, and now you've undone all my hard work. Fucking love him. He's such an asshole. But yeah, you get a cool little walk and talk segment with Ingo as he's like talking about how he's like, "I feel like being with you, someone who also came through one of the rifts, like, will help jog my memory a little bit." And he's like, "I'm remembering things like, I remember battling with Pokemon. Like, I feel like Pokemon and humans were trusted partners in my world." And like, he slowly remembers that Pokemon trainers are a very common thing where he's from.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he just gets you through Wayward Cave, and then you get to follow him a little more, and you get to meet Sneasler, the fourth ride Pokemon, the new evolution of Sneasel.
Fighting poison, and it looks like a Ransona.
Fuck.
Wait, be right back. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Named like one too.
Oh god, it really does look like a Ransona. That name is
I
so
just found
bad
it-
too.
I found it funny when I could tell when you met Sneasler because you just went, Sneasler. That was what they went with, huh?
Yeah, the name, I was like, Sneasler? Really?
Okay, sorry. I'm back.
Sneasler? Like, could have thought of a better name than that, guys. Come on.
It's a funny name.
Sneasler's my personal least favorite of the Hisuian designs. I don't hate it. I just feel like it could have been refined a little more. I feel like
My
the
favorite
head...
white Pokemon.
Boggs doesn't know about Sneasler.
What do you mean the name is Sneasler? Yeah, the name is Sneasler. It's tall, lanky, and has poison claws. It lets you climb mountains. And when you
You also ride in a basket in
yeah,
its
when
back.
it straps you to a basket on its back, and there's a little window, and you can see cartoon eyes. It's fucking great. They don't even look like your eyes. They're literally cartoon eyes.
Using it actually feels really good too. Like
Yes.
the climbing is great. Like I feel like we talked about how good the movement feel, but like the mounts really feel good in this game. Like
Yes.
really good.
A very important thing is I like the design. Yeah, it's an okay design. It's my least favorite, but that's not saying much because like I think they're all good. I just think some of them are Lilligant, others are Sneasler. Which is just like
Like I prefer Weevil over it.
yeah.
But I think the shiny Sneasler looks kind of cool because it has like a panther color. Or like,
Yeah, it's really nice. But yeah, as far as the ride Pokemon, just like now that we've gotten most of them, except for the very last one, which is the one that is like the most important for traversal.
Yeah.
Once you get Basculegion, and you can traverse in water, you notice something very important, which is like the single most incredible thing about the ride Pokemon, and that's if you are mounted on, say, Weirdeer or Ursaluna, and you jump into the river, it instantly just puts you on Basculegion. No button prompt. You just automatically switch to it. And then if you hit land, it automatically switches you back to whatever you were mounting on before. It is the fucking best. And
Yeah,
while
you
you are
can
mounted,
quickly.
yeah, and while you're mounted, you can hit the button to switch mounts, and there's like a brief delay so it doesn't instantly switch you, and then it switches to whatever you stop on. It is very, very good. It is very streamlined, and it's honestly surprising that this feels like it feels like they went straight to the improved version from the second game they did.
Yeah.
It's kind of nuts.
It's so weird because like I know a lot of people criticize Game Freak for like weird like not knowing how to like do games properly the first time. So like them doing this kind of game the first time and getting so much things like right
Yeah.
feels so
I was
weird.
stunned with how seamless that transition was because I was
Mhm.
expecting a little bit of jank.
And yeah, just like
But
being able
when you walk into the water and it's like it's like it's like a frame swap,
yeah.
and you're immediately like there's no moment where the controls stiffen up. There's no moment where the control's taken from you. The entire time you have 100% control as per normal, and it's completely seamless. That surprised me, honestly.
And yeah, just being able to press A near a wall and you instantly swap to Sneasler is really
Yes,
good. Like
that's
it's just
oh,
very
so
quick,
great.
snappy, and it's great.
Yeah. Like if you're next to something that's climbable, you press A and instantly you're in Sneasler and you're on the wall and you're climbing. It's boom, done, instant. It's fucking miraculous that this is their first attempt at this system because it's basically perfect. Like I can't think of a way to really improve it.
I mean, truth be told, there was another company that was brought on that typically does open world stuff.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you
Monolith
can't help but
Soft.
wonder.
Yeah, I don't know if because they don't usually do like traversal stuff like this.
Nah, for Zelda they did the. I mean, I don't know. I like we know that they made the Breath of the Wild world.
Yeah.
Which is probably what they did here too.
Yes, very clearly. The open world has a very Monolith Soft feel to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like just ride Pokemon feel amazing. They are like virtually perfect. Aside from like one or two small things like Sneasler's magnetization range for climbing things being a little
trees,
too big.
yeah.
Yeah. That's the one thing. I mean, it's like you shouldn't be walking around on flat land with Sneasler anyway, but in the case you are doing it, sometimes they'll just cling to a tree out of nowhere and it's like, oh, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like the one issue, and it's not a big deal. It's
A few
basically
camera
perfect.
issues. A few
Oh.
camera issues when you're riding the bear, and like if you're touching the right stick while it detects something, it'll just like keep spinning.
Yeah,
There
it's
is
strange.
big cinematic camera as well. That
Yeah,
I took a while to fully understand what was happening.
Yeah, when you start dashing with Weirdeer and Basket Legion, it'll do this weird sweeping camera, like a cinematic shot, which sucks, and you can't interrupt it.
Yeah, it sucks for the balloon busting mini games when you really need to have control of your camera and you just don't sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's small nitpick. Like I don't care.
It's not
The,
like
the good outweighs the bad like
By-
way too much.
yeah. So yeah, get Sneasler. You continue climbing Mount Coronet.
And then it's pretty instant. You go from climbing to Electrode.
You basically just go straight to Electrode if you don't want to
you-
explore. You can
You
find
go through the Celestica route.
Yes.
Celestica? Yeah.
Celestica, yeah. So yeah, you can see what will eventually become Celestica Town. There's the statues of Palkia and Dialga, like fully formed, and there's
Mysterious
a
third statue.
Yeah,
with
there's a
only
mysterious-
6 legs.
mysterious third broken statue that has 6 legs that you can't see. Or rather, you can see it, but the rest of it's gone. It's just the legs, but it's obvious that it's Giratina. But it's not addressed or anything. Just a really, really cool area, like lore-wise. I really like Mount Coronet because there's a lot of like small things in it that are really nice. But yeah, and then you go and at some point Melly forces you to fight him, and you kick his ass. And
Yeah,
he's
right
like,
before.
Yeah, he's like, fine, fucking whatever. You can do your stupid. And he does the fucking
Another thing to point out, he says, "You didn't win.
Yeah.
So
That's
I
right.
didn't lose. You just won. It's different."
He's such a piece of shit. I fucking love him.
And then he's like, but I'm never going to tell you what Electrode's favorite food is. And then Adamant shows up and he's like, not only am I going to tell them what the the favorite food is. I also brought it with me.
Yeah, he's like, not only am I going to tell am I going to tell them they Electrode loves crunchy salt. Here is some crunchy salt.
Yeah, like
It's
goddamn, hurry the fuck up.
It's so funny. He's just like, Melly, actually go fuck yourself. I'm tired of your bullshit.
I love how Melly's dialogue is written, where he goes like, "But Adam,
Yeah,
man,"
yeah. They extended Adam, and it's so good.
and he does like a little face, like
It's so fucking great.
little whiny bitch
Like a
face.
whiny child.
It's so good. But then you fight Electrode, and again, increase in difficulty.
God, the fucking thunderball
Yeah,
that follows. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Electrode's hard.
Like he keeps dropping little Voltorbs that explode around you, and you are constantly followed by two balls of electricity that home in on you for like forever. Like they
Until
go
he
away,
does.
but
Yeah.
by the time they go away, another one pops up. So
Yeah.
you have time to like throw one ball, and then you got to start running, or else
Yeah.
you're gonna get hit. It's
Electrode was
crazy.
the one where I did have to initiate a battle just so I could get the bombs in, because every time I'd stop to like throw one bomb, the ball would already be on my ass. I was like,
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like you gotta. It's very tight timing to do like Electrode to get like a bomb in when you can. It's pretty rough.
I think it's good because a lot of these fights would be too easy if you could just spam balls
Yeah.
all the time. So like them forcing you to like pace your shots or like know when to throw them without
Yeah.
making it so you can't hurt the because you can always get hits in.
Mhm.
There's never phases where you can't do anything, which is like something I hate in boss fights.
Mm-hmm.
You're always able to get hits in, but you can pull off some risky moves and like get punished if you're not like safe enough.
And then
I think it's probably the best way to do it.
The fifth noble especially hammers in like
Yeah.
you have a window, fucking use it, cause But yeah, so and then you beat Electrode and you could continue up the mountain and there is a cave there, which has a Galaxy Team guard in front of it who's like, I was told not to let anyone through here, so you cannot go to Sinnoh Temple, which is a big temple you can always see at the very top of Mount Coronet. It's obvious that is what eventually becomes Spear Pillar, but it is currently referred to as the Temple of Sinnoh or Sinnoh Temple because again, they call Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, nebulous concept of all three of them, Sinnoh.
Yeah.
But then you move on to the Alabaster Icelands, which is the final area, which is the snow area. Another really good area.
Yeah, Irida brings you there, and Adam comments about how she's wearing very little clothes despite the place being very cold, and she's like, "What? I actually feel hot here."
Yeah, it's Irida has a massive resistance to the cold and cannot handle the heat for shit. And it turns out the Pearl Clan village is actually here in the Alabaster Iceland, so it makes sense that she would be used to the cold. There's also hot springs.
I also want to mention, because you mentioned the village, in the Diamond Village, the little houses there,
Yes, right.
they all have a picture of both Alder, the Gen 5 champion, and the Diamond Clan has a picture of Maxi from Team Magma, and the Pearl Clan has also a picture of Alder, but they have a picture of Archie instead. In all the houses, they all have a picture of both.
Oh my god, I just realized those are in line with the sea. Archie is in the lake they talk about having seawater, and Maxi is in the lake they talk about being a volcano, and yeah.
it should also be mentioned that the Diamond Clan, the Diamond Clan town, has a man. If you talk to him, it's like, imagine if we were both right.
Yes. Yeah. What if we're both right?
Playing
Very
the
funny.
centrist.
He's just like, I don't care about these clan wars. I just want to grill, for God's sake. Yeah, so you go to Alabaster. You're told you need to get the Eternal Ice from Avalug's Legacy, which is this huge chunk of ice that's springing up from the middle of the giant snowfield, and they're just like, this shit's slippery. Fucking Sneasler can't even climb this. And then they're like, Garrick here there though. Is it Garrick or Gaelic?
It's Gayrick because
Gayrick.
Wolfric.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Wolfric's ancestor, and some
Yeah.
people say it can be both Wolfric and
Crasher Wake.
Crasher Wake. But I feel like it's only Wolfric.
It feels more like Wolfric, yeah.
He is a buff shirtless man in a tundra. He does squats, and his chest hair is shaped like the Pearl Clan symbol. He rules.
He also talks about how he got within 6 feet of the top of Avalug's legacy by himself, clawing up with his own bare hands. He is a very impressive man. And then he talks about how in order to get up there, you're going to need the help of Braviary, because you're going to have to leap from a higher point. At which point, my favorite warden shows up. Motherfucking Sabi, who is Cheryl's ancestor, and she is tiny, and she is adorable.
She has little pink cheeks and a big hat, and she's really adorable, yeah.
Yeah, and she talks about how she's a clairvoyant, and she's like, will playing with you leave me, will it be fun, or will it leave me bored to tears? I don't know, let's find out. And so you have to go like chase her down, and eventually she leads you to Snowpoint Temple, obviously where Regigigas is. And she's
but you don't fight Regigigas this time.
Nope, that's for later. But she's like, all right, solve the puzzle and get to the top of the top of the fucking temple. Bye. And you do a really simple puzzle where you just gotta like follow a line of Pokemon types and enter a code. It's very basic stuff. And then at the end, she's like, all right, fight me. And she throws a Magmortar, an Electivire, and a Rhyperior at you all at the same time. Thankfully, at multiple points, people will challenge you, and they'll have multiple Pokemon. Because it should be mentioned, the Pokeball is a brand new invention. The Galaxy team and Professor Laventon literally just invented them. And also, the whole thing of Pokemon getting tiny, they can just do that.
Yeah, they mentioned that the Pokeballs aren't what make Pokemon small. The Pokemon can just get small.
And the Pokeballs can just contain them while they're small. Okay, sure. Whatever. It was one of those things that they wrote themselves into back when they first... And now they have to explain it, and they're just like, oh god, we didn't care about this 30 years ago. But yeah, so... That's a whole thing. But yeah, none of the other trainers use Pokeballs. You're basically the only one who does. Aside from, like, when you fight, like, Ray occasionally, he has Pokeballs. But everyone else, they'll just, like, the Pokemon will just show up, and they'll have multiple with them at the same time. So it's your 1 versus their 3. Their primary one will be at roughly the level you're supposed to be at, and then the 2 other ones will be, like, support Pokemon that are at a much lower level. But they still get turns, and they can still hit you, which... We'll talk more about when we get into the nitty-gritty of the battle system, because this is where it becomes a bit more nuanced. But yeah, so you fight them, and then you go to the top, and she's like, okay, now Braviary wants to test you, so fight Braviary too. And then you kick Braviary's ass.
And you win.
Yeah. And then you get the final ride Pokemon, which lets you glide. Not fly, you can glide.
Yeah, you can dive down, and you can go in a straight line, but you keep, like, losing height a bit. Yeah. When you dash, you lose more height, but you go faster.
Yeah, and then, like, you lose height at such a low rate that you're basically going on a flat line, so it's very, very useful. You basically get to a high point in an area, get on Braviary, and whenever you get on Braviary initially, it does, like, a big flap, and you go up, like, a significant portion, and then you start moving.
It does Rivali's Gale, basically.
Yes, it's very, very useful.
Another cool thing is that if you're on Braviary and you're, like, missing wherever you're, like, aiming for, like, you've lost too much height, you can press A and swap to Sneasler if you, like, touch a wall near it, and you can just, like, climb the rest.
It's really nice. But like I said, anytime you are in the air, and if you're, like... So if you jump off a cliff, and, you don't, like... You're not on Braviary, if you just press A, you go to Braviary. You do that Rivali's Gale, and you keep going. It's great. Or if you're on Weird, you're on the ground, and you use the left and right on the D-pad to swap to Braviary. After the split second where it's, like, confirming that that's the one you want to use, you swap, you go up, and you keep flying. It's so fucking seamless. It's so good.
I'm glad they found a way to keep, like, all mounts still... Like, because usually when you get flying, it makes all the other mounts, like, not worth using.
Mm-hmm.
But because Braviary can only go, like, glide and doesn't pick up, like, you can't go up with it, means that, like, climbing is still important. I feel like for controls, like moving left and right, Weirdier is still much better than Braviary.
Braviary's like drifts. Really weird. It's weird.
And water's still important because especially in the water area, like the sea's so big that you couldn't be able to fly all the way
Mhm.
across. So
Yeah, they keep every, and then of course Ursulin is always relevant because it's an item finder,
yeah,
and a couple of quests require him. Yeah, so you get Braviary, you glide on down, you get the Eternal Ice, you find out Garrick has successfully scaled the entire thing on his own with his bare hands.
because he's the biggest Chad.
And then he's like, good job getting that. I'm about to jump off. Don't follow me. And then he jumps off. And he's like, my powerful ankles will let me survive this. You won't, though. And then he just goes away.
And you go to Avalug,
Which
which is a
big.
very yeah, it's much larger than I thought it would be.
Oh, yeah. It's fucking huge.
It's crazy big.
You basically, like, there's a raised portion of the arena that you're on, and then the entire rest is just Avalug, and it's facing you.
Because when I saw the arena on the map, I was like, oh, so I'm gonna be fighting on there, but no, like that's just where the Avalug stands, and you're like on a little platform next to it.
It's fucking huge.
And he fucking throws like frost breath and ice beams and icicles.
funny.
That, like,
Because when you catch Avalug, normally, God, they are tiny.
Yeah, normal
yeah,
Avalug
all
is
the
much
frenzy
smaller.
Pokemon are larger. Yeah.
Yeah, like all the nobles are like larger versions of the normal Pokemon. Avalug is just particularly fucking
Yeah.
huge.
But even
Avalug
then,
is
like
the exception. Avalug is massive.
the noble Pokemon are larger, and when they're frenzied, they're even larger. Like it makes them even bigger.
True. Yeah. But I also feel the need because when you're talking to Garrick event or at the beginning, it's pointed out multiple times that Avalug has not done anything. They know he's frenzied, but he has, because he's like a glacier, he's just chilling. He's not hurting anyone. He's not doing anything. He is just chilling. So the question comes up like, do we even need to quell him because he's not doing anything? And it basically boils down to, it's better to be preventative, and we know the frenzying causes a lot of stress and harm to the Pokemon, so yes, we have to do this.
And also the most pretty much all of the wardens are like, this is the will of Sinnoh. They're frenzied because Sinnoh willed it, and I don't think we should do it because that'd be against the will of our Lord.
I think the only one who doesn't say that at all is
Arezzo.
Polina and Arezzo, yeah. Because Polina doesn't say it. Because it happens in front of her, and she's like, oh, fuck.
And it's her baby.
Yeah. Yeah, and Arezzo very clearly understands the frenzying is bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, fucking... Melly is not having any of it, and Garrick's like, it hasn't done anything. Like, why are you trying to quell the frenzy? It's not doing anything. It's not hurting anyone. Like, I don't trust you. You literally came from a space-time rift, which, by the way, is also where the lightning is coming from. So, you know, which is something people keep bringing up and becomes relevant later. Like, hey, the lightning came from a rift. You also came from the rift.
And by being relevant later, you mean relevant like 5 minutes later.
Literally 5 seconds after this happens, yeah. So yeah, you quell Avalug, and it's like, cool, all the lords are quelled, the rifts should now start disappearing. And then they don't.
And they get worse.
And then it gets worse. Like, the whole fucking sky starts turning into the weird, it's like...
It reminded me of Zygarde.
Yeah. It's like this weird diamond hexagonal pattern, like, in red and greens that, like, goes across the whole sky.
And, like, there's, all the fog turns green instead of white. You
It's very funny when you're riding
Basculin?
when you're riding Ursaluna, especially if you start tracking down an item, because it's just shooting out these green clouds behind you.
Yeah, because even Basculegion, the water is like green.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's like intentional or like.
I assume it is. But yeah, like everything gets fucked up and weird, and so Kamado calls you, Adaman, and Irida into his office to discuss what's happening, obviously. And Kamado takes a pretty huge heel turn at this point, where throughout the game he's always been kind of like weird.
Yeah, he always specifies that like he personally will value the safety of the people in his village over befriending Pokemon. Like he's like, Pokemon are fine if we can have them cooperate with us, but people fear them, and if they put my people in danger, I would not hesitate to like actually kill one with my bare hands. Is in short what he
Yeah.
says like throughout the whole game.
And then and also he's always been like not because you don't get a lot of interactions with him, and as the game progresses he seemingly gets like more and more terse and stern, especially with you in particular, and it kind of comes to a head during this cutscene where he's just like, hey, nothing is better, I knew we never should have trusted you, get the fuck out.
And this is like the biggest Pokemon mystery dungeon moment in the whole game. It felt so much like, because I mean the games are fucking old. Like all mystery dungeon games have like a point where your character, who's also an isekai character, has the village turn against you and you're like exiled, or like you're taking out of the main city for a reason. And yeah, this felt very much like that. You're kicked out of the village. And you're just like out in the wilds, and it's just like, well.
And Silene, who is like, is acting like she's like, I'll arrest them and it's my responsibility, I invited them in, and like it's pretty obvious that like she's intentionally making sure she goes with you so she can be like, all right, here's the plan.
Silene is surprisingly like one of the nicest characters in this game. Like, coming from Cyrus, she actually like really cares about your character's safety.
Yeah,
it's kind of surprising.
But yeah, so she, Laventon, Ray, and like escort you to the Obsidian Fieldlands camp, and she's basically like, okay, we have to kick you out. Sorry. Better that like, and Laventon and Ray are like, no, we're gonna go and fight this, and she's like, don't. That's a horrible idea. You'll just get exiled too. Like, just shut up and don't say anything. She's like, I'll make sure you can still use the camps. Like, I'll make sure he doesn't know you're using them. And I'll find, like, and I'll work on my end to try and figure out a way to... Because, like, she's like, it's clearly not your fault. Like, I know it's not your fault. We know it's not your fault. But Kamato's fucking off the goop at this point. Like, he's too far gone. And so she's like, find Leon, find Mai, see if they can do anything for you. The clans kind of owe you, like, big time.
Mm.
So you go and you find Leon, and he's like, no. He's like, I personally don't trust you. Like, he's like, yeah, you helped us, but also, like, we don't know who you are. Like, most of the people in Pearl Clan don't trust you. Like, yeah, you helped us, but for all we know, this could have been your plan from the beginning.
Yeah, and he basically also says, like, even if I trusted you, if I helped you, it'd make me look bad. Like, if other people in my clan found out that I helped you, I'd probably be exiled from my own town, so no thanks.
Yeah, he's like, no, go find Mai. She's a mom. She might help you.
And then you go find Mai, and she basically says the same thing.
Yep, she's like, nope, no can do, sorry. Like, like everyone hates you right now.
And then she leaves, and you like stand there for like, I assume,
several hours.
Time, just like looking at the lake, being depressed, and like a little Shinx shows up, and she's like, wow. And then he runs to his parents, and they leave, and your character smiles, and like that's the scene.
Yeah, it's just like it's like, hey, at least the wild Pokemon are nice to me, even though like they're not supposed to be aggressive and scary. Like, yay.
And then Volo shows up,
and then it's like, yo, it's my favorite customer. Hey, it's like, hey, the Ginkgo Guild wants to help you. Like, we're merchants, we're a neutral party, baby.
You give us so much money, we need you.
Yeah, and so he's like, also. This is the scene in particular where he says the Ginkgo Guild and not we. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, they want to help you. So I'm going to take you to a little secret place called the Ancient Retreat, and I'm going to introduce you to Cynthia.
That's where all the Kumars clapped.
Yes, including myself. The moment...
Her design is so good.
It's so good. Essentially, we meet an older Cynthia. Like, literally, quite literally just Cynthia, but she's older, probably like late 40s, early 50s.
I feel like the way she talked and like acted made her feel like she was like maybe even way older. Like,
yeah,
you could tell me she's like 200 years old. I'd be like, yeah.
She gives off the vibe of some kind of weird like immortal.
Yeah.
the way she acts and dresses, and like she has this hideaway, and like she's apparently part of this group of people who are responsible for handing down myths and traditions of Hisui.
Yeah.
But yeah, like she has Cynthia's little necklace thing, like that little teardrop necklace Cynthia has. Like she has that on her outfit. She showed up and I was like, press. But yeah, she's very
She
cool.
looks so tired.
Yes. Her name is Cogita.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she's like, all right, so the plates are probably important. And that's all you get to go off of. And she's like, here's a bunch of places where legends state that these plates might exist. There's a couple myths, like mythical Pokemon. You've been getting them from the lords, who are, you know, like descendants of the ancient heroes' companions.
That's actually post game.
That's post game. Yeah, you're
Yeah, she
what
talked about
happens
the
now
red
is
chain
she
first.
talks about the lake Pokemon.
Yeah, the red chain.
Oh my god, the red chain, that's right. The plates are post game. Holy shit. I forgot about that. Yeah, no, now it's just the red chain. Oh my god. Right, because yeah, the red chain is a myth that is like has the power to like quell the gods or something. Or no, it's
Binds
Like-
the world together.
yes, binds the world together. Like space and time to bind it together and fix it and stuff. And so you're like, sure, I've got no other options. And then Adam and Irida show up and they're like, hey, sorry. Which one of us do you want to accompany you on the rest of your journey? Smile.
I picked Irida.
And I
think I'm
picked
the only one who
Adaman.
picked her.
Yeah, I picked Adaman. I generally like Diamond Clan as a whole better. I liked a lot of their people more. But like they're all good. I just prefer Diamond over Pearl. And so yeah, basically this is just a choice that affects the order you get legendaries later.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you choose one of them, and the other one will focus on making sure no one else is panicking too hard. And so,
I mean, it affects the final boss fight.
kind of.
Yeah.
As far as I know,
Oh.
they're the same fight.
Like I thought the animations might have been different. But...
I mean, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're a little different, but yeah. Yeah, so essentially it's just like, okay, well, we're going to the lakes. The Arc phone opens the lakes up, because you could visit them before this, and the rock was sealed, like the cave was sealed up. But now the Arc phone has the ability to open it up. You walk in there, and there's an alpha Pokemon that's a Hisuian variant, just in there, and it's like, fucking fight me. So you do.
Oh yeah, it's the three Hisuian variants that didn't get like a story like Lord
Yeah, it's,
version. It's Zoroark,
Gudra,
Overquill.
and yeah, Overquill.
Yeah.
Gudra. And so, yep, you fight all three of them, and
They all have different challenges. Like one
yeah.
of them asks you how you feel about your adventure. The other
Yeah.
one forces you to try catching it for like half an hour. And
yeah, they're
the
based
other
off
one,
the because the Lake Trio is based off like human, not emotion specific.
emotion,
Well, yeah,
willpower.
it's like aspects of the human psyche. It's emotion, willpower, and knowledge.
Yeah.
So Mesprit, whose emotion is like, how do you feel about a bunch of stuff, and basically just ask you questions about how you feel. Azelf
is like, throw balls at me.
yeah, and it's like, it's multiple times, like, the second you throw the ball, it teleports away and you can't catch it, and multiple dialogues pop up that's just like, give up, asshole, you fucking pussy, you won't
You're
keep
never
going.
Gonna catch me. You're never gonna catch me. You might as well just give up, loser.
And so you just keep saying, no, I'm not going to give up, no, because it's willpower. And eventually it's like, okay, cool, you got it, you passed, all right, this guy.
Uxie gives you a riddle.
Uxie's like, I'm going to name a bunch of Pokemon, they have eyes. Type out a number that's their eyes. And it's like 61013 or something.
Yeah. It was like Combi, Zubat, Unknown.
Combi, Unknown, Zubat, Magneton, Dusclops. Magneton, Dusclops, yeah. So it's like 61031, I think is the combination you wind up giving. And it's like, oh yeah, you did it. Here's the other piece of the red chain. It's like, or no, it's Mesprit's Plume, Azelf's Claw, and Uxie's Fang?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. And
You
then
get all-
tokens to say
Yeah.
that, oh, by the way, we did our trials.
Yes. And you go back to Cogita, and she's like, sick. Yo, you got him. Good job. I guess we go to the Shrouded Ruins. I think that's what the myth was about. So you head back to Crimson Mirelands. You go to the Shrouded Ruins, which... What were they, actually? What were the Shrouded Ruins? Are they just ruins that are no longer there when it comes around to the modern day?
The Crimson Mirelands are where
It's
the
Salacion Ruins.
swampy.
But yeah, you go to the Shrouded Ruins to make the red chain. I don't think those exist in the modern Sinnoh.
It's around where the Odd Keystone is. So
Yeah, it's where
it's
Hollow
around where the
Tower.
Ghost Tower is, around that spot. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's just like
It's Route 209.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, so you bring all three there, and it gives you the red chain, and you're like, cool. I have this now. We
And
don't
then
know
you go back to
we don't know exactly what it does, but this will help. And so we're gonna go to Kamado and be like, I have this. Bro, trust me.
and Volo shows up again and he says like, "Oh, I've heard that Kamado has gone crazy and he's running towards Sinnoh Temple
Yeah, they spotted a
to
Pokemon.
actually kill. Yeah, they saw a Pokemon through the portal and they want to kill it.
Yeah, they're
So you
they're preparing a force to subjugate.
Yeah.
I think is the word they actually use. Whatever Pokemon might come out. So when you go back,
go to the village,
Yeah.
to Jubilife.
and everyone's like, they already left, and you're like, oh no.
There's probably my favorite line from Cogita where she's like, "Oh, you guys can go deal with that. I'm just gonna go do some shopping now."
Yes.
And Adamant's like, "You know the world's ending, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, but I'm not gonna be able to shop when the world's done. So,
Yeah, if the world
just
ends, I
gotta do
can't
that."
shop, so I may as well get it done now. I don't leave the ancient retreat all that often as is.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get to do that. You finally enter the tunnel. I think it's just called, is it like Stone Tunnel, I think is what it's called?
Yeah, let's just call it that.
Yeah, and you go through, and halfway through, you see Benny, who is the owner of the Wallflower, the potato mochi guy.
Who had like the most like nothing design.
Yes.
He had like a stupid mustache and it was green and that's all you really got out of him.
And then he turns around and basically explains that him and Kamado come from the same village. That village was literally razed to the ground, and I think they were some of the only survivors.
Yeah.
And
By Pokemon. So
Yes.
they don't like Pokemon.
yeah, they're very not cool with Pokemon because they razed their village to the ground, which is what prompted Kamado to start up the Galaxy team. And then, like, as the group of survivors, they came to Jubilife, or they came to Hisui and established Jubilife, which is probably the main reason why everyone there is so terrified of Pokemon, because their leader is someone who is constantly talking about how dangerous they are and has firsthand experience of everyone he knew and loved dying at the hands of a bunch of wild Pokemon. And then Benny proceeds to explain the fact that he's basically Kamado's personal hitman.
Yeah, he says like I do the things that Kamado's too like chicken shit to do himself.
It's kind of fucked up. And then he rips off his clothes, and it turns out he's a ninja who is also Wally's ancestor.
Yeah, I didn't real like the first time, like when you walk into that cave for the first time and he's like like his back to you, it was very like when you meet Wally in the cave like in Victory Road before the Elite Four. But it didn't click, like it felt similar. And then when the fight started and he sent out both a Gardevoir and a Gallade, I was like, oh fuck, that's Wally.
Mm-hmm.
And then it clicked, like he did have the same hairstyle but gray.
Yeah, he has Oris Wally's hairstyle, and it's got the streaks of green in it. So,
God, imagine if it played like a remix of that theme.
oh, I would have fucking lost my mind. That would have been so good.
But
yeah,
still a very cool moment.
Yeah. So you beat him, and he's like, fuck it, whatever. Go get him. So you continue through. And Kamado is there in full-blown fucking Crusades knight armor.
He was ready to actually like throw hands with God.
It's so funny. There are two separate people whose goal in this game is, I am going to find God and I am going to kick his ass. But But yeah, so he fights you, and he has just kind of a whatever team.
Yeah, because you tell him like, oh, I have the red chain, I can take care of this, and he's like, oh, you got to prove it to me in battle.
Yeah,
And
he's like, prove to me you're capable of doing what I'm like. Prove to me your ideals are,
Stronger.
yeah, and all that kind of stuff. So you beat him, and he's like, he's still just like, I don't think it's gonna work, but I'll let you do it. Like we may as well, yeah.
He does the Japanese thing of like knees on ground, like forehead on the ground, like apologizing.
Mm-hmm. Like, sorry for doubting you, yada yada yada. You're clearly very strong. I let my, PTSD get the better of me, which no fault to him. Pretty fucked up. And then you go up to the Sinnoh Temple proper, and there's a bunch of statues there of all the lords that the ride Pokemon and the frenzied nobles. And as you approach the final thing, a rad as fucking hell cutscene plays where either Dialga or Palkia, depending on which clan you decided to stick with. So in mine and Fan's case, Dialga comes out. In Jeremy's case, Palkia came out.
And the whatever leader you picked hears that like either Dialga or Palkia talk to them through like their brain.
Yeah. And that's when they find out that, oh, we were wrong. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
and then there's like a bunch of miasma around whatever legendary, and then the red chain like surrounds them, neutralizes the miasma, and then promptly falls apart.
Right, they only talk after you catch them. So yeah, you catch a legendary that like you end up having based on who you picked. And,
no, they talk beforehand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they go, oh, if you try and catch me for the upcoming fights if you can.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then when you catch him, he's like, hey, you caught me. There's another one, and he's pissed.
Yeah, there's another one. It's about to get worse. And then promptly the other one shows up, and fucking shit, dude, it's raw as hell.
Yeah, the cutscene's so cool.
Because the chain is broken, so you can't stop this one from going frenzied. And it starts getting into some like, is this the one where it starts transforming and you throw? No, it's the one after. Back. Okay, yeah. But essentially, Kamado is just like, we need to go. I think he says, forget the formality talk, book it, let's get out of here. It's really good. And then there's a weird lull that happens that I'm kind of not a fan of.
It's important because you actually get a request that only pops up after you see that like important scene where a dude at the top of Mount Coronet has a spiel and it keeps just rolling down the hill and he wants you to go save his spiel because it cannot stop rolling down the mountain.
And every time you find the spiel, there is a very long cutscene of you staring in silence as this spiel slowly rolls further down the hill.
It's like the best fucking cutscene.
That was my favorite quest in the game, by the way.
It's so good.
It's so
it happens like 4 times you chase after it, and then it does like a little squeaky noise, and it just goes away.
It looks at you, barks, and then leaves. And every time it's this super zoomed out shot, so you can just see it slowly roll away.
I feel what's funnier is that like when you do it during this exact moment, the sky is all fucked up.
Yeah.
And, like the world's ending, but you're still chasing after this dumb, stupid seal.
It's so fucking funny. But yeah, so they're just like, okay, so red chain's broken. We don't have any way to quell this one's particular frenzy. And then who brings
Palkia.
up the right
Or
Palkia
Dialga.
or Dialga starts talking to Adaman or Irida, and they tell them that you need the Stone of Origin,
Mankind's creation.
Yeah, Mankind's creation and the red chain. So they're like, okay, so we need the red chain, we need Pokeballs, and we need the Stone of
Mankind's creation.
Yeah, and we need the Stone of Origin, which thanks to Leon showing up, and because he's the excavator, he's very good at ores and everything. And then Melly is promptly like, "No, go fuck yourself, kid. Get out of here." Probably gets shut down. Yeah. He's like, "Oh yeah, there's this ore that it's like this really special ore, yada yada yada. If you had explored Coronet, you'd definitely seen it. Like essentially the second they say it, if you had explored Coronet, you're probably like, oh, I know exactly where that is.
Yeah, because there's
those
a
weird,
cave that has
yeah,
like a weird orange ore in it, and you're like, the first time you go through, you're like, oh, what the fuck is that?
yeah. So you just instantly are like, oh shit, I know where to go. So you go there. For some reason, his Slagoo challenges you. It's a weird filler fight. I don't know why it's there.
And then the Misfortune Sisters show up, and they're like, nah, it's our ore. We have the ore now.
And then you
And then you beat them.
beat them, and they leave.
Yeah, they both leaders have like, oh, you should come back to the clan. Why are you being a bandit? And they're like, fuck you, I hated it there. And
I hate you, Dad. And then they leave. It's weird. It's like, again, with the Misfortune Bandits being
I
like,
still feel like they're because this is going into post game, but like in post game you can find them
yeah,
hanging around like the maps. And I fought all three of them in the first map and one of them in the second. And I almost feel like if you fight all of them in every single map, you might get a request to like finish off their like plot point or like story. But that's maybe just me imagining, because like I've never heard anything about it. I just like imagined like maybe that's a thing, but I don't know.
The request stop at 94, so it might not be a request. Maybe it's like a cutscene thing, because there's a couple.
Maybe it's just like a thing to have, like, oh, it's like older Pokemon games. You have like trainer challenges where like if they see you, but yeah.
There's a post game thing with Sanqua specifically that is referencing something that I need to look into, because I'll talk about it later, and maybe it's not a request or anything. It's just a cutscene you get by talking to her after you beat the game. But yeah, so you get the ore and you bring it back to the lab, and like Ray is like, he has no talent for battling, but he's very clearly good with his hands. Like, he's the one who teaches you how to craft and all this kind of stuff. So the professor's like, hey Ray, make a rad Pokeball using this stuff. And so Ray is like, all right. So he does, and he makes a really cool looking Pokeball called
it reminded
the
me of
Origin
the
Ball.
Cherish Ball.
Yes. It's like a pure red crystalline Pokeball that's like it looks like a dodecahedron.
Shaggy.
It's very geometric, yeah. It looks really cool. It's called like the Origin Ball.
Basically a Master Ball.
Yeah. That you don't get to choose when you use it.
Yeah.
There's no Master Ball in this game, which is kind of weird, but you know what? I'm fine with it. It makes sense it not being in this game, given...
Yeah, because the Master Ball, like, in Kanto, when you show up, they're like, oh, this is our newest creation.
Yeah.
So, like, it's very recent.
But yeah, so you go back to Mount Coronet, you approach Palkia, and then the coolest cutscene in the entire game happens, I think, where Palkia and or Dialga, depending, starts going into their frenzy mode, like like a yellow light starts like enveloping them, and you throw, because you have to have Dialga and or Palkia on you at this point. Like, Cogita won't let you leave the village unless you do. And so you send them out, and like as the Pokeball collides with like the energy from the other one, there's this massive fucking explosion, and all of the Sinnoh temples like fucking obliterated, and it's super fucking cool.
Yeah, which is cool because the Sinnoh Temple usually had like a roof, like a ceiling on top of it.
Yeah.
But it blows off and it leaves like the pillars for Spear Pillar.
And like all the statues get destroyed, which is why they aren't there anymore in the present time, and all that kind of stuff. And then like when the smoke clears, like your legendary is there, like sparking and shit from blocking the blast. And
yeah, I think actually, like, you throw the ball and then your legendary like throws a beam at the ball to help it pierce the energy.
Yeah, right. You throw the ball, it does its signature move, I think, to like. Or no, the sparking stops, and then like the energy is still there, and then it hits the like swirling energy to kind of like open up the stop the frenzying or whatever, which is why I think they're like incomplete. And then
there's something I did look because one of the streamers I watched picked Adaman.
Yeah.
So he had Dialga for the thing. So I got to see the other version. I think it's really cool how before Palkia does like the energy thing, he goes on all four.
Yes,
like he actually gets his hands on the ground, like he's starting to like morph.
It's super fucking cool. And then it reveals the origin form of the legendaries, which are Hort. Yeah, they're like weird, fucked up centaurs because they're like a halfway transformation to being Arceus.
Yeah, like
No, apparently it's actually not halfway.
Oh,
because even in the decks, it's like this is the true form of this Pokemon. And
oh,
I
okay,
theorize that it's just them trying to get as close to Arceus as
Yeah, like
possible
they're
okay.
to
still like
maximize their power.
Hmm.
they're not halfway in the idea of like they could have gone further. It's like that's their limit. But they
Yeah,
can't physically become Arceus, so they still look
Gotcha.
real fucked up.
So yeah, they go frenzied
yeah.
and attempt to power up and like attempt to become Arceus, but don't quite make it. Yeah, so like,
Because I think like the lore behind why they were frenzied is because like weren't they like they really wanted to just be Arceus, like they wanted to be the one.
well, no, it's Giratina's fault, but we'll get to that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. So yeah, like it transforms, and you have one of like the noble style boss fights where you have to throw
Bombs.
yeah, what are even they made of actually? Is it just origin? What are they made
Yeah.
of?
Origin.
It's just origin ore that's like dusted
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like essentially you have to right because it's like the ground up red chain and stuff to try to
Yeah.
like yeah okay.
And I want to specify that this like final in quotes final battle that happens it has Eurobeat music playing.
It's so good. It's so good.
It's really good.
And because Dialga and Palkia are time and space, they open the fight by teleporting directly in front of you because Dialga pauses time, goes in front of you, and Palkia just teleports because it's space. And they just
Yeah.
teleport in front of you and then just fucking smack you.
Dialga was scary because like the fight starts and I was like getting ready to throw a bomb, and like no like effect, no sound effect or anything. He just like popped in front of me, like in a single frame, went from the middle of
Yeah.
the stage to right in front of me and hitting me. I was like, oh fuck,
Yeah,
oh
it's
fuck, he's actually stopping time.
it's super fucking cool. Unfortunately, I think they only do that once, or
Yeah,
I
just at
didn't.
the intro.
The fight didn't last long enough for me to get a second cycle of it. But yeah,
No,
like
they can do it again. I think they can do it after a fight, Pokemon fight. Maybe
Yeah,
there's
it's
a
like
Okay.
chance
interesting.
okay,
if you get away from them.
And I want to say, very nice of the game to like because this is a pretty tough boss fight in terms of like you're gonna get hit. Like
Yeah.
you don't know the patterns, you're gonna get hit. Thank to whoever designed this game for just letting me catch a Pokemon in a cutscene and not making me fight it
God,
for
yes.
real and using like RNG stupid like, oh, is the ball gonna catch it or not? Like I don't want to do that. I just want to like do the cool boss fight and finish the story at this point.
Yeah, so like you do the cool boss fight, and then at the end, in a cutscene, rather than throwing the bomb to quell the frenzy, you throw the origin ball, and it does this really cool thing where it's like this huge red sphere that slowly condenses, and then it drops onto the ground, and like it does the shaking thing of Palkia or Dialga trying to get out of the ball.
And you can feel like they're really fucking pissed because like
Yeah.
the ball is like jumping around.
It's really good. And then instead of a firework, a heavenly light shines down upon the ball when it stops shaking.
Yeah, and the sky clears up.
Yep, and then you get credits.
Yeah, everyone walks away, and your character looks back and smiles towards the sky, and then keeps walking. You get the credits, and it's Route 209 because they know this is like that's the best Gen 4 theme. They
Which is
just
like-
know it.
We know
Okay.
we know you all like your butt, it does.
And then the
Part
credits.
one.
Yeah, the credits end, and you get a little pop up that says your phone is ringing, and it says
Hold on.
seek out all Pokemon.
We have to talk about the end of this game
Okay.
It's
because I got angry.
I mean, it wasn't
when
an
the game
ending.
well, no, just listen to me here. When you caught Palkia and the game ended, you know, the rift was gone. Spear Pillar's fucked up. What got me frustrated was when every character turned around and went, "That's that then." I was sat there when that happened, and I was just like, "Is no one remotely wondering what the fuck caused this?"
I think they were under the assumption it was the frenzied Dialga and or Palkia
Yeah.
that was causing it. I think that
'Cause
was
it's
their
not- no, no,
assumption.
no,
It's
like,
also
the-
none of them are just like, well, why was that Pokemon frenzied?
Well, yeah, they
No
don't
one-
really.
li-
Yeah,
Maybe like
no
thirst
one's
for
ever
power.
like, no one's ever, yeah, but they don't question that. They literally just like, well, it's done now.
I think that the general idea is that they just had like a pretty exhausting fight against a god and managed to like put it in a ball and stop them, and all they really want to do is go back home and like chill for a second, and like now that they have the Pokemon in a ball, they can use it to like research it and like figure it out.
Because as far as they're concerned, they just found out that the Almighty Sinnoh was not one Pokemon, but two separate Pokemon named Dialga and Palkia.
Yeah, because they don't know about Arceus.
Yeah, so it's like I know what you're saying, but I think like the thing like they're just like okay, one of the like both of the gods technically were like frenzied, and their influence because they're gods was causing all other Pokemon to be frenzied. They probably just didn't think far enough to be like, why were they frenzied though?
And it's also like not the end, and I feel like I saw some people complain about like, oh, the story's like unfinished or something. Like some people complain that the story wasn't good because like it just ends and it doesn't answer like some questions, but it's because like the game didn't end like that. That's not the end.
Yeah, I just know the game is ending, but it's just the fact that until you finish the post game, no character is ever like, okay, maybe we should work this out. It's not until you solve it at the end that it's like, oh, so that was the oh.
Yeah, I mean, like for sure, this story has more issues than the perfection that was Pokemon Sun and Moon's story, with its perfect conclusion that never was remade into something bad in a future game that came out a year after. That never happened.
So glad they took that year break after Pokemon Sun and Moon. But yeah, so I think because nobody except good old Volo and Cogita, I think technically know that Giratina exists. Everyone just thinks it's Palkia and Dialga.
Is it ever explained why Volo and Cogita are both Cynthia? Like, are they related? They never explain if they're related or not.
Well, yeah, I think it is because it's their descendants of the ancient Sinnoh.
Yeah, they're both descendants of the ancient Sinnoh people. Like the previous group that was wiped out by Arceus in a fucking cataclysmic extinction. Because he got pissed off at them warring so much. So it literally was just like, nah, fuck this, and killed all of them.
Yeah, because that's why Sinnoh's like new in quotes, because you meet people from every other region, and like even Alola was like a place that people lived in. So like the Hisui of Sinnoh is like no one lives there because they all got killed, and that's why like people are so scared of Pokemon there.
Yeah, so like essentially like there used to be the original Diamond and Pearl clans, whatever they were called back then, if they were called the same thing, like they were at war with each other. Arceus got so sick and tired of that shit and just fucking killed all of them. And the few survivors were essentially, I believe, are like the ancestors of people like Cogita and Volo. They were like the ancient Hisuian people who passed down traditions to make sure that shit doesn't happen again. And then I'm of the opinion that Volo isn't even an ancestor of Cynthia.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. I mean,
I think it's a red herring.
Yeah. I mean, it's really like Cogita is supposed to be the one, because like Cogita in terms of like personality.
Yeah.
And yeah, but Volo still has the whole like, oh, I love learning about the past and shit. Even though like we'll get to that.
Yeah, he explains when he was a wee bab.
I think they could both be.
Yeah, I think that like they're probably part of the same like group of people that eventually wound up becoming Cynthia's family.
Because like it's a bloodline, so like as you go back, it's like it's split. Like there could be more. Yeah.
But yeah, so so yeah, the post game starts and it's basically just like, oh right, I still have that mission for Arceus where I have to seek out all Pokemon. I guess there's a bunch of Pokemon I don't know about yet. And so you go to Cogita, and she's like, oh yeah, those plates are interesting. You should probably like find the rest of them. Here's a couple hints.
Yeah, and Volo is following you for the whole thing because he's like, boy, I love plates.
I sure love mysteries, and I love ancient ruins, and I really want to know about all that fun text on the back of the plates talking about myths and stuff. God, I love myths.
I love how Cogita like shit talks Volo all the time.
Yeah, all the time. Cogita is actually the one that points out that Volo talks about the Ginkgo Guild as if he's not a part of it.
Yeah. She also mentions that what was it? He loves taking credit for something
Yeah.
for stuff he doesn't take part of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, so essentially you just get a bunch of missions that are like capture the Lake Trio, capture Heatran, capture Regigigas. There's a fourth one that isn't Shaman or Darkrai, because Shaman and Darkrai are a separate thing. Cresselia, yeah. So you get those like 5 requests, and so you go and you
get the plates.
You fight all of them, you capture them, you get their plates. There's not really story tied to any of them in particular. A couple of them, I guess, but nothing like worth really talking about. Regigigas has slow start hard coded into him, which is the funniest fucking thing that they've ever done.
It pissed me off so much when I fucking found it. God, when I went off, I was like, when I found out the abilities are gone, I was like, holy shit, maybe we're gonna get a good Regigigas, because Regigigas is a good Pokemon that has been fucking kneecapped by that goddamn ability. So when I heard that there were no abilities, I was like, holy shit, we're going to get the powerful Regigigas we deserve. When I entered that fight, it was like, Regigigas is slow to start. I was just like, what the fuck is wrong with this company?
Man, when you love something, you gotta like the positives and the negatives. You gotta accept the negatives of a thing you love.
I was just so in disbelief. I was like, they hard-coded it into Regigigas. This is the only fucker with an ability.
It's a charm point.
I mean, he's still pretty strong with that. Yeah, so he captured Regigigas, you get that amazing bit of comedy. And then so you wind up with 16 plates at that point, and there are 18 in total.
And you gotta catch all of them too.
Yes, you have to catch them. So once you do that, you get all the plates. You do a couple. You do. Yeah. So Heatran's the most interesting one because like there's actually they treat Heatran like one of the Lord bosses where it's got like this fire shield and it chases you around the arena and you have to knock out the shield by pelting it with mud.
Yeah. I also like that Polina manages to like get Irida to follow you in the volcano because she knows Irida can't handle the heat.
Yes, so that's that cutscene where that's also where the stream announcement image of Irida looking like she's dying. That's where that's from. Yeah. So yeah, Irida has this whole thing, and I feel like this is a good point to talk about this specifically. Irida has this whole thing throughout the game where she is very like imposter syndrome-y, where she feels like she's not cut out to be the leader of Pearlcran, because to be quite frank, she isn't. And she's like kind of on the incompetent side. And just overall, Irida's kind of pathetic.
Yeah, she's my favorite character because of that.
She just kind of sucks. Like,
she's so bad at everything she does.
Yeah, like multiple people point out the fact that she has no friends, that she's kind of incompetent, and that she really shouldn't be leading the clan. And
yeah, you go to her village, and then an old person's like, "Wow, I can't believe Irida is one of our leaders. Ever since she was a kid, she never had any friends."
Yeah, and then like there's the whole thing where like Polina is clearly her friend, quote unquote, and there's this fun thing where after you catch Heatran, Irida has this little monologue where she's like, why am I even here? Like, I feel like I didn't need to be here. Like, I'm not doing anything. And Iskin's like, no, you were super helpful. You definitely needed to be here. And then Irida's like, no, I think Polina literally is just fucking with me. And that's exactly what happened. Polina was just fucking with her. And it's
because Polina was supposed to go there, but she was like, "Oh, I'm busy. You go for me."
It's the funniest fucking thing.
I'm gonna touch on this once we've spoken about the upcoming fights. Because that's basically the end of the active story.
Yeah.
Now I've got some things to say on that.
Those are after those are after the fight. They're not part of the plate quest.
No, yeah, they're for no. They're talking about a follow. Yeah. Okay. So right, yeah. So you have 16 plates, and you bring them back to the ancient retreat. And
Cogita's like, nice, you got all the plates. Now go get me 3 logs of wood.
3 logs of wood.
And Volo's like, wait,
So-
why? And she's like, I need them. Trust me. So you go out and you get wood, and she's like, nice. I can use those as a cutting board now. And she gives you the fairy plate that she used as a cutting board for her kitchen.
God, it's so ridiculous.
It's so funny. She's like, it didn't make a very good cutting board, but things tended to taste better when I used it. It might have been the power because it's an ancient artifact.
And Volo's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's so
He's like,
funny.
he's like, you damaged a thing. I can barely read what's written on it. And she's like, listen, I needed a cutting board.
So
So
fucking
dumb.
funny. But yeah, so now you have all the plates, except you only have 17, and you're very clearly missing the ghost one if you look. And Volo's like, all right, we have all of them. I know what to do. So you go to the ruins of Celestica, and you look at that funny statue with 6 legs, and he's like, check out this cool statue. Turns out there's a third legendary. Did you know that? It's called Giratina. Ha 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 ha, and then he starts laughing like a villain.
Yeah, and he gives you like fucking he reads you Giratina's LinkedIn account.
Yes.
He's like, I heard Giratina was the lesser loved child of Arceus, and he was banished to the underworld for being such a shitty son.
Yeah, like he was too violent, so they Arceus. Wait, I think this is when he drops Arceus, right? Like he talked about Arceus in this conversation. He's like, yeah, Arceus banished him to the reverse world, and it's like, fuck, what? And then he laughs like a fucking unhinged person, and it's like,
And then-
okay, off to the temple now.
Yeah,
and
she
you're just
plays
like,
it off like, wow, I'm so excited.
and it's like, okay, like I kind of saw this coming, but wow, you're just mask off, huh?
He's just doing the Lusamine laugh.
Yeah. And so you approach the ominous back of Volo standing at the top of the now ruined Sinnoh temple, and he has this weird soliloquy where he talks about how the pillars are now broken like spear the pillars are now like spears pointing to the sky.
Yeah.
Spear pillar, which is what eventually becomes called. Then he's like, all right, so there's another plate. It's the ghost plate. I have it. Fuck you. And then he rips off his clothes and his hair looks like Arceus.
And he's wearing like this old like Greek outfit.
And then he's like, fight me. And
He's
so
ranting about how like his life sucked.
Yes, so he talks about his backstory when he was a child, he witnessed a death, right?
Yeah, I think
He witnessed the death of a Pokemon or like a child or a loved one. Like he witnessed a death. And-
Honestly, it kind of feels like the ancients, like people like Cogita and Volo, just live longer, and he was probably
Yes.
talking about like the thing, because like Volo might be, because even Cynthia's a fucking mystery. Like,
Yeah. Like they just might be incredibly long-lived people. Like it's totally possible.
yeah, so I feel like he was probably, because that would explain why he'd want to,
Fist fight God.
yeah.
But yeah, so essentially he's like, when I was young, I experienced a tragedy, a death, and it made me begin to question, like, why is this allowed to happen? Like, why do things like suffering and all that kind of stuff exist in the world?
If God exists, why does it allow this to happen?
Yeah, and that basically sent him on this huge spiral, and he's like, and then I found out there was a banished son of God who shared my viewpoint. So I decided I would just make contact with this deity, and I would have him start fucking everything up for everybody.
Yeah.
So basically he's like, yeah, I attracted the help of Giratina, and together we started opening the rifts, we started causing the frenzies and all that kind of stuff. Which, it makes sense that Giratina would have the ability to do things like that.
Yeah, because it lives in another world.
Yeah, so I'm perfectly willing to accept that, despite the fact they don't like really explain it. Totally fine. I can. That's suspension of disbelief. Totally cool there. So yeah, Giratina is the reason why everything's been happening. So Volo fights you, and it's the hardest fight in the game by a mile.
And his theme is the Cynthia like piano intro, mixed in with like her normal theme, but very like slow and calm. Like it's such a weird theme, but it's really good.
Yeah, it's like a very like
Ominous.
very heavy kind of sounding theme, and he has Cynthia's team minus
Gastrodon, I think?
melodic, because he
Right.
puts an Arcanine instead, because Feebas doesn't exist in this zone.
Yeah.
So it's it's by far the hardest fight in the entire game. And I'm going
Yeah,
to be using it. They didn't try the red herring of Cyrus's ancestor knowing about Giratina. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised at that as well. Like that
I was so
Silene.
glad. Like
Yeah.
Silene at the end is like when like you're exiled and like she shows up and tries to help you. She's like usually throughout the whole game, like she's the one who gives you a mission, and she's like, "This is your objective, like your
Yeah.
mission. Do this," and she just says like, "This time your mission is just live."
Yeah, don't die out there.
Yeah, she's like live.
So it's really cool. I like Silene a lot.
She's like secretly the biggest bro you have.
Yeah, honestly. But yeah, and then you do the fight with Volo, and it's really fucking hard.
If you don't know about you know how the battle system works and how speed affects your turn order, you're gonna get clapped.
And if you may have ignored a major mechanic of the game like EVs, you're gonna get your fucking shit kicked in, and that's entirely your fault, not the battle system's fault, as we'll get to later.
Also, it's weird because like I spent a lot of like early game catching stuff, so I was like always kind of over level, well maybe like 10 levels over like the whole story. For this fight, I was either exactly the same level or a bit under.
Yep, same
like
here.
70 something.
Yep.
And
68,
even with,
69 is I think what he's at.
Yeah, I was like 72-ish on my starter and stuff. Even with that and max IVs, I could get insta killed by his Pokemon.
Yeah, no,
easily.
It's like they are fucking strong. Like it is a tough fight. No matter like if you are properly prepared for it, it's still fucking hard.
And just like the way the battle system works, where like if you swap Pokemon, or if you beat one of his Pokemon, he'll like send a new one and just gets a hit in before you can do anything.
Depending, but we'll go more in depth about that afterwards because we're almost done with the plot now. So Volo, like you beat him, and then he's like, "Shit, Giratina," and then Giratina shows up.
That's the rawest cutscene in the whole game.
Yeah,
maybe
just
even like in Pokemon in general. It's so good.
The fucking wings like clawing open the fucking. Oh, it's so fucking cool.
Like, dark energy, and he mentions like do you feel it? The eldritch energy, and you're like, oh.
Like the portal appears behind him, and like the wings show up behind him, and it's like, oh shit.
And he does like the laugh with the small pupils.
Mm-hmm.
Anime.
And then this is the cutscene that I feel is undercut severely by not having voice acting, because a text box shows up that is Volo screaming, "Okay, Giratina, like get him," and like there not being any voice acting there kind of makes it less impactful. Like if it was actually someone.
The music and stuff helps at least.
So and then you fight Giratina. And Giratina is also a very hard fight because it hits super hard and they don't heal you between fights, so you just go into this.
Do I misremember? Do I remember the fight starting with Giratina attacking you twice in a row?
That might.
Did I have a slow Pokemon on me?
It might have just been slow.
Because I had Typhlosion, and I think Hisuian Typhlosion is slower than normal Typhlosion.
I wouldn't know.
I was Ghost, and he just like used whatever his move is twice. In a row and just killed my Typhlosion. And also, you don't get healed from the Volo fight. You go in Giratina with like whatever's left of your team.
Yep. So you can get folded pretty hard. It's a miracle I did this first try. Like a fucking miracle I did this first try.
Yeah. Also want to give a shout out to the Giratina's animation for like his special move.
Yes.
The way like he disappears and like cracks in like space time happen. And you see like his wing claws like grab onto like the cracks and like smash it open.
Yeah, he basically cool. Pries a hole in space-time open and then smacks you. It's really fucking cool.
Also, all of his attacks, like his physical attacks, he like runs into you and like slashes you with his like wing claws. Like they actually animated him really well.
And then you beat Giratina. And then one of the coolest fucking things I think in the entire game happens, where he starts like doing the defeated animation, and he like rears his head back, and the fucking heart monitor flatlining portion of his theme kicks in, and his eyes go red, and then he fucking explodes into his origin form, and it's like phase 2, bitch. And then you fight him again. It's so cool. Fighting.
So you get like 3 fights in a row where you can't heal it's fucking insane.
Yeah, it's like they put you through the ringer for this one. It's so hard. But it's raw as shit, and it's like the best finale to a Pokemon game ever, like bar none. I don't think anything even comes close to how cool this finale is. Yeah, and then if you beat Giratina a final time, he tucks his tail between his legs and flies off, and Volo's just like, "Fuck." Well.
Yeah, and then after you beat Giratina, and yeah, he's like, well, I guess you're stronger than me, and he gives you the plate, right?
Yeah,
Because you get the flute after you get the last plate.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just like, he just throws his hands up and he's like, well, shit. That didn't work. He's like, I'm not gonna stop trying, though, by the way. I will find and beat Arceus to death with my bare hands, no matter how long it takes.
Yeah, and I feel like that also, like, kind of says about, like, him living long. Because
Yeah,
I
he's used the
wouldn't
word
be surprised
centuries.
if we... Yeah, because I wouldn't be surprised... Hisui's only 100 years away from main story. But yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if we played a mainline Pokemon game and he showed up. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I'd be super cool with that, too. Volo is...
Like, modern time Volo just, like, in a cloak somewhere.
Yeah. But yeah, so that happens, and then that's the true final boss, quote unquote. And then if you try to use the Azure Flute, because your Celestic Flute transforms into the Azure Flute.
Yeah.
If you try to
and
use
when it transforms, Volo's like, why the fuck would God want to see you and not me?
Yeah,
like
he's
so salty about it.
He's like, are you
I spent my whole life trying to get to this fucker, and he won't even give me the time of day, but you just show up one day and you get the flute.
Yeah, he's fucking mauling, coping, and seething.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, he fucks off and is like, I'm gonna meet him one day and I'll kick his ass. And then he just fucks off and is gone. Just gone. And then if you try to use the Azure Flute, it's like, no, remember what I said. Seek all Pokemon, bitch.
Yeah.
So you need to catch everything. At which
and then
point...
you go back to Jubilife, and I think Ray shows up, and he's like, hey, Volo showed up.
Yeah.
No, Laventon does.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, we've heard sightings of a strange black figure flying over the Cobalt coastlands. Also, Volo showed up, and he said that the black figure might be in Turnback Cave, and then he left.
Yep. And it's like, he seems weirdly interested in completing the Pokedex.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, you go to Turnback Cave. Oh.
Because my exhaustion is kicking in. So
I know. I'm trying to...
now.
Yeah.
No, I just want to talk about this stuff now because this is where, like, this is where the story basically ended.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, basically you just gotta catch all their legendaries now.
Because Arceus doesn't really present much story beyond, like, oh, I'm happy I chose you.
Yeah.
So I had the opinion with Sword and Shield that game felt like the story was developed near the end of the game's development cycle, and that's why it's so little. With this game, I hold the opinion that while the story is improved, I think they wanted to do more.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Because when I played through the Giratina the end game, I thought, this feels like it should have been in the main story, because it was like, usually like an end game story is like a small character side story or something like that. This one was so intrinsic to the plot of the game that I was like, this feels like something they wanted to expand upon. Because I can't remember if you speak to Volo or something, but you'll get told that Giratina basically loses to you and then gives up.
Yeah.
It's like no longer going to try and fight Arceus.
No, I think it's mostly that it's injured and needs to fall back.
No,
somewhere.
apparently it's actually, instead it decides to become the protector of the world, which is why in Platinum, instead of just letting Cyrus do whatever the fuck he wanted, he came in and was like, hey, so you stop that.
It very specifically mentions, like, it's decided that, like, it's like, it's fine with the world. It's cool with it. It'll take its place as a protector of it rather than someone trying to destroy it.
Because like I said, the story left me wanting more. And because even when you finish the Dialga Poke stuff, even Dialga and Poke aren't like, hey, by the way, guys, we don't normally do that. You might want to look into that. Like, because they would clearly be aware that, like, hey, there's a third one of us. Where the fuck is he right now? Um, it feels very much like the Giratina plotline would have been transitioned into the main storyline had they had more time to do it. Because I would have loved to have seen an alternate version of this story where it's like you do the spear pillar stuff, that all goes down the same way, and then someone's like, okay, Diogo Pokio is like, hey, by the way, something is happening outside of our control. Because okay, so one thing I wanted from this game was Arceus, right?
Yeah.
That is my main gripe with this game. Is I wanted Arceus to be more heavily involved in the game.
Oh, you should have beat the
Because
game.
well, fucking
Should
because
have
it's
should have
clear
completed
that
the Pokédex.
Arceus brings you in because he's just like something's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot that's
Deal with that.
unexplained,
And
and
I would have loved to have seen the story progress in a way where the townspeople discover not only the existence of Giratina, but Arceus as well, and discover that Arceus the entire time has been under the attack of Giratina. While all this has been going on, Arceus has been under direct attack from Giratina. I would have loved to have seen that reality of story where Giratina almost gets what it wants, instead of just, oh, Giratina was trying to do something and then you just kind of stopped it halfway through. Now it can't really do it, can it? Like, it feels like they wanted to do more.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's very clear they wanted to do a lot more with this.
Yeah, which is what makes me a bit hopeful that because this game is selling so well, this game is selling insanely well, um, that they might look at this and go, okay, let's try this again, but more advanced, put more time and development into it, so we can get a longer story out, more thought out story with the more characters. Because it is in story wise, it is a step in the right direction for me. I've loved this idea of the Pokemon being villains, and this is kind of the closest we get.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of clear that Giratina is like, I can use you.
Schemes.
Gen
That
5
that is what we get.
Legends. Gen 5 Legends is gonna have Kyurem, so
I don't want. Okay, so I'm gonna go out with another opinion here. I don't want Gen 5 Legends.
yeah, you want Gen 3 Legends, you fucking
No.
Hoenn.
I want. No, I want Kalos Legends.
Yeah, no, Kalos is the number one on the list of please give me a Legends game.
Because that had the most underutilized story for what it had. Because it had Zygarde, it had the war, it had the Immortal King.
Genocide
It
Beam.
had so much that it never got to touch on. That I feel like that could be brought because the Hisuians were wiped out because of war.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Arceus isn't the god of Hisui. That's just kind of where he ended up.
Mm.
So I would love to see another Legends game, which does feature, Arceus again. But it's also themed differently. It's like, okay, there is a threat to the world. If you don't stop this war from happening, or like if you don't cause this war to end before the humans start wiping themselves out, I'm stepping in, baby.
Yeah, I feel like
it's clear to Game Freak that. Hold on, I just want to quickly point out. It's clear to Game Freak now with the sales of this game. Making it clear that the Pokemon world is fucked up is not going to hinder sales of Pokemon games. So that is a door that has been opened now. What were you going to say, Jeremy?
I think one of the things that kind of annoyed me about the story is that they take you to the past, but there's still stuff that happened before that, so you still have like you're in the past, but I feel like you're not far enough in the past to like get everything you could out of the story, I guess, because they're still like, oh, there's the ancients that died and we don't know anything about them, so like you go from modern Pokemon that's like there's the past about Spear Pillar, but then you also have the past about the past of the past, like there's still like stuff about Sinnoh that I want to know.
it's like what I can't remember which one what one of you said about the Volo appearing in the future.
Yeah.
Um, I part of me kind of wonders if this is setting up for a new type of Pokemon game where it's like because people have always wanted their cross regional areas, you know, like
Mhm.
you go to one area, you're gonna go to another. Part of me wonders if there's going to be a sequel to this game in the form of it's a game that is set after the other regions in terms of like an actual chronological kind of timeline type thing. So, you know, the Adventure Diamond and Pearl happened, Black and White happened, yeah, and it would be neat to see a game where you have to explore these more ancient Pokemon because something is happening in the modern day. So it's like you have to figure out because in the modern day they don't really know about Arceus still.
No,
Mm.
not at all.
There's like I think there's like two books in Pokemon that reference Arceus. So it'd be neat to see a sequel to this game that where people finally learned properly about Arceus. They had to learn about the ancient people from before when Legends is set to figure out, you know, what is Arceus, what is it capable of, what happened to these people as a result of it in the past, and then how can this tie into other legendary Pokemon? You know, how does this tie into Dialga and Palkia? What about other Pokemon with gigantic amount of power? You know, what about Pokemon like Zygarde who protect the entire ecosystem? You know, I'm pretty sure if fucking mass genocide happened
Also,
from one
also
Pokemon, I think a couple of them would be like, hey,
Mhm.
they'd blink an eye.
it it definitely it really feels like even though this game is called Pokemon Legends Arceus, Arceus has very little to do with the story at
Yeah,
all.
because that
Even
was
by like
like,
if you get the
yeah,
true like final fight, um, all you really get out of it is like, oh, you did a really cool boss fight. But for like
yeah.
more story, you don't really get. He just like, says like, you did it,
That's the thing,
you
because
did the thing.
the only way Arceus is a driving force in this game is that it is Giratina's entire motivation to get out of the distortion world and get revenge on Arceus.
And yeah,
But
he summons
that's
you to the past to
mm,
begin with.
yeah, and it's not massively
Like
built upon.
there's no explanation of like why you are like the one who was sent. There's no explanation on like how you're gonna get back to your timeline.
I honestly don't think you. I mean, you apparently have
That one
amnesia,
I think
which
was just random.
yeah. Um, like I guess I'm getting into like fucking headcanon territory here, but because the character's like 15, 16-ish, um, I'm of the opinion that Arceus took a trainer from the modern day who happens to be the champion of the Sinnoh League at the time,
Yeah.
aka Donner Lucas, and just is like, all right, you're the best trainer in the modern day. I need you to solve this problem. Fucking get, and just tosses you back.
Hmm. Because
Like,
that's also one of the that's also one of the that is kind of like pegged in my mind. Um, Arceus banishes Giratina in the first place,
yeah,
right?
for being too violent.
Yeah. Why don't you just do it again?
I
Because
think
this time he had the he got caught by surprise and he had to take care of the other two children.
Yeah, I guess.
um
Well, because
I want to
it's just
say
part of me wonders how strong he is in that case.
I want to say there's something along cuz like he just sends you back, he doesn't directly intervene. I want to
Hmm.
say that because the way the old verses are worded, I want to say that after causing a mass extinction one time, Arceus took a no direct intervention approach to everything.
Mm.
He's just like,
Yeah.
all right,
Okay.
no, we're not doing this again. I'm not going to get directly involved because last time I did, everyone fucking died. I'm gonna pick a champion essentially. I'm gonna throw him back, and I'm gonna be like, do your job, bro, because like, we're not having this happen again.
Also, there's something interesting in like either an old verse or like a plate or something that mentions that in the very beginning, like Arceus didn't create everything. Like in the beginning, there was like a void, and Arceus popped up, and then he slept there for a bit, and then created
spawned.
like more. But like there was still like something before Arceus.
which I'm sure we'll probably never find
Yeah.
out because
That's
I guess
probably
'cause,
just
like,
the question. That's
it's
probably like
the
the question of what came before God.
yeah,
That's
it's
something
the
you can't
same.
read.
Like yeah, you can't yeah.
That's something you can't rebuild upon.
But yeah, like I just feel like it's definitely a missed opportunity on like writing more about Arceus. I wish that it was more
it-
about him and less about the other three that we got games about already. But,
At least at the very least, it feels like less, but it feels like it can be used as a setup at the very least.
yes,
That is kind of my hope.
I feel like a direct sequel to this would work really well.
Because it's clear that there are Pokemon, based on like Sun and Moon and this game, it's clear that there are Pokemon writers that want to do more with the games as a whole and want to do more with the legendaries that they are given. I want to do more with the characters that they are given. And given this game's popularity, maybe they might see their opportunity
Finally,
to get that chance.
yeah,
that's why I still say that Sun is still like my favorite because even if I really like the gameplay of Legends probably even more than normal Pokemon gameplay, I think that Sun like for a normal Pokemon game probably was
Oh,
like very good at it, like probably the best it could be at that like type of game. And the story by the end like didn't leave me like feeling like I was missing something. I feel like the
Sun and
story
Moon
was
had the
just very
best
complete.
story.
yeah. It's a
'Cause
fully
that
realized
game-
one.
That game had a villain that I loved for a start because it was like,
Yeah.
Two of them.
he had a villain that was like, I just want to do a thing and it didn't involve the legendary. It had character development. Like, that game
was
had the essence of the characters. This game has the essence of the driving force.
yeah, like Legends is about like the world, and Sun is about the people. I guess would be. But yeah,
Which is what I want to see them expand on so much more.
They have
And
all the
I'm-
individual parts. They just need to make them fit.
it's pretty obvious
They-
that they're gonna make more Legends games because it's called Pokemon Legends is it
Arc.
colon? Yeah.
Yeah, Pokemon
Arceus, like,
Legends Arceus. Yeah.
So
They
they would have just
basically
called it
need-
Pokemon Arceus if yeah.
This game was the biggest contender of just like, now one, they just need more time to work on these games, more budget, so they can, afford what they need,
Yeah.
so they can truly, because I genuinely believe Game Freak could make an incredible Pokemon game. I don't doubt them, but I do believe that there are things that hold them back, such as, how much money they are allowed to have. I'm not going to say they have access to because they answer the Pokemon Company, and Pokemon Company likely says how much money they are allowed to get from them.
So yeah, because
how
there's no
much
way we don't
time?
know about how much money Pokemon makes because there's like a million nerds online who keep saying the same shit for
Yeah.
like 3 years now. So we
They
know
also
they
need-
make money. We know.
The obvious time, because I think there's an old adage of what one developer can get done in a day, 5 developers can get done in 7. You can only throw so much money at a problem to fix it.
Yeah.
So time is obviously a matter, and also just they need to get rid of this mentality of Pokemon needs to be this, which is what Legends is the most potential to do that because it
Yeah.
is the most different Pokemon game. It is the most like out there battle system, one of the more involved stories. If like I said to someone the other day, Legends is a proof of concept.
Yes. 100%.
It's very clearly that is what that is. Like, it's a bunch of people at Game Freak went to the Pokemon Company, said, "Look, give us what we need to make this game. We'll prove to you that we can, do more than the RPGs to be successful. Let us do this." So they went off and they made this game, and I fully believe at the very least, if this were to outsell Sword and Shield, obviously this game would likely become a higher priority. If this game outsold Red and Blue,
That I
I
don't think is
won't.
going to happen, but
I
'Cause-
don't know if it could. I mean, consider that it sold more than Sword and Shield in its first week, and Sword and Shield is kind of the closest to beating Red and Blue.
it's still almost 10 million copies behind because of all the re-releases.
Isn't it 5 million?
I think it's like 27 compared to Red and Blue's 33.
Oh, well, that's still.
That's
I mean,
6
that's
million,
still
but
close.
it's close.
Close enough where
yeah.
it's like, if it like just a hypothetical, if it beat Red and Blue, I fully believe that the Legends team could then go to the Pokemon Company and say, "Give us these resources, give us this time, we'll go make an even better game." And Pokemon Company will go, "Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
fuck yeah, do it." Because you can imagine a Legend. Could you imagine how popular a Pokemon game could be if they went, "We've been working on this for 5 years now," and they showed a trailer, and it was the best looking thing they've ever made. The mechanics were just fucking wonderful. The story was all there. That thing would sell like fucking gold.
And the Gen 5 fans would finally shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like it's a very big wish, but like if it could hit that impossible goal and finally dethrone Red and Blue, it would kind of show that this game is the one to beat out the RPGs, the normal ones.
God, I was browsing Twitter, and when they announced like, oh, we sold 6.5 million copies, there was a comment under it that was like, hey, I've never played Pokemon before. Is this a good starting point? Like, is Legends a good starting point? And a lot of people said like, yeah, this is my first Pokemon game and I'm having
Good.
a lot of fun.
Yes,
And,
good.
Yeah.
or either like it makes it fun because I don't know any of these like weird animals, seeing them walk around like is an actual discovery. But you
Also-
had one nerd who said like, you, no, this game's garbage. You should play Hard Gold instead.
Oh god.
Like, imagine Hard Gold in being your first Pokemon game in 2022.
Yeah.
Like,
I
these
love
people
people,
arcade
considered-
systems.
It has to be considered that this is Game Freak's first time making a non-classic Pokemon RPG. For it to sell 6.5 million copies is shocking.
And
I'd also say
receive
that
the praise it's getting.
it's shocking because it only has one version. It released after Christmas. It released 2 months after the game that released on Christmas or Christmas time. What else? The marketing
It
for
also
it was
came-
not great.
It also came after the backlash that was Sword and Shield, where a lot of people were just that was the Pokemon game with probably the biggest backlash it ever
Like-
received. So you would have thought this would be the game where people were skeptical and like, hold on, I'm gonna hold out on buying this. And I fully imagine. I kind of wonder if seeing those sales numbers are going to cause a sales boom because people are going to be like, "Oh, people aren't joking. This game is actually good."
Yeah, like the reason why it's doing so well is because word of mouth has been like, hey, this game is good.
Like I'm
Like-
happy that the only gripe I've seen every time I've seen opinion on this game, someone give their thoughts on this game, it's always been like the only criticism they have really had is just the graphics.
Yeah.
And
Like,
even then, they portray it really normally. They're just like, hey, the game doesn't look, it's phenomenal. It doesn't look, mind
Pop in and
blowing.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but they're just like, they're giving it so much more reasonable. Whereas in Sword and Shield, it's like, this game looks fuck ugly. This looks
Yeah.
hideous. The Pokemon Company is a disappointment.
Sword and Shield
This
felt
game, like-
so weird because I feel like
Yeah.
there's some areas in Sword and Shield that look really nice, like the farm town where the grass gym, like visually the background and stuff there look really really nice. But then you had like the zone before that where like, you go left of that steampunk city, and it's
Yeah.
like a mountainous region, but it's like really flat textures on like beige rocks and nothing else, and you're like, it was such a weird game. Like it felt like so polished in like some specific areas, it's so like unfinished in others.
So just to try to, because we've been going for almost 4 hours now, so I want to retrack real quick from the Sword and Shield point. I feel like this is going to be like the breaking point for major changes going forward, because
Yeah.
in a row we have had a very well received third party spin off game not developed by Game Freak in New Pokemon Snap.
Yeah.
We have had a fairly well received remake not made by Game Freak and Ilka, where most of the criticisms of it were they didn't give Ilka enough freedom to make new stuff. And then we have this game, which is completely different and is getting fucking phenomenal reviews. Like, it's just
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom right in a row. Like, things that are different, people are responding to.
I'm
Yeah.
definitely happy with where this game is going, because I said it so many times, like Sun and Moon is my favorite, and it was my favorite because it was like back then the biggest change they did with like removing gyms and like all that stuff being more story driven, and like them going back to Sword and Shield felt like they were taking a step back again, because like people complained about like the lack of gyms and it was different, but it feels like they're stepping forward again, like they're not standing on the Sword and Shield like classic spot, and they're like trying again.
Here's my biggest take is that this. Oh god. I'm having the attention moment where I was about to say something and then my brain forgot what it was.
It's getting late.
This is obviously the game with the biggest difference is this game is succeeding. This, I agree that this is probably going to be the point, because there are people who want the classic formula to also remain, because admittedly the classic formula can be fun to just kind of,
It works.
it's a good bit of fun if you want to relax time. And I would love to see a progression of things where it's like, okay, so we've got Ilka doing the remakes, and those stick more to the classic formula, but they evolve on it in ways that fit it. So, it'll still be very classic, but it'll be modernized classical. And then you've got what Game Freak are then working on, which is branching off into making Pokemon games that can introduce new Pokemon, but then they can heavily A, try new things, and B, bring those new things forward to other games, such as I would love to see Mega Evolution return and be evolved upon and be made into a major thing with stuff like the wormholes, because I sincerely feel like
Ultra
with the
Beast
mention of
is so
someone falling through a fucking wormhole in Legends Arceus, there is someone at Game Freak at least interested in it,
Yeah, it's like,
in the concept.
Dear one person at Game Freak who's super into the concept of fallers,
Yeah.
please get a higher position in the company.
Yeah, like seeing that, it is clear that this is going to send a sign to these companies like, hey, you don't need to be too averse to change. It is going to be well accepted. You just can't do it in criminal. Because I think that was Sun and Moon's problem, was that it changed, but it didn't change as big, I think, as a lot of people were. Because it certainly didn't change as big as I hoped. Because
I mean,
when people
back
were
then
talking
it
about
was
how
like the biggest
was the
change they
biggest,
ever did. Yeah.
it was the biggest change they did, but it still felt holding back. Whereas this game, they went, we're changing, and all the changes are sweeping
Yeah.
to the world, to the combat system, to the Pokemon abilities, to the story. All of the changes are sweeping, which is definitely. This was what I wanted from Sun and Moon, which was just, rather than just a few small changes, was just all around massive change. And now it is clear to these companies that, hey, people like it. People like these massive sweeping changes. And I genuinely believe that we could have, from going forward, we could have Game Freak doing the story-driven new generations. We could have Ilka doing the remake stuff. They can have that going for a while. And who knows? Maybe this year, for the first time, we just won't see a Pokemon game
Oh, I
that
fucking
is
hope so.
developed by Ilka or Game Freak. It will just be like, hey, in November, you know what you're going to get? You're going to get Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Or maybe, who knows, something brand spanking new, brand new spin-off no one's ever seen
Pokemon
before.
Puzzle League 2.
Let's fucking go!
But yeah, like,
Speaking of
all the cards are on the table. Fuck
Yeah.
only knows.
Speaking of sweeping changes, just because like we're going super long and I just want to talk about the battle system in depth because we still have not talked about it in depth. So, the thing I mentioned about illiterate people, I'm going to start talking fast, by the way, just so everyone knows. The thing I mentioned about illiterate people not really understanding like the new battle system is they don't explain it super well when the new tutorials come up. They mention everything having an action speed. And they mention things like quick attack having a faster action speed when you use them, or agile style giving you a faster action speed on the move. That is not the correct way to explain the battle system they're going with. Other JRPGs have done it much better. The way to explain it is you say that every action you do has an associated delay with it. And this delay will vary, and it'll delay your next turn until a certain point. So a normal move has just a delay associated with it. Say like a delay value of 10. You use tackle, it has a delay value of 10. If you use quick attack, it's only got a delay value of 5, let's say, because you're using like a priority move. If you use a strong style tackle, all of a sudden the delay value gets kicked up to 15, but you hit harder. But you're giving the enemy the opportunity to say, like, since you're at a plus 15 and they're at a flat 0, if they then just use a normal tackle, they're at 10, meaning that their delay is up first, they get to go again. So, like, it's a much better way to explain that kind of thing, and I think that's the biggest misstep is their terminology when explaining the battle system. Because, like, using delay is a much easier to grasp thing. Now, when it comes to boss fights, if you go into a boss fight with none of your Pokemon EV trained at all, send out something, turn 1 use a strong style move to guarantee an OHKO, maybe, and then the enemy switches in a hard counter to your Pokemon, and one-shots you back without a strong style move, that is your fault. That's not a flaw with the system. You use something that gave you an extreme amount of delay. They got to go because switching in doesn't take delay because it's something you have to do. Your delay doesn't get reset. You still have that delay value. So they go, they use something simple, and even if they don't KO you, they probably still have less delay than you, so they get to go again. It's not a hard thing to grasp.
Same with
They
like
definitely could have explained that a lot better.
if you use a move like close combat to like one hit KO an enemy and then they send out another one, like you're still gonna have the status debuff of your first move carrying over to the second Pokemon in the fight, so you're gonna get clapped. Like
I guess when talking about the combat system, talking about turn order, I guess we can talk about one thing I mentioned a lot before was that I like the idea of manipulation of a turn order.
Yes.
It can lead to some really incredible strategies and some really interesting decisions. However, when it comes to this game, I didn't meld too well with how the turn order changes because that one agile rarely changed for me, which I don't know why.
there's so much that
maybe-
that affects it because like your Pokemon speed
'cause, like,
also
I'd always because I speed was one of the ones I'd usually max out if I could, and it didn't feel like agile really benefited. I rarely used agile at this point, but I found it difficult sometimes to plan out my turns because I'd look at the turn order. I go, okay, I've got one turn, they've got one turn, then I've got 2 turns. So I do my turn with the move because it shows you when you go to a different move, it'll update the turn order if the turn order will change. So I do my move, and it'll go to their turn. But the thing is, the turn order can change during their turn as well.
Yeah, if they agile,
Yeah.
Not even if they don't agile. If they use a move that just has a quicker, has a lesser of delay value, then they will get another turn after that move, depending on the move. Which caught me off guard at first, and it made planning a lot more difficult for me because I'd just be like, okay, I don't actually quite know when their turn is going to end and what they could pull off in that turn, especially if it was a Pokemon or a trainer I'd never fought before. I love the idea of manipulating turn order. and I want to see them evolve on it. But because the only other game I've played really that fully has a turn order manipulation is Octopath, and I love that game's combat system.
Mhm.
And this kind of ties into what I want with type effectiveness, because I've always believed that super effective and not very effective on its own, kind of boring.
Just
And
having
I
and doubling
love,
damage.
yeah, because I love in, say, Octopath, each enemy has a weakness to a type of damage and a type of weapon. And each enemy has a gauge in it, where if they receive enough attacks with that particular type, they not only lose the rest of their moves for that turn, for the next turn, they will lose all of their moves as well. So they are effectively stunned for like a turn and a half.
Yeah, that ends up being that Pokemon in general, the attack values are very high and the HP defense are very low because there's not many other JRPGs where you can just like one hit KO everything
Mm.
like very easily. So they need to tune up, like make maybe like super effective attacks instead of doing like double damage, tweak it to like 1.5.
I want to see them have effects other than damage doubling.
Yeah.
Like I'd love to see the idea that if you get hit with a super effective move, your turn is delayed by one because your Pokemon is now stunned because it's like, yeah, maybe it didn't do enough damage, but you still got hit with something that is in completely weak to, or maybe it
Also,
has other effects depending on how strong the type effect. Like if you're quad weak, then maybe you lose 2 turns, or maybe something else happens. Maybe like your dam, maybe it will lower one of your stats or something. Like I'd like to see super effectiveness be just more than damage, because as people say in Pokemon games, it is very easy to get over leveled. Um, and when you're over leveled, you can generally just kind of one shot stuff, even if that stuff can get a hit in beforehand. So I'd love to see, a Pokemon that will quickly use a super effective move, delay your turn, so then they can start piling on stuff. I'd like to see setup being able to pull off strategies that will allow you to do more setup in battles. Because right now, if the enemy has the level advantage of like more of 5 or more, it's in your best interest to just kind of throw attacks and pray one of your
Yeah.
Pokemon can eventually whittle it down,
Mm.
rather than sit there and set up your Pokemon. There's no strategy for it really.
I still think that a Pokemon game with actual like equipment you could give your Pokemon would be really cool. Like you could give them like clothes or armor, like raise their defense, and then like not really weapons, but like do something to like, because held items are so like one note. Like you give all Pokemon get one item, and then
I mean, they're gone now.
Yeah.
yeah, but that's why I prefer it this way because like I never use held items in main games anyways. Like I don't care. They barely do anything. But yeah, I just want to go back to agile style. I feel like a lot of people I watch streamers uh click agile and then say like just click agile and press A without looking at the turn order, and then say like why didn't I get a second turn after using this?
Yeah, that
But
is a big thing that a
sometimes
lot of
you'll
people
use
don't seem to
yeah
realize.
sometimes you'll use agile and you'll see that like you're not getting to this time, but like then after your opponent's next turn you're getting to, like it
Yeah,
doesn't carry over immediately after what you do. Sometimes it can carry like 3 turns after because it kind of stacks, and like people don't
I
notice
think
that. And it's always so weird to me because like I said at the beginning of the stream, people don't seem to like just like doing something and learning from doing it.
oh
Their
yeah.
brains like don't get that. It's so weird to me.
It seems like a lot of people went into this game with the mentality of everything still being the same.
Mm.
So when they're encounter, because they saw agile and strong style, and they just thought, oh, it's a hard thing of agile gain a move, strong style lose a move. I think a lot of people thought it was just a hard thing rather than
Yeah.
you can. And I think it would have been good to be a bit more transparent on certain things, like being able to look through your moves and see, you know, what is a value on the turn order. You know, how big of an effect does this move have in particular? Does this move benefit from strong more than it does agile? Something like that. I think a bit more transparency there could have been good. But yeah, I do think some people are a bit too unwilling to just kind of admit that in this game they probably don't really know how to fight optimally.
Like,
Especially people who might be really into competitive scenes, because this is effectively new territory for them.
it's just like people's unwillingness to learn, or like try learning. I don't know, or like experiment.
A lot of it comes down to people will go into a battle not knowing anything about it, obviously, because it's the first time they're doing a fight. And they will fail the fight. And rather than be like, okay, I see what's going on here, time to rethink my strategy, they will be like, I didn't beat that first try, this is poorly designed.
Yeah,
I
because
think
like people hate being wrong.
that is true, actually. Yeah, I think one thing that could have benefited a lot is if the game saw you losing when you're trying to use one of these styles, it could have possibly come up with like a hint after battle and just being like, "Hey, if you're struggling, like here's a little like couple of tips on these styles." Like just something to make sure that the player knows what is happening. Because admittedly, yeah, you are taking a series that's been the same for 20 years and then bringing new stuff
But
into it. It
but
does
like
surprise me that it's
again,
blindsided some people.
this is the same people who when they talk about the game say that the beginning is boring because it's 2 hours of tutorials. Like they hate
Well,
tutorials, but they need them, but they don't want to
in
admit they need them.
in that scenario, it's just it's just a cell phone really. It's like, well,
Yeah.
the game's 2 hours of
Yeah,
tutorials. It's
but
like, well, you've been losing every fight, so evidently you fucking need them.
yeah, those people just like they're not self-aware at all.
Yeah, like
They
it's a
just
cell
like they
phone at
want to
that
be
point.
right, so like they believe they're so smart and they want to be right so much that they'll just like blindly run into like these game mechanics and assume they know them by skipping tutorials, and then instead of like thinking, hey, maybe I should have read the tutorials, I would do better if I read them, they'd be like, reading tutorials boring and I hate losing, so it's not my fault, it's the game's fault for making me lose. Like it's annoying.
Yeah, just I will never get over watching someone open a fight with a slow Pokemon using a strong style move, one OHKOing the enemy Pokemon, having the trainer switch in their hard counter, and then immediately OHKOing them back and claiming the game was punishing them for doing well. Like,
Because they
no,
weren't doing well.
the game's not punishing you for doing well, it's punishing you for trying to unga your way through a fight. Like
I
one
also
hit
don't know if
KOing a Pokemon isn't doing well. Like it
I also wonder if I missed the tutorial, but did they explain that the turn order? Because I feel like for some people they probably missed a part of the tutorial and then don't realize that when you swap in a Pokemon, the turn order still applies. Because it definitely blindsided me at first when I think I knocked out someone's Pokemon. They sent a new one, and then that Pokemon immediately attacked, and I was like, "Oh,
but like
yeah.
yeah, I don't know if they explained it, but like that's another thing where like it happens to you once early game and you know it happens. You learn from that, but like those people like have it happen on the final fight. Still, like
oh
it
yeah."
still
If
happens to
you're on the
them.
final fight and that happens, and just like, yeah, I
it's
don't know
yeah.
what to tell you.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
it's the same people who are
Like,
like, "Wow, I love Dark Souls because you just go in and you learn from your mistakes, and you just go in the fights over and over, and you learn to get
like,
you get good." But like they
if you've done
can't.
every fight in the game by that point, you should know how,
But yeah,
at the very least, how to not get fucked by the system.
Like they can't
let's
apply
let's
those like
transition off fucking shitting on people.
yeah.
Yeah, so the battle system, like, it's not perfect. It's obviously not perfect. There's
But it
tons of
smiles
little
It's not
better.
perfect, It's a
Yeah.
start.
Yes. Oh yeah.
That
It's
is the tagline for this game. It's not
yeah.
I wanna
perfect, but it's a start.
I want to say something that like might be overlooked about like the agile style and stuff. I love that when I'm trying to catch a Pokemon, I can use agile style
Yes,
to deal less damage and make sure I don't kill them.
Yes.
that is the best part, especially the fact that it doesn't lower the
Yeah.
accuracy.
And sometimes it even like makes it so you can throw a Pokeball right after.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's nice. I love that.
Yeah. I
Also,
feel
Agile's
like
pretty good for combos because if you can
Yeah.
like,
uh,
if you can squeeze in the move,
The
I this is one thing where I'm just like, oh, this works a bit funnily, where like, you could do an agile move like quick attack or something. Well, not quick attack, but a move that would, if you did it in agile, you would get another turn immediately after, and then you could do a strong move
yeah.
yeah.
immediately
The
after. I'm just like, I feel like that shouldn't be the option.
the AI loves doing agile into strong. They
Yeah.
do it so often.
They really like double hitting you with some big dick move by being like agile,
Because
huh?
it's just
Strong.
like, why wouldn't you?
I know. It's like yeah, because if that knocks out your Pokemon, you're obviously gonna switch something in and then fucking obliterate
I think
whatever they have out. But
the best feeling is doing an agile style, like planning to do that combo of agile into strong, doing agile and doing more than half, and you're like, oh, I
Yeah.
can just use normal.
yeah, I can just
Yeah.
go for a normal one. My personal favorite was using an agile victory dance on Milligan, getting my massive buffs, and then just being like, "All right, time to start murdering everything."
Ah, speaking of buffs, there was a concept introduced in this Pokemon game that I feel like was heavily underutilized,
Hmm?
and that was Enrage.
Yes.
When I first saw that happen, I was immediately like, "This is an alpha Pokemon."
Yeah. It's
Like I
really
was
funny.
terrified out of my mind. But I think the only time Enrage triggers is when you fail to catch the Pokemon.
Yes, if you fail to
I
catch
think that
them
is,
multiple times, it can trigger Enrage. Yeah.
yeah. I would have loved to have seen the idea that if you did enough damage to a Pokemon, it would trigger the Enrage state where it'd get those massive buffs. Because that
Mhm.
feels a bit more fitting for a time for a Pokemon to get really fucking angry.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're kicking my ass. That's not very
Oh,
pleasing.
I I I like that all the buffs only last I think 5 turns.
I think it's even less than that. I think
Oh,
it's three.
actually, yeah. Agile is 1 turn, normal is 2, strong is 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
Um,
was also another thing I saw a lot of opinions about, mixed opinions. Um, a lot of people saying like certain moves that do buff you don't feel as good anymore because, you lose those buffs in a set amount of turns.
I mean, I prefer that
Which,
honestly.
I mean, part of me's kind of mixed on it because part of me did kind of like having the idea of being able to do this massive setup and then it was like, okay, gotta keep the Pokemon in. Can't like send it out. This Pokemon has to stay here. Keep those massive buffs. I kind of like because it felt like locking in the Pokemon. And just being like, yeah, he's there now. I have to just keep fighting because this is now the strongest Pokemon I can send out right now.
Mhm.
But when it comes to status conditions, I am someone who doesn't like stun mechanics. I don't like getting stunned. I don't like when saying it's like you can't move, can't do anything right now. I find them infuriating. So when I saw that they changed how the frozen debuff worked
And
and
sleep.
sleep worked,
Yep.
holy shit, I was so
I
happy.
I
Because
just realized.
before you get those, it's like you throw a potion on them, otherwise it's like
Yeah.
fuck you.
I just realized that there's no confusion in this game.
No, yeah, they opted to just get rid of it.
Yeah, that is also a fucking wonderful thing.
So one of the things I was surprised that there were no criticisms about, despite it being pretty heavy in cut down wise, was there are way less moves in general in this game. But
Mm.
on the bright side, every single move looks fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
The
I've
animations
even
for
got his
moves,
original sound effect back.
yeah, the animations for moves are like incredible. They are so fucking good looking. It's absurd how good every single move in the game looks.
Yeah,
I love
and it was
stuff like
like
Hyper Beam and Hydro Pump and Ice Beam just going like forever.
Yeah.
Like when you look in the distance, you just keep going.
yeah. Also, a fun little thing I watched from Rotting RT game. I noticed. You know how when you send out Pokemon, if you send it out in the water, it gets that little floaty thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Pokemon can fly, it will fly.
Yes. And if it's a water type,
It
it'll just
has
be in the water.
Yeah, it has like complete custom animations for flying and swimming, and it
Sleeping.
is so fucking blessed that that is a because they didn't need to do that. They could have just
Yep.
slapped a floaty under them, called it a day.
I
But
remember
no.
I remember sending
Oh,
out my Samurott to fight the Alpha Finneon, and I saw it was just in the water, kind of like waiting with its arms. I was like, oh my god, it has a custom
yeah.
fucking animation.
Like they, I still believe that I would like to see a bit more life brought into some of the Pokemon. In terms of when you send them out, I'd like to see them maybe wander around a little bit,
Yeah.
walk
There's
out to other Pokemon, sort of like in the camp. But
Mhm.
I like the fact that you could, if you throw a Pokemon at another Pokemon, they will talk to each other
Yes.
and they will have conversations as a little community. And number two, they can sit down and each one, even like Machamp has a fucking animation that I love where his idle animation, he'll just cross his arms and like puff out his chest. Electivire just flops down on the floor, like hand on chest, sleeping. And
Mr.
if you wake him
Mime.
up, he'll laugh at you.
Mr. Mime has the best one.
Yeah, Mr. Mime is the best animation in the entire game, where it pretends to open a can, sits down in a lounge chair, and then like starts drinking from it. It's
Yeah,
fucking amazing.
like I
Uh,
would love to see more animations, but like the ones that they have currently built up, really nice as a
I,
concept. I love them.
I don't know if you noticed, but in older Pokemon games, their eyes were just like textures, but in this game they're actually modeled, and they
Mm.
actually like the pupils can actually like look around, and it's not frame, it's actually really smooth.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw like
It,
sometimes like your Pokemon will shoot you a look in the middle of battle.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's cool. They
that
feel a
was
lot
terrifying.
more alive because I remember in BDSP like their blinking animations were like 3 frames, like it was really like rough looking, but in this game like all their little
The,
movements and stuff is are way better.
the first time you lose a Pokemon and the enemy Pokemon turns their head
Yeah.
and looks at you,
Yeah.
that scared the shit out of me.
You're
Because
next.
it happened and I was just like, that is the most threatening, because it makes complete sense that they do that. They wouldn't just stare at this empty position like, come on, baby, where's the next chance? They would look at you and be like, what are you doing?
Bring on the next one.
That is exactly how an animal would work, if
Yeah.
because that Pokemon is now aware that you are a threat because you hold other creatures that can fight. So naturally they're cautious of you and they're holding back in case you do something else they don't realize. Like, it's such a good touch.
Mm.
Like, it's such a simple move. Like, most people probably don't read into it that much. They're just like, oh, how they look at you. But genuinely feels like they are now cautious of you and like, what are you gonna do? What are you like? You are a threat now. I don't know what you're doing. I'm just gonna look at you. I'm gonna watch you. Like, that is such a nice little touch. But this game has a lot of those for Pokemon, of just nice little touches
Yeah.
they didn't need to do. And I feel like, it's not a coincidence that this game has even less Pokemon than Sword and Shield does.
Yes,
I
that is the other thing I was going to bring up that I am surprised there is no criticisms of, as far as I can see, is the decks being really small.
I think
Super
it's only like
small.
200 something, but it's not even the national decks from Gen 4,
Yeah.
because why it wouldn't make sense. It's the actual. I've only seen one person go. It's a bit disappointing that there's no Nat decks, but most people countered with, "Well, this kind of wouldn't make sense in terms of the story."
Yeah, like why would there be a national dex? This is a fucking isolated country at this point.
But yeah,
Also, just
like
a quick little, I want to get these out of the way since we're off the story stuff. Quick little story things that were fun lines I noticed. Kamado saying it'd be more appropriate to call this region Sinnoh instead of Hisui because he found out the god was not named Sinnoh. And then in the final cutscene, when you complete the decks, he promotes Silene to the leader of Galaxy Team, and he decides to study under Professor Laventon, which is why Cyrus is the leader of Team Galactic and Rowan is the professor. Just wanted to point those out real
Also,
quick.
there was a few things we didn't talk about. The final fight against Arceus, despite not being cutscene heavy or lore heavy, awesome.
Yeah, fucking
Very
amazing.
the my heart was actually beating so hard because like the music gets you like
Mhm.
into it. It's just drums.
Yeah,
It's
just
the old theme, but it's like it's scary, and like his moves are like crazy. It's such a good fight. Um, fuck the weather tree,
fuck
the
the
forces of nature.
Yeah,
Fuck them.
the forces of nature.
They've never been good Pokemon. They added a fourth one. It's the worst Pokemon ever made. It's ugly.
Did they?
It should.
yeah. Oh
You
yeah,
didn't see it.
Enamorous.
You didn't see it. Let me get a
Oh
fucking
god,
image for
yeah.
you.
I'm gonna pull up a fucking image of Enamorous on
Okay,
screen.
you do
Fuck
it.
this.
It's called Enamorous. It's a girl.
She
Here's my
represents the coming of spring.
here's my complaints about Enamorous as of like why I it's my least favorite Pokemon ever. It looks like shit. The Force of Natures have always been my least favorite Pokemon. They didn't need a fourth one, and them adding a fourth one in a Gen 4 game where they could have added like a fourth a little lake spirit, a cute little lake spirit, like oh there's a secret fourth lake somewhere. And we could have had like a cute little like new Mesprit or something. No, they for some reason shoved the forces of the genie fucks into this game for no reason. And there was a fourth one, and it's ugly, it's bad. It shouldn't exist. It's so over designed and garbage.
I do find it peculiar that it was the forces of nature they put into this game.
I know.
They're not fun to fight either.
Considering that, because when I did the Regigigas stuff, I thought, okay, they must have put the Regis in this game
Yeah.
because the temple is opened with the 3 Regis.
Okay, Enamorous is on screen for people who are still watching the stream.
when I learned that Tornadus and stuff was in the game, I was like, well, why didn't they put the Regis instead? That would make more lore. Oh God.
Show the
don't worry.
transform-
Oh no, yeah, I'm getting the Terrian form. Don't you worry.
Yeah, so she has a
Why?
mustache. Box.
Why add? I don't fully understand. I mean, this obviously has to be them just being a bit like, oh, because the Gen 5 remakes are coming.
She looks
It's like
like a
that is
fucking.
clearly the reason.
She looks like a fucking Dragon Ball Super reject, like from a filler episode. She's garbage. Look
What
at
the
this shit.
fuck?
I hate it.
It's really bad. She sucks.
Why not a fourth Lake Spirit? Game Freak. This is the worst thing you've ever done.
I genuinely think this could have, like, instead of adding these guys, they could have added the Regis and then explained how they got separated from Regigigas.
Who at Game Freak likes these fucking stupid genies and it was like, let's make a fourth one and put it in the Gen 4 game.
That has to be something to tie into the Gen
Yeah.
5 remakes. Cause
They could have done the
I
Three
can't
Musketeers
see it.
instead, but no, they did this fucking
No,
thing.
because the Three Musketeers were in the Crown Tundra.
Oh,
Also,
I just can't see. I can't make sense heads or tails of it, honestly.
they're the worst part of Legends is their quest having to capture them because they move really fast. They're all
God, they
surrounded by
suck.
alpha Pokemon. They deal a ton of damage with their tornadoes. They run too fast. They're not fun. They're the worst part.
Thank God they're entirely post game. Like
Delete
post
them.
game. You have to do
God,
them if you want to fight Arceus, though. Haha.
so awful.
It's bad. She's the worst. They're the worst. I fucking hate every single one of them.
The worst thing is like you struggle doing these like 3 fucking idiot genies because you keep running away from you and like damaging you, and you're like, wow, I'm finally done with these idiots that I don't like. I'm glad I can go fight Arceus now. And Cogita's like, oh, there's a fourth one, by the way, and that pink bullshit shows up on your screen, and she's like, go catch it now. No.
She's like,
No.
I guess I'll let it come with you for a while. I'm like, no, fucking take her back. I don't want it.
Oh, also,
Fuck this thing.
Yeah, when Cogita's like, I guess it can stay with you for a while. When you ask like for a while, she's like, yeah, you're gonna die someday, so it's gonna be free again.
Yeah, so that's another big hint that the ancient Hisuians are just kind of like immortal.
And it also, like, for the people who are asking, like, if you catch all the legendaries in this game, how come they're in the future games? It's because you die and they,
Yeah,
they
you
come
do
out of
eventually have to die.
and they come out of the pastures and they go back to where they were.
Also, fucking finally, Pokemon game confirms that gods can talk.
Yeah.
Yes,
like
yeah.
You know,
Arceus
it just
talking
kind
to
of
you.
makes sense
Oh, I was so
Because it's
happy.
like I've always wondered about like the Lake Trio and Dialga and Palkia, and it's like these guys govern like human spirit, they govern space, they govern time, but communication is beyond them. They just can't figure out how to talk to people. Like, no, of course they're like ancient beings that have watched over all of humanity. Of course they'd have figured out a way to fucking communicate.
Yeah.
It
Um,
just makes sense.
I I like the concept of a pastures over boxes.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, I like seeing
It's
the
nicer,
Pokemon
right?
wander
I
around.
don't like the idea of a Pokemon being stuck in a box over like them actually being out and just like living.
Yeah.
I had the funniest thing where like the moment like right after I captured Dialga, I went to Jubilife and it was like standing in the barn next to like a Psyduck.
Yeah.
And it was like giving me the stink eye, like just looking at me like you put me here.
Well, I think.
Dialga is about to get milked.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Shut
God.
up.
So we've spoken for a long time now.
Yeah, over 4.5 hours.
I think
So
Definitely.
what number grade would you give this game out of 10?
Shut the fuck up. I'm not giving this a number grade.
I don't
I've
know,
mentioned
yeah, I
that
don't know.
mechanically, just for the strength of how much joy I felt playing this game, this probably is my favorite Pokemon game of all time. I will probably have to revisit like a proper revisit of Sun to like get a fresh comparison of it. But I really think this takes it. Like, even though the story is very clearly wanting in a couple spots because they just didn't have enough time to get it done, and it suffers the Kingdom Hearts syndrome of a lot of the major plot being backloaded because all the smaller stuff has to take place in the areas beforehand. I really feel like the strength of it mechanically, like, really sells it for me as just like the best one. I love this game so fucking much.
It
That's it for me. My opinion is literally just still gameplay wise the most fun I've had with a Pokemon game. Graphically, definitely needs work.
Yeah.
Story wise, it's a step in the right direction. Like this is a fantastic proof of concept. It just needs to be fully realized, and it could be the best Pokemon game Game Freak ever make.
my thoughts is like, I said Sun and Moon still my favorite. I feel like um Gen starting with Gen 6, it felt like Gen 6 specifically felt like they were making a product. They were just like making a Pokemon game because they had to make one. Gen 7 felt the opposite, where like they actually like had a story to tell and like they added like changes they wanted to do. It felt like a game they actually wanted to make. Gen 8 went kind of back to Gen 6 of like, well, we got to get a new Pokemon game out. So like it felt like they were just like making one because they had to. And Legends goes back to Sun of like they had a little story they want to tell. They're doing a bunch of changes they've been wanting to make. Um, they because it's like mechanically it's probably the most fun Pokemon game for sure. But because I think that Sun was more, I guess, polished for what it was or wanted to be. I think that for me personally, I still like Sun better, but it's like Legends is like a very, 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 very close second.
Mm.
I'd even put them both at number one for very different reasons, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sun has Lily, and Legends doesn't have a Lily-like character for
That
me.
is true. Sun has Lily and it has Gladion, so it like gets a massive buff
And
from those two.
Lusamine,
Yeah.
and Kukui, and
Just more realized characters in general.
yeah. Also, the
Okay.
music slaps.
Yeah. In this game
Okay.
too. Yeah, fucking a lot of the
Yeah,
themes
yeah,
are
that's what I meant for
phenomenal.
Legends.
Yeah,
Music slaps give you an option to have it play all the time instead of infrequently. Thank you.
yeah. Okay. So, thank you. I mean, I think Box is like the only person that's like around, but you know, this is being recorded and all that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah.
we're gonna call it here. I'm gonna hit the stop recording button. Everyone say bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
And I'm also gonna stop recording right here.
Yay.